Chapter 713, Silver. Firewing Empire, Firewing Imperial Capital. Tiexin, were your negotiations successful? A white-browed youth wearing a pair of frosty robes asked, shifting his gaze towards Yuan Tiexin, who had just entered the room. Yuan Tiexin was one of the elders of the secret pavilion, his position within the guild very high. Moreover, he was already 50 years old this year. Yet, despite the white-browed youth directly calling Yuan Tiexin by his personal name, the latter did not show any signs of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, Yuan Tiexin carefully handed over the contract he signed with Shi Feng to the youth in a very respectful manner and said seriously, just like guild leader has surmised, Black Flame was very incisive in making a decision. We can now begin constructing our guild residence at Stone Forest Town immediately. If Shi Feng were here right now, he would definitely be shocked. After all, the secret pavilion's guild leader was actually a young man. Thanks for your hard work. Have Wen Yao bring the kids there. This time, we can let those kids get a chance to widen their horizons a little. Ever since God's Domain's launch, the virtual gaming world has not been as nice a place to mingle around in as it had been. The white-browed youth took a glance at the contract and accepted it with satisfaction. He then turned to look at Yuan Tiexin, smiling as he asked, "Tiexin, just ask whatever is on your mind." Guild leader, the Flower of Seven Sins has already targeted Zero Wing. If we include those other people as well, there is simply no chance for Zero Wing to protect Stone Forest Town. Aren't we just making an unnecessary move with this? Yuan Tiexin could not help but ask. This can't really be considered an unnecessary move. I am simply hoping to have Zero Wing test out the Flower of Seven Sins. If we can get the others to expose themselves as well, we will have profited in this exchange, the white-browed youth replied, laughing. He then took out a document and placed it before Yuan Tiexin, saying, "You'll know once you take a look at this." Yuan Tiexin was inwardly very confused at the youth's words. He promptly began flipping through the document. How could this be? Yuan Tiexin was shocked. That silver has appeared? Is there some sort of mistake here? Zero Wing is merely an upstart guild. Although that Black Flame indeed possesses some ability, it is not to the degree where it is necessary for Silver to take action, right? Whether Silver will be taking action personally or not, I am not sure. However, it is certain that he will be going with the group that's going to attack Zero Wing. If he is willing to take action, this will be the perfect opportunity for us to gather some information on him, the white-browed youth said, shaking his head. Silver was part of the upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins. Even for the secret pavilion, obtaining information on Silver was extraordinarily difficult. Meanwhile, a perfect opportunity to do so had just appeared before them, and he did not wish to let the others from the Flower of Seven Sins ruin this opportunity. If the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins defeated Zero Wing swiftly, then a superior like Silver would naturally not take action because Zero Wing simply did not possess this qualification. However, if Zero Wing could force the Flower of Seven Sins into a bitter battle, the possibility of Silver taking action would be much higher. Guild leader, can I go as well? Yuan Tiexin, who was usually calm and collected, currently had a hint of excitement in his eyes. Silver was an existence akin to a legend in the virtual gaming world. Every time he took action, he would cause an earth-shattering sensation. However, the people who knew of him were extremely few, as the various major powers would take the initiative to keep this information hidden, giving ordinary powers no chance to learn about Silver at all. Go if you want to, but don't arouse any suspicions. It will be best if you go in disguise, the white-browed youth replied. He then took out a dark gray ring with purple elvish words engraved on it, the ring itself giving off the glow effect unique to dark gold items. I understand. Yuan Tiexin's heart began beating madly when he heard the youth's words. He then picked up the ring and hurriedly left the guild leader's office. The top of the world, the Dragon's Maw. The Dragon's Maw was a map filled with steep and winding paths, and these paths extended down towards a bottomless crater. The crater looked just like a massive mouth that was trying to devour everything. At this moment, Shi Feng was standing at the entrance of a small path, looking down at the sight before him. No wonder this place is called the Dragon's Maw. It's simply impossible to see the bottom of this crater from out here. Everywhere around this place is sending my alarm bells ringing. This really isn't a place for ordinary people. As Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings, he could feel a premonition of death coming from all around the dragon's maw. Yet, strangely enough, he could not see any signs of danger here. There was not a single monster present within his field of vision. Nevertheless, his intuition was warning him that he might lose his life at any given moment, should he set foot on the path before him. This time, however, Shi Feng had no choice but to ignore his intuition and step forward. The assassins from the Flower of Seven Sins possessed overwhelming strength. With a force of over 30 refinement experts, 7 flowing water experts, and 1 void expert, who were all geared in level 30 top-tier equipment, not to mention killing Zero Wing's main force, the group could even attempt to kill a super guild's main force. In Zero Wing, aside from Shi Feng himself being a flowing water expert, there was nobody else within the realms of refinement. Even with the advantage in attributes, Shi Feng knew very clearly that Zero Wing's main force stood no chance at all against so many refinement experts. The outcome would be the same even if they had the power of darkness. After all, if even the members of Zero Wing's main force possessed berserk skills, how could it be possible for these refinement experts not to have obtained one for themselves? Even if not everyone from the Flower of Seven Sins had managed to get their hands on a berserk skill, as long as there were a few who had, these few people could easily annihilate Zero Wing's entire main force. Whether it was Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, or Fire Dance, all 3 of these girls possessed massive potential. Unfortunately, having potential did not necessarily mean they were strong right now. If they had several years' time to grow, no, even if it were just half a year's time, if he properly guided them and helped them fully realize their potential, no doubt they would be able to cream these experts. However, there was simply not enough time right now. From the report of the secret pavilion, Shi Feng knew that the Flower of Seven Sins was still in the process of making preparations, which might take anywhere from 3 to 5 days. Hence, it was highly possible for them to take action within these 3 to 5 days. However, he did not possess a method to improve everyone's strength significantly within such a short time span. The improvement of combat techniques required time and accumulation of experience, not to mention setting foot into the unfathomable realm of refinement. Despite Fire Dance and Violet Cloud being just a thread away from entering the refinement realm, no matter what they did, they were unable to achieve a breakthrough. Even Shi Feng had no methods to assist them in breaking through. Otherwise, the refinement realm would not have become the great divide that differentiated ordinary experts from top-tier experts in God's domain. Even super guilds would find it very difficult to nurture a refinement expert. Although there was the option of bringing Fire Dance and the others to level up, the possible improvements through this method were limited. Within 4 or 5 days, the most he could do was help everyone in the main force gain 2 more levels. The first reason for this was because everyone was already high-leveled now. The amount of EXP they required to level up was a lot. The other reason was that, while he was capable of killing monsters that were many levels higher than himself, the others could not. At most, they could only serve as support. If the EXP of the monsters he killed were to be split among 100 players, the overall leveling speed of Zero Wing's main force would only be slightly faster than in ordinary experts. Rather than doing such a futile action, Shi Feng decided to go all out. Although Solomon's sword had been broken into 5 parts, even the weakest fragment could improve a person's strength to a very frightening degree. As long as he could obtain the weapon hidden inside the dragon's maw, it might be possible for him to pull off an upset in the upcoming battle with the Flower of Seven Sins. As Shi Feng walked deeper into the crater along the small path, he used the magic amplification scroll once more to summon a level 52 tier 3 demon to deal with unexpected situations. However, even after walking for more than 3 hours, Shi Feng did not encounter a single monster. His surroundings were deathly silent. Occasionally, he could also hear agonizing screams as if an invisible ghost were standing right beside him. Not wishing to waste too much time, Shi Feng activated Wind Rider and quickly descended the path. Finally, After traveling for another 2 hours or so, he arrived at the bottom of the crater. Statues? At the dark bottom, Shifeng discovered many lifelike stone statues carved in the form of various creatures, humans, elves, half-orcs, and many more. Every single one of these statues had an expression of horror on their faces. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Before Shifeng could further analyze these statues, the sounds of stone shattering entered his ears. He quickly shifted his eyes towards the source of the sounds, discovering more than a dozen black shadows moving about. These black shadows were tiny, roughly the size of an ordinary person's fist. However, their speed was horrifying. It was practically impossible for the naked eye to keep up with them. Most importantly, every single one of these shadows gave Shifeng a heavy sense of dread. Meanwhile, these black shadows were currently approaching Shifeng at lightning speed. Chapter 714, Engineering Tool. The floor of the crater was very dark. As a result, Shifeng was caught completely by surprise when the dozen or so shadows suddenly appeared. He did not have time to direct the Tier 3 demon to protect him. Seeing 3 fist-sized shadows fly straight at him, Shifeng immediately switched the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind to the aura of earth and activated absolute defense. Suddenly, a pale yellow glow surrounded Shifeng's body. The black shadows created massive tremors when they crashed into the golden barrier. The powerful impact Shifeng sent flying more than 10 yards away. After receiving the bombardment, Shifeng managed to uncover the black shadow's true identity. Quartz Worm, Special Elite. Level 60. HP 420, 000/420, 000. These quartz worms were made of black quartz crystals. In addition to their small bodies and astounding speed, they were extremely difficult to detect in this darkness. Although these special elites had low HP, their attack power was frighteningly high. So many quartz worms would even kill a Tier 2 player instantly. Fortunately, Shifeng had absolute defense. Even though these quartz worms were level 60 special elites, they could not break through the aura of Earth's activatable skill. However, as the seconds ticked by, more quartz worms started to appear. In the blink of an eye, nearly 60 quartz worms had surrounded Shifeng. He could not help but shiver as he felt the numerous beady, bright red eyes on him. These quartz worms gave Shifeng no opportunities to escape as they surrounded him and barraged him with a stream of attacks. As each second passed, Shifeng could hear several dozen crashes. It felt as if someone were firing an automatic rifle at him. Shifeng had no resistance to offer whatsoever. When absolute defense's duration came to an end, Shifeng would die. The quartz worms here could drown a player to death. Shifeng was relieved that he possessed a skill such as absolute defense. Otherwise, even if he came here after reaching level 50 and obtaining his Tier 2 class, death would be the only outcome awaiting him. With only 2 seconds remaining before absolute defense vanished, the Tier 3 demon standing a distance away began to chant an incantation, casting the Tier 3 spell, Oblivion Storm, over the area where Shifeng stood. Oblivion Storm was a Tier 3, large-scale destruction spell that had an effective area of 50 yards. It could easily envelop Shifeng and the quartz worms. Suddenly, a massive blue magic array appeared in the air. A massive tornado then descended from the magic array. They were all, Shifeng and the quartz worms, sucked into the tornado and assaulted by countless wind blades from every direction. Immediately, the quartz worms' HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the tornado sent Shifeng flying into the sky. The moment absolute defense's duration was about to end, Shifeng immediately stopped the Tier 3 demon from channeling its spell. Suddenly, the tornado vanished. Glancing at the quartz worms that were over 100 meters in the air, Shifeng realized that the special elites only had a small amount of HP remaining. The lower HP ones had around 10,000 to 20,000, while the higher HP worms had around 30,000 to 50,000. If Shifeng had not stopped the demon spell, these quartz worms would have died. However, if Shifeng had not stopped the spell, he too would have died. Hovering in midair, both player and monsters, neither of which could fly, began to descend. Shi Feng quickly activated gravity liberation, slowing his descent to less than 1/10 of his initial speed. At the same time, he directed the Tier 3 demon below to cast the Tier 3 spell, Scorching Gale, over his and the Quartz Worm's landing area. Scorching Gale was not a large-scale destruction spell. Rather, it was a cone AoE spell with a range of 20 yards. Not only had Oblivion Storm sent its targets into the air, but it also gathered them into a single area. Hence, Scorching Gale could easily envelop the landing zone. However, due to the difference in their speed of descent, the Quartz Worms had landed while Shi Feng still floated down. Suddenly, the Tier 3 demon fired countless flame blades from its hands, the burning attack devouring the Quartz Worms. -104,189. -110,467. Damages over -100,000 appeared above the Quartz Worms. The low HP special elites could not endure the flaming assault. Only after Scorching Gale finished did Shi Feng land. Loot and Quartz Worm corpses littered the ground. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's experience bar rose rapidly. The Quartz Worms were level 60 special elites. Although the EXP they rewarded was less than what ordinary level 60 special elites offered, it was still a lot more than level 60 elites. Moreover, Shi Feng was only level 35 right now. The bonus EXP he obtained from fighting monsters that were 25 levels higher than him was impressive. However, the bonus EXP one could obtain through killing monsters of a higher level was not without limit, capping at 20 levels. Hence, players' EXP would, at most, increase by 20 times. Even so, an increase of 20 times would still provide Shi Feng with an exaggerated amount of EXP. After this brief battle, Shi Feng had gone from 9% of level 35 to 98% of level 35. He was only 2% away from reaching level 36. At this level, he could rank at the top of Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Currently, the number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list only approached level 35. They still needed to grind for half a day before crossing the threshold to level 35. This method of leveling isn't bad at all. Shi Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the EXP he had obtained. Unfortunately, special elites were not easily discovered. Even in the Stoneclaw Mountains, an Azura mode regional dungeon, so many special elites would not appear at a single time. In a group of 100 elite monsters or so, roughly 8 or 9 special elites might tag along. Hence, it was nearly impossible to find large groups of special elites, such as the Quartz Worms, to grind on. Moreover, the Tier 3 demon's Tier 3 spell, Oblivion Storm, had a relatively long cooldown of 70 minutes. Unfortunately, the demon did not have any other combination attack that could kill a group of level 60 special elites instantly. Most importantly, it would be very difficult for Shi Feng to locate so many Quartz Worms again. After Shi Feng had wiped out the wave of Quartz Worms, silence returned to the area. The only Quartz Worms in the area were the corpses on the ground. Although the Quartz Worms had not provided much EXP, the loot they dropped was relatively good. Moreover, Shi Feng had the luck increasing Icarus's heart. The 60+ Quartz Worms had dropped quite a bit of level 50 or above bronze and mysterious iron equipment. The special elites had even dropped an engineering design. Glare Bomb. Shi Feng was delighted. One could produce many interesting items with engineering. However, very few engineering items could be used in combat. Take the Frost Grenade for example. Not only could it cause damage, but it also possessed a control effect. Sadly, only master engineers could produce such items. Moreover, the designs were extremely difficult to obtain. Yet, if one tried to purchase these items, their prices were extraordinarily high. Ordinary players could not afford to use them. The Glare Bomb was not as advanced as the Frost Grenade. It could not inflict any damage. However, it was very easy to produce. The materials required were not particularly rare. Hence, it was one of the most common tools in field battles. The Glare Bomb could temporarily blind all creatures within its range, though its effect on players was reduced. After Shi Feng finished arranging the loot and was about to leave the area, for some reason, the external layer of stone on the statues began to fade, revealing these statues' original appearance. Every one of these restored individuals radiated a frightening aura. Shi Feng felt an immense pressure from these creatures and was overcome by a desire to flee. However, these unpetrified individuals had noticed Shi Feng. Chapter 7:15, Thunder Emperor. With the eyes of these revived individuals on him, Shi Feng did not dare to make any sudden movements. Every one of these NPCs, be it human, elf, or half-orc, had an astounding and intimidating level. Level 150. Even a common monster at this level could kill Shi Feng effortlessly, not to mention the humans and elves, both of which were Tier 3 classes. "Young man, was it you who saved us?" a middle-aged human male asked as he turned to Shi Feng, his previous aura vanishing suddenly. This middle-aged man was a Tier 3 Great Mage. Even in White River City, he would be considered an incredibly powerful individual. Players would find it difficult to gain an audience with such a character. "I'm not really sure. I merely cleared out the quartz worms residing here," Shi Feng said truthfully, calming after seeing no evil intent among these NPCs. Hearing Shi Feng mention the quartz worms, these level 150 NPCs examined their surroundings, bewilderment appearing on their faces. It was obvious that they, too, were unsure of the situation. After these NPCs had a quiet chat among themselves, the Tier 3 Great Mage named Carrion Walker walked up to Shi Feng. "Although we are not sure of what happened exactly, we're certain that your actions saved us. As a show of our gratitude, we've unanimously decided to gift you this item," Carrion Walker said. He then took out a purple-gold, lightning-shaped emblem and carefully handed it over to Shi Feng. "This emblem is our Imperial Army's honorary emblem. We hope that you will accept it." Shi Feng accepted the emblem. When he inspected the information, he was shocked. Thunder Emperor's Emblem. This is the honorary emblem of the Thunder Beast Empire. This grants the wielder honorary citizenship within the Thunder Beast Empire. Wasn't the Thunder Beast Empire destroyed long ago? Shi Feng knew quite a bit about God's Domain's history. The Thunder Beast Empire had been one of the extremely powerful empires in God's Domain. During its peak, its territory encompassed over a dozen kingdoms. On the continent of God's Domain, not a single kingdom or empire dared to act against it. The ruler of the Thunder Beast Empire had been the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. However, according to God's Domain's historical records, to pursue eternal life and become a god, Kaiser had broken many taboos. As a result, his actions had earned the anger of the gods as the imperial capital had suddenly disappeared. Following the capital's disappearance, the Thunder Beast Empire had split into multiple kingdoms. At this point, the Thunder Beast Empire had long since faded from existence. Naturally, this Thunder Emperor's emblem also held no meaning whatsoever. "Young adventurer, although we have been freed, we have many companions still living under the curse. We hope that you can save them. If you succeed, we will present to you the Empire's greatest treasure," Carrion Walker said as he looked at Shi Feng, his clear expectation reflecting in his eyes. "Are you not coming with me?" Shi Feng could not help but ask. Carrion Walker shook his head and said, "Our time in this world has long since run out. Although the curse has been lifted, our strength wanes. Moreover, as we approach that place, we lose strength faster. At this point, only you can save our companions." "Alright then. I promise you. Where do I have to go to save your companions?" When Shi Feng heard about the Empire's treasure, he thought that it might be related to the weapon he hunted. The clue he had obtained had indicated that the weapon hid within the dragon's maw. As it had been an extremely powerful empire in the past, the Thunder Beast Empire must have amassed countless treasures. The weapon he looked for might very well occupy the Empire's treasury. Rather than searching for the weapon blindly, he might as well accept this quest. We are merely people who had escaped the Imperial capital. Our companions are still trapped in the capital. This is a map of the Imperial capital. Hopefully, it will be of some help to you, Carrion Walker said. He then took out a map of the Imperial capital and passed it to Shi Feng. System: Epic Quest Empires Past accepted. Quest content: save the people inside the Imperial capital within 10 days. If the quest is not completed within the allotted time, you will be inflicted with the petrification curse. Rewards unknown. An epic quest with a time limit of 10 days? Shi Feng was immediately stunned upon hearing the system notification. He had never imagined that the quest would be so difficult. However, after giving it some thought, he found it reasonable. The weapon he sought was no trivial item. How could the game offer it up so easily? After Shi Feng accepted the map, he summoned another Tier 3 demon. With 2 Tier 3 demons leading the way, it would be much easier to deal with the quartz worms. Now that Shi Feng had a map, his progression into the Dragon's Maw's maze of the underground tunnels became a lot easier. After Shi Feng reached the Dragon's Maw's second underground layer, many demonic beasts appeared in the dark tunnels. With a single glance, Shi Feng counted over 500. The monsters squeezed tightly together as they blocked Shi Feng's path. Giant Petrified Rat, Demonic Beast, Elite Rank. Level 60. HP 300, 000/300, 000. Without hesitation, Shi Feng directed the 2 Tier 3 demons to clear out these rats. When the giant rats saw the 2 Tier 3 demons, they released ear-piercing screeches. One pounced on the Tier 3 demons. They showed no fear of the 2 Tier 3 demons. Normally, even monsters would fear a powerful enemy, yet these giant rats were unafraid. Shi Feng used 1 Tier 3 demon to attract these giant petrified rats' attention while the other demon cast a Tier 3 spell. The petrified rats had very high attack power. Even against a Tier 3 demon, their bites dealt over -1000 damage. If these elites faced an MT player of the same tier, they could easily devour half of said player's HP. Meanwhile, these giant petrified rats attacked in groups of a dozen or so. They would instantly devour players of the same level. Only a Tier 3 demon with 9 million HP could withstand their assault for long. Shi Feng suddenly noticed that the Tier 3 demon that held off the rats began to show signs of petrification. A portion of its body had already begun to turn a dull gray. Could this be why even Tier 4 players have fallen here? Shi Feng did not believe that these giant rats were capable of defeating a Tier 4 player with only their powerful bites. However, it was a different story if they could petrify their targets. Looking at the Tier 3 demon statistics, although it had lost less than 1% of its HP, an additional petrification value had appeared. Currently, the demon displayed a petrification value of 0.84%, and with each bite from the giant rats, that value increased slightly. Needless to say, once this petrification value reached 100%, even if the Tier 3 demon still had 100% of its HP remaining, it would turn into stone. So this is how they work. Shi Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had only used his summoned demons to attack. If he had faced these monsters himself, the consequences would have been dire. The Tier 3 demons he summoned could last 5 hours. With the increment rate of the petrification value, although they would not last a full 5 hours against these monsters, they should have no problems fighting for 3 or 4 hours. Fortunately, he could summon a new demon once every 3 hours. In other words, he could rely on his summoned demons to fight for him, having no need to worry about being petrified or any hindrance to his progress. Chapter 716, Ruins of the Imperial Capital. Under Shi Feng's control, the 2 level 52 Tier 3 demons quickly swept through all of the giant petrified rats in the stone hall. Following the clear sound of a system notification, a golden glow encompassed Shi Feng. He had finally reached level 36. Without hesitation, Shi Feng placed the 10 free attribute points he had just obtained into agility, partially making up for the loss of 25 agility he had previously suffered. The giant petrified rats were level 60 elites, and they dropped valuable loot. Aside from some materials, they dropped plenty of level 50 and above common and bronze equipment. In the outside world, Shi Feng would have to grind far longer to obtain so many items. A Tier 2 skill book. Shi Feng was slightly surprised as he picked up a book decorated with silver silk from the pile. In God's domain, the majority of a class's basic skills were learned from NPC instructors, while some of the slightly more powerful skills were obtained from quests. As for high-tiered skills, however, one could gain them by trading the legacy skill point that the system provided. Tier 0 skills could generally be found in the fields or dungeons. However, Tier 1 skills practically never dropped, increasing the difficulty of obtaining them exponentially. In truth, the majority of the Tier 1 skills that monsters dropped could be gained by trading in legacy skill points. If one obtained such a skill from monsters, they would not have to waste their legacy points to unlock said skill and could spend the points on learning other skills. Ordinary Tier 1 skills generally cost 2 legacy skill points to learn. Meanwhile, players only obtained 1 point for every 3 levels. Hence, a player would have to level up 6 times to learn an ordinary Tier 1 skill. If Tier 1 skills were already so expensive, there was no need to mention Tier 2 skills. Even the most common Tier 2 skill cost 4 legacy skill points. One had to level up 12 times to learn one. Hence, in God's domain, skill books were extremely valuable. Currently, the going rate for an ordinary Tier 1 skill book could even rival a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment. If it were a powerful Tier 1 skill such as a life-saving dash, AoE attack dash, control removal dash, or burst-type skill book, no one would sell it even for the price of a level 30 dark gold weapon, much less anything fine gold ranked. Weapons and equipment would be discarded as players increased in level. However, skills would not. Nobody would complain about too many skills. The drop rate of Tier 1 skill books in a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon was roughly 2%. However, in large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons that were level 50 and above, the drop rate of Tier 2 skill books was less than 0.3%. Obtaining one was mostly due to luck. Hence, Shi Feng was astonished when he realized that the giant petrified rats had dropped a Tier 2 skill book. Shi Feng checked the skill book, discovering that it was the Tier 2 general melee skill, Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost Tier 2 skill. Split yourself into 4 and attack simultaneously. Every doppelganger deals 100% of the main body's damage. Duration of 4 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Tier requirement, Tier 2 class or above. I recall someone exchanging this Dark Ghost skill for an epic item with relatively good attributes in the past. I never thought I would find it here. Shi Feng was speechless. General skill books were much more valuable than class skill books as they could be used in a variety of battles. It was especially true for this Dark Ghost skill. If he suddenly split himself into 4 identical copies, who would dare to approach him casually? Hence, among Tier 2 general skills, Dark Ghost ranked relatively near the top. Many melee players had sought after this skill. If used during a crucial moment, the skill could turn the tide of battle. It's a pity that I can't learn it yet. I'll have to wait until I reach Tier 2. Shi Feng tucked the Dark Ghost skill book away in satisfaction. He then directed the Tier 3 demons to advance. The second underground floor was like a massive maze. Even with the map in hand, Shi Feng had a very difficult time progressing through it. Throughout his journey, he would occasionally encounter giant petrified rats' nests. When he met such encounters, he had no choice but to stop and clear out the nest. Otherwise, he could not venture further. Moreover, due to the petrification issue, it became far more difficult to control the Tier 3 demon that held off the giant rats. In the end, Shi Feng gave up on the Tier 3 demon altogether and let the giant rats attack it. With the Tier 3 demon's HP and Shi Feng's life bloom, the giant petrified rates would never kill it. Although killing the rats was time-consuming, the fact that these elites could drop Tier 2 skill books motivated Shi Feng. Moreover, he could also obtain a large sum of EXP. While Shi Feng explored the Dragon's Maw's second underground floor, he instructed the Dark God's Legion, which had been training all this time, take action, delving deeper into the Stoneclaw Mountains. As an Azura mode regional dungeon, the Stoneclaw Mountains was somewhat special. Not only were the monsters inside the dungeon more powerful, but the loot was also better than elsewhere. The monsters also dropped magic crystals. More importantly, the monsters dropped barrier crystal balls. If one collected a sufficient number of barrier crystal balls, they could use them to form a barrier. The barrier would suppress the strength of contained enemies. It was just like the demon-suppressing barrier that Blue Frost team had used when they faced the level 40 Great Lord Noya. The barrier had greatly reduced Noya's combat power, making it a lot easier to raid the Great Lord. The barrier crystal balls were similar in this aspect. Only, the barrier crystal balls were somewhat different from magic scrolls. Generally, magic scrolls were one-use items. Barrier crystal balls, however, could be used multiple times. Only, each use would expend a lot of magic crystals. During God's Domain's initial stages, players were both low-leveled and low-tiered. Hence, most felt helpless against even high Lord-ranked monsters, not to mention Great Lords. Raiding these monsters simply required too much from players at this stage of the game. Perhaps the main God system had taken this into consideration. Since a player's strength was limited, the only other way to defeat these Grand Lord-ranked bosses was to suppress their strength. However, aside from quests, there were practically no methods or tools that could suppress boss-level monsters. Bosses of large-scale team dungeons had been a roadblock for many large guilds. However, after the Stoneclaw Mountains had appeared, the various guilds had discovered the barrier crystal ball in the dungeon's inner region. This had allowed the guilds to reduce the difficulty of large-scale team dungeons, significantly increasing their raiding speed. A guild only had a limited number of experts. Normally, only these experts were barely able to clear large-scale team dungeons. Large-scale team dungeons also had cooldown times. Hence, this had resulted in the rarity of top-tier equipment. However, if a guild could lower the difficulty of a large-scale team dungeon and allow players that were not quite experts to clear it, the acquisition of top-tier equipment would naturally skyrocket. Shi Feng was not confident in dealing with the Flower of Seven Sins adequately. Against the Star Alliance, however, he had plenty of confidence. The best method to crush the Star Alliance swiftly was to increase Zero Wing's overall strength. After all, a battle between guilds could not be settled by an individual. Currently, the various large guilds were grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer area. They avoided the inner region as they had deemed the danger to be higher than the potential rewards. The Flower of Seven Sins was already preparing to deal with Zero Wing. However, it would not be wise for Shi Feng to send the main force into the Stoneclaw Mountains. But it was a different story for the Dark Gods Legion. Originally, the Dark Gods Legion's members were already powerful as individuals. After taking into account the power of darkness, they could easily venture into the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region to obtain the barrier crystal balls. Under Shi Feng's command, the Dark Gods Legion had no trouble obtaining several dozen barrier crystal balls. This was enough to outfit several 100-man teams to raid the hard-mode Frost Prison. Time passed quickly. After a day of travel through the second floor, Shi Feng finally arrived at the staircase leading to the floor below. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was already level 37. He had fully recovered the 25 agility he had lost. The instant Shi Feng's foot landed on the staircase, the view before him changed. He was transported to a fog-covered city. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. System, you have discovered the ruins of the Imperial capital. Grinding mastery points. Chapter 717, Taboo City. The mana density here is intense. Standing in the mist, Shi Feng suddenly felt his mind become clear and ethereal. He could see the mist's true colors. In God's Domain, when players found themselves in places with high mana density, their minds would clear and they would feel more energetic. This greatly aided in the improvement of their skill completion rates and combat techniques. With such a high mana density, the boost one could get in this area is no less than the 100-berry wine. If players fight and level up here, they could see improvements at least 5 or 6 times faster. It's a pity that this area isn't easy to access. When Shi Feng opened his system interface, he discovered that he could not contact with the outside world at all. He had also discovered undead roaming down the lifeless city streets. Fortunately, they were not very high-leveled. Suffering Soul, Undead, Elite Rank. Level 60. HP 450, 000/450, 000. Ghoul, Undead, Special Elite. Level 60. HP 700, 000/700, 000. These half-transparent suffering souls and ghouls wandering about the city were not particularly numerous. A level 60 party should be able to handle these monsters very easily. Whether it was leveling up or improving one's skill completion rate, grinding monsters here would be beneficial. After examining his surroundings briefly, Shifeng took out an isolation scroll and used it. He then descended from the rooftop carefully and headed towards the palace indicated on the map. The city had long since died. Shifeng could see various statues haunting the city streets. These statues had all been citizens who had received the curse. However, it was unlikely that killing those undead would lift the curse. Shifeng would have to deal with the problem at its source. Based on Shifeng's understanding of the Thunder Beast Empire, only one person was capable of cursing an entire city. Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Emperor Kaiser had been a Tier 5 sword saint. He had only been a step away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Unfortunately, it had been so close, yet so far. To players, the promotion from a Tier 5 class to Tier 6 required great opportunities, luck, and strength. It was even more so for an NPC. For example, in the past, even the Dark Gold Guard Kite, with his vast potential, could only be promoted to Tier 5. It was practically impossible for him to reach the realm of Tier 6. According to the legend, in order to pursue eternal life, Emperor Kaiser had mobilized his empire to carry out a taboo. Looking at it now, it was highly possible that said taboo was related to the curse currently plaguing the Imperial capital. Damn it! The city is already in ruins, so why are there still guards? Shifeng stood on the roof of a building one street away from the palace, his eyes locked onto the mechanical guards stationed on either side of the palace gate. Thunder Beast Guard, Grand Lord. Level 200. HP? The Thunder Beast Guard's levels were just too high, so Shifeng could not see how much HP they had. However, he could confirm one thing. Their HP was mind-bogglingly high. Normally, Grand Lords had 6 HP bars displayed. The Thunder Beasts had 10. Furthermore, there were a total of 8 Thunder Beast Guards. The Thunder Beast Empire's strength left Shifeng in awe. Shifeng had visited plenty of empires before. However, this was his first time seeing such powerful mechanical guards. The palace was also protected by a magic array. In order to enter the palace, Shifeng would either have to destroy the magic array or enter through the front gate. The first option of destroying the magic array was obviously unrealistic. Even a Tier 6 god would find it difficult to destroy a magic array that carried such dense mana, not to mention a Tier 1 swordsman like Shifeng. Yet, entering through the main gate was also unrealistic. Even a level 200 Tier 4 class would not dare to provoke 8 level 200 Grand Lords simultaneously. Shifeng was only a level 37 Tier 1 swordsman. The Thunder Beast Guards would send him to oblivion long before he ever reached the palace gates. Shifeng had thought of using a Tier 3 demon as bait. However, due to the gap in levels, rather than luring the guards away, he might draw the guards aggro himself. Do I have to give up just like this? Shifeng was frustrated. He observed his surroundings in hopes of finding a solution. After watching from the rooftop for some time, Shifeng suddenly discovered something interesting. There were plenty of undead roaming the streets in front of the palace. However, not a single suffering soul came within 200 yards of the palace gates. Only a few ghouls would wander near. Meanwhile, when a few occasional ghouls and suffering soul tried to wander towards the gates, the Thunder Beast Guards vanquished them immediately. Only those few ghouls remained unharmed. The Thunder Beast Guards should be absolutely neutral. They should regard both players and monsters as enemies. So why are those few ghouls safe? Shifeng was very curious. He even summoned a Tier 3 demon, directing it to capture a few ghouls from elsewhere and throwing the monsters towards the main gate. Without exception, the Thunder Beast guards annihilated every ghoul. This is interesting. Shi Feng could not help his smile as he watched the few ghouls wander about before the gates. He then directed the Tier 3 demon to hide and waited for those few ghouls to wander out of the restricted area. Minutes and seconds passed quickly. However, Shi Feng did not rush. To Shi Feng, who had taken on many adventures and quests in God's domain, patience was the foundation of success. After more than an hour, a ghoul finally exited the 200-yard restricted area. Like an eagle hunting its prey, Shi Feng directed the Tier 3 demon to nab the ghoul. No matter how hard the ghoul attacked and struggled, it could not break free from the demon's grasp. With a flap of its black wings, the demon put more distance between itself and the restricted area. The Tier 3 demon then brought the ghoul before Shi Feng. Its hand gripped the ghoul tightly, preventing the special elite from moving. Meanwhile, Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes to inspect just what differentiated this ghoul from the others. The ghoul was actually able to deter even the Thunder Beast guards from attacking it. The ghoul had mutated from a human's corpse. It still wore the noble's clothes it had worn in life. There had been nobles among the ghouls the guards had killed. Could it be that this ghoul had possessed a higher rank while it was alive? After observing the ghoul for some time, Shi Feng failed to discover any clues. However, he did not believe that the main god system would have him complete this high-level quest for no good reason. For a quest in a level 60 map, even a legendary quest, level 60 players should be able to complete it. However, even level 200 players would not be able to get past the Thunder Beast guards before him, much less level 60 players. At the very minimum, it would take a team of 10 level 200 Tier 4 players to defeat them. Forget it. Let's kill it as an experiment. In any case, there are a few more ghouls I can experiment with. In the end, failing to discover any peculiarities, Shi Feng had the Tier 3 demon finish off this ghoul. When the ghoul died, it transformed into a bundle of meat and green liquid. It also dropped a few silver coins and some other items. Its loot was no different from the ghouls Shi Feng had killed before. This is Chapter 7:18 Grinding Mastery Points. Among the ghouls' loot, Shi Feng found an item that he was relatively familiar with. Mastery Book. This item was extremely rare and would provide players with free mastery points. Normally, it could only be obtained from treasure chests or quests. This was the first time Shi Feng had seen this item drop from a special elite. Shi Feng's one-handed sword mastery had already become a basic sword master, the mastery increasing his damage with the one-handed sword by 30%. At this stage of the game, even for powerful experts, being an advanced swordsman was impressive, receiving a 20% damage increase. The majority of the expert players in God's domain were currently stuck as intermediate swordsmen. A bronze mastery book, huh? Shi Feng was somewhat disappointed after he checked the mastery book's information. If it were a mysterious iron mastery book, he might be able to become an intermediate sword master this instant. When used, a bronze mastery book could provide players with anywhere from 5 to 25 free mastery points, significantly fewer than a mysterious iron mastery book's 10 to 50 points. Basic sword master required 150 mastery points. Intermediate sword master required 200 mastery points. If he were lucky with a mysterious iron mastery book, after including his previously accumulated free mastery points, he might have achieved the promotion to the intermediate sword master right away. At intermediate sword master, the mastery would increase Shi Feng's damage with the one-handed sword by 40%. This was a significant increase to any player, not to mention Shi Feng. Shi Feng then used the bronze mastery book, obtaining 9 free mastery points. Adding this to what he had already accumulated, he had 177 mastery points. He was only 23 points away from the 200-point threshold. I wonder if all the remaining ghouls will drop mastery books as well? Shi Feng could not help but get his hopes up. He then directed a Tier 3 demon to wait outside the restricted area while controlling the other Tier 3 demon to kill nearby ghouls. There were currently 3 more ghouls within 200 yards of the palace. However, Shifeng did not dare to lure them away casually. He was too low-leveled. A single mistake might attract the Thunder Beast Guard's attention. At that time, he would certainly die. Hence, he could not take this risk. As Shifeng bided his time quietly, steadily decreasing the ghoul population. He had obtained 1 bronze mastery book for roughly every 50 ghouls he killed. This gave Shifeng a good idea to strengthen himself and his guild. At the moment, God's Domain's players did not focus overmuch on improving their weapon masteries. However, once players reached an adequately high level, they would discover the massive strength boost that mastery provided. As an intermediate sword master, Shifeng's damage with the one-handed sword would increase by 40%. As an advanced sword master, that bonus damage would increase to 50%. If Shifeng could go one step further and upgrade his mastery to Basic Sword King, his bonus damage with the one-handed sword would rise to 80%. 2 or 3 additional pieces of equipment could not bridge a 30% damage gap. Hence, among the many PvP battles that occurred in God's Domain, despite both sides being nearly equal in terms of techniques, the player with superior attributes would occasionally taste defeat. This was a result of the difference in mastery levels. If he could improve the mastery levels of the guild's upper echelons, they would have an easier time coping with the assassins of the Flower of Seven Sins. However, it would be very difficult to increase one's mastery to the Sword King standard. In order to reach the Advanced Sword Master standard, one required a total of 300 mastery points. Meanwhile, Basic Sword King required 450 mastery points, which was 3 times that of a Basic Sword Master. As Shifeng grinded ghouls while waiting for the ghouls inside the restricted area to venture out, a huge commotion occurred in Starmoon City. The Secret Pavilion's guild residents had appeared in Stone Forest Town. This was the second foreign guild to establish a guild residence in the town after Ouroboros. It was common knowledge that Ouroboros had only received such treatment due to its alliance with Zero Wing. However, what about the Secret Pavilion? Were they allies too? When the various large guilds considered the possible alliance between Zero Wing and the Secret Pavilion, they began to reconsider how they treated Zero Wing. The Secret Pavilion was a massive existence in the virtual gaming world. Although it did not participate in the struggles between guilds, no one dared to underestimate the pavilion. Even super guilds tread lightly when around the pavilion. Now that the Secret Pavilion occupied Stone Forest Town, the guilds, who initially aspired to obtain the town, would have to reconsider their options. Previously, since a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had taken the lead, the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom had gained some confidence in facing off with Zero Wing. However, there was a massive difference between the Star Alliance and the Secret Pavilion. Contesting over Stone Forest Town with the Secret Pavilion would be suicide. Inside the Star Alliance's guild residence. Purple, have you investigated the matter regarding the Secret Pavilion? Just what kind of relationship does Zero Wing have with the pavilion? Galaxy Past, who occupied the guild leader's throne, asked as he turned to Purple Eye. Originally, Galaxy Past had been in a merry mood as he had recently accepted a high-level rare quest. Just as he prepared to complete it, however, he had received this very distressing news. Hence, to get to the bottom of this situation, he had called for an emergency guild meeting. Aside from being one of the Star Alliance's top fighters, Purple Eye was also one of the guild's information managers. Purple Eye also possessed some special connections of her own, which allowed her to obtain information that even the Star Alliance could not get its hands on. Hence, Galaxy Past asked Purple Eye directly. According to the investigation, the Secret Pavilion is not in an alliance with Zero Wing, Purple Eye said softly. However, the pavilion seems to have conducted an internal trade with Zero Wing. As to what the two guilds have exchanged, even my sources could not uncover that. A trade? Galaxy Past frowned. Black Flame really knows how to surprise people. The Secret Pavilion does not trade with others easily. Just in case, slow down our actions against Zero Wing. From now on, we should be more careful when dealing with Zero Wing. Let Open Source Corporation deal with them. Although the Star Alliance had the OSC's financing, that did not mean the guild would sacrifice itself for the corporation. In the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. Snow, now that the secret pavilion has established a guild residence in Stone Forest Town, Galaxy Past must be pretty annoyed. Zhao Yueru could not help but smile when she read the report she had just received. It really makes you wonder just how Big Brother Black Flame managed it. He actually roped in the secret pavilion. As long as the pavilion intervenes, the Star Alliance will be powerless in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It is still too early to determine anything. No one knows exactly what the secret pavilion exchanged with Zero Wing. If the secret pavilion is really willing to help Zero Wing, it would have already declared Zero Wing to be its ally rather than let the situation remain uncertain. However, my guess is that the Star Alliance will not act drastically anytime soon due to its fear of the pavilion. We can use this opportunity to snatch some of the high-resource areas the Alliance currently occupies. Gentle Snow expressed her intentions after examining the report. Due to the Open Source Corporation's financing, the Star Alliance had grown significantly stronger over these past few days. They had both gained new members and improved the quality of their members' equipment. It was especially true for the consumables the guild supplied to its members. Ouroboros stood no chance against the Star Alliance. This situation allowed the Star Alliance to occupy many of the high-resource areas in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. This was the perfect opportunity for them to steal those high-resource areas. A group of black-cloaked players had gathered inside a bar in Stone Forest Town. These players were all very high-leveled, with the lowest among them being level 34. On Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list, they could all rank among the top 10. With their presence alone, these people had caused a chill to sweep through the bar, causing the other players around them to shiver in fear. These players shared a commonality: they all were independent players. None of them belonged to any guild. Suddenly, a young man in silver robes entered the bar, instantly breaking the silence. The group of cloaked players stood at attention at this man's arrival, watching him seriously. None of them dared to show any disrespect. Everyone, get ready. Open Source Corporation is already getting antsy. Chapter 719, Mastery Skyrockets. Ruins of the Imperial Capital. On the streets filled with wandering undead, Shifeng controlled the Tier 3 demon to slaughter ghouls. However, the presence of ghouls was quite rare, and after clearing several streets surrounding the palace, Shifeng had only obtained 4 bronze mastery books. His EXP bar, on the other hand, had risen significantly. Currently, he was at 53% of level 37. At most, he would need to grind for another day or so to reach level 38. Just after Shifeng killed the last ghoul within the 200-yard restricted area, golden light escaped from this ghoul's body and flew towards the sky. After the golden light dissipated, a golden beam shot into Shifeng's body. The sound of a system notification suddenly rang by Shifeng's ears. System, you have liberated a bound soul and have received the blessing of the dead. For each ghoul you kill, you will increase your Thunder Beast Empire reputation by 1 point. Killing ghouls increases my reputation with the Empire? Shifeng suddenly understood how he could enter the palace. One could not casually approach a kingdom's or empire's palace. One first needed a certain amount of reputation. Unfortunately, neither a kingdom's nor an empire's reputation was easy to obtain. Generally, one had to complete special quests or obtain the first clear of team dungeons to gain reputation for a kingdom or empire. These Thunder Beast guards were mechanical puppets. They would only carry out the commands they had been given. Hence, if Shifeng had sufficient reputation with the Empire, he could walk into the palace unhindered. Meanwhile, if one wanted to enter a kingdom's palace, they needed to become a count first. As for an empire's palace, one had to become a Marquis. Becoming a Marquis required 5,000 reputation points. Normally, it would be exceedingly difficult to accumulate so much reputation. Now, however, Shifeng only needed to kill ghouls. With this, it would be much easier to rise to the rank of Marquis. No wonder this quest has a time limit of 10 days. It turns out that I need to kill 5,000 ghouls. Shi Feng began to understand the quest's time limit. Ghouls were level 60 special elites. Moreover, there were also many suffering souls getting in the way. Shi Feng would have no choice but to kill the elite monsters while hunting for ghouls. Even a level 60 ordinary expert would have to spend quite a long time killing a level 60 special elite ghoul. Each one could take anywhere from 7 to over a dozen minutes depending on the expert's strength. At that pace, even with 10 days, they would not be able to kill 5,000 ghouls. To Shi Feng, though, this was not a problem. One level 52 tier 3 demon took less time to kill a ghoul than a 20-man team. Fortunately, Shi Feng could control 2 tier 3 demons simultaneously. Following which, Shi Feng began sweeping through the city for ghouls. Previously, as he had to wait for the ghouls in the restricted area to wander out, Shi Feng's range of activity had been limited. Hence, his grinding efficiency had been very low. Now that this restriction was gone, he could move from one end of a street to the other, slaughtering everything without pause. As one ghoul after another fell, Shi Feng's reputation rose. System, you have killed a ghoul. Reputation in Thunder Beast Empire +1. System, you have killed a ghoul. Reputation in Thunder Beast Empire +1. System, you have killed a ghoul. Reputation in Thunder Beast Empire +1. After 3 hours, Shi Feng's reputation had increased to 207 points. He gained reputation far slower than he had expected. Although he killed the special elites very quickly, there were only so many ghouls that appeared on a single street. He had to waste a lot of time moving from one ghoul to another, which significantly reduced his efficiency. At this rate, I will only complete this part of the quest if I grind non-stop for 2 days. The remaining time should be enough to lift the curse on the city and complete the quest. Just as Shi Feng was lost in thought, he heard a warning from the system. This warning was a notification telling him that someone was calling from the real world. Normally, the game would only warn players when communication with the outside world had been severed, and players were unable to accept real-world calls from inside God's domain. Did something happen? Shi Feng didn't think too much about it as he immediately swiped his fingers, calling up the system interface and clicking the Logout button. Previously, he had told Fire Dance and the others that he was working on a quest in a special area and that contact with the outside world was unavailable. Hence, they would not call him unless it was urgent. It was 3 a.m. in the real world. Normal people would not call at this time of night. For Blackie and the others to contact him in the dead of night, the only possibility was that something had happened to Zero Wing. Darkness surrounded Shi Feng as he stepped out of his virtual gaming cabin. The ringing from the quantum watch Shi Feng wore on his wrist echoed throughout the silent bedroom. Taking a look at the watch's display, Shi Feng discovered that it was Blackie. Blackie, what's so urgent? Has something happened in God's domain? Shi Feng asked after answering the call. Brother Feng, the Stoneclaw Mountains. Something has happened, Blackie said in a panic after the call connected. Of the 300 members in the Dark Gods Legion, nearly all of them have been wiped out. Only a dozen or so managed to return to Stone Forest Town. Impossible! Shi Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be the Star Alliance? That shouldn't be possible. Although the Dark Gods Legion only had 300 members, their equipment was first class. Their combat techniques were also top-notch. Furthermore, the Dark Gods Legion had a berserk skill like the power of darkness. Even if the Star Alliance sent out its best fighters, they could never annihilate the Legion. Initially, I wondered the same thing. However, based on what the survivors told us, the people who attacked them did not seem like members of the Star Alliance. They weren't red names either. They were a group of independent players. The instant they appeared, they killed off a few dozen members of the Legion. Even after everyone activated the power of darkness, they couldn't hold their ground against those independent players. Some of the more powerful players even killed Legion members in just a few moves. Before they could even react, they were dead. The news had also shocked Blackie. Hence, he had contacted Shi Feng immediately. Aside from Zero Wing's main force, the Dark God's Legion was the most powerful team in Zero Wing. Even throughout Star Moon Kingdom, the Legion ranked at the very top in terms of combat power. The Legion also had the power of darkness. Yet, they had been massacred. News of this incident had already spread throughout Star Moon Kingdom. If they did not deal with this matter properly, Zero Wing's reputation would plunge to the darkest pits of the abyss. A group of independent experts with top-tier equipment and skills? Could it be the Flower of Seven Sins? Of all of Shi Feng's possible enemies, only the Flower of Seven Sins was capable of such a feat. However, wasn't the organization's target Zero Wing's main force and upper echelon? Hearing Shi Feng suggest that it was the Flower of Seven Sins doing, Blackie was momentarily stunned. Blackie agreed with Shi Feng's deduction. Only, he never imagined that the Flower of Seven Sins would be so powerful. Initially, he had doubted that any power could easily defeat Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion. Even if the Flower of Seven Sins took action, the organization would have to expend a lot of effort to take the Legion down. In the end, however, he had been sorely mistaken. If the Dark God's Legion had already suffered such a fate, Zero Wing's main force was in trouble. "Brother Feng, what should we do?" Blackie asked, panicking. Chapter 720 Marquis. Shi Feng fell silent at Blackie's question. He had never expected the Flower of Seven Sins to take action so quickly. Not only had the organization made its move several days earlier than estimated, but their targets had also not been Zero Wing's main force or upper echelons. The loss of EXP from the Dark God's Legion's annihilation was a small matter. However, it would not be easy to recover the lost equipment. "Blackie, tell Aqua and the others that they are already being targeted immediately and try to stay within city limits as much as possible. Have them focus on improving their techniques in the Divine Colosseum. We'll deal with the Flower of Seven Sins once I return," Shi Feng said after giving it some thought. The best decision right now would be to have Aqua Rose and the others avoid the Executioner's Blade. With so many refinement experts, Aqua Rose and the others would have no chance of victory in their current state. Right, also have Melancholic gather some materials for me. I'll need them once I return. In God's domain, with players' current strength, it was impossible to commit murder in the cities or Stone Forest Town and get away with it. Although the Flower of Seven Sins was powerful, they would throw away their lives and suffer in jail for a time if they killed another player within a city. The Flower of Seven Sins would most likely avoid such a raw deal. If they wanted to deal with the Flower of Seven Sins, their best option was to wait for his return and set up a trap for the organization's assassins. Only then would they have a chance of victory. Anything else would just add bodies to the growing mound of corpses. "I understand." Blackie nodded solemnly. Although he was frustrated, this was all he could do right now. After the call ended, Shi Feng busied himself, refilling the gaming cabin's nutrient solution. He needed to give it his all and complete this epic quest of his as soon as possible. Now that he was halfway through the quest, he could not turn back to seek for help. The penalty for failing an epic quest was no laughing matter. "I'm taking too much time to kill the ghouls. I need to work faster." After Shi Feng logged into the game, he opened the Imperial capital's map and searched for the location with the highest density of monsters. Although the area around the palace is crowded, it's not the most populated area. Generally, the trade area has the most NPCs. After deciding on a destination, Shi Feng activated Wind Rider, leading his 2 Tier 3 demons as he charged towards the Thunder Beast Empire's commercial district. At the same time, something was happening in Star Moon Kingdom. The news about the near annihilation of Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion had already appeared on Star Moon Kingdom's forums, and many players chatted about this latest drama. Aren't there a ton of experts in Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion? How did they get wiped out? I heard they were done in by a group of independent players. I used to think that Zero Wing was very powerful. It seems that they only amount to this much. Indeed. Others keep saying how powerful Zero Wing is and how the guild has so many experts. In the end, a group of independent players slaughtered them. As expected, everything was just a bunch of rumors. As news about Zero Wing's defeat spread, the guild's reputation began to sink. As a result, many players who had intended to join Zero Wing began to hesitate. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, many guilds had begun to move covertly when they heard this news. They were all preparing to deal with Zero Wing. Open Source Corporation is truly formidable. They managed to annihilate Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion so quickly. This should be a major blow to the guild. Galaxy Past could not help but laugh when he received the news. Purple, do you know who did it? The Flower of Seven Sins. Purple Eye said with a serious expression. As an expert who had been nurtured by a super guild, Purple Eye knew quite a bit about the terror of the Flower of Seven Sins. Although she was quite happy that the Flower of Seven Sins targeted Zero Wing, she could not help her fear upon seeing the organization's frightening power. On the off chance that a major power hired the organization to target the Star Alliance, they would not laugh. It's no wonder they wiped out the Dark Gods Legion. It seems that OSC really went all out this time. Galaxy Past similarly shivered when he heard the name of the Flower of Seven Sins, his joy vanishing. Since the Flower of Seven Sins has begun to strike, we won't have anything to worry about. Notify Red Feather and the others. Both inside and outside of the Stoneclaw Mountains, tell them to kill every Zero Wing member they meet. Previously, the Star Alliance had been afraid of an ambush by Zero Wing's top fighters. Hence, the guild had dispatched mostly elite members to the Stoneclaw Mountains, with only a few experts to tag along. Now that they had the support of the Flower of Seven Sins, however, things had changed. In terms of top combatants, the Flower of Seven Sins possessed an overwhelming advantage. Now, rather than fear Zero Wing's experts, their experts could strike. That way, the Flower of Seven Sins could obliterate all of them in one go, burning Zero Wing's prestige to the ground. I'll get it done. Purple Eye left to put the plan into action. As the Star Alliance's experts began to move, Zero Wing, which had dominated the Stoneclaw Mountains, was suddenly at a disadvantage in the regional dungeon, its members having to take precautions. Vice Leader Aqua, many guild members have begun complaining about our inaction. If you keep having us train in the Divine Colosseum and ignore the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains, I'm afraid that morale will start to fall. Vice Leader, why don't you let us deal with those bastards from the Star Alliance? The Dark Gods Legion will put fear into their hearts, and the Alliance won't dare set foot in the Stoneclaw Mountains ever again. Many of Zero Wing's core members were annoyed with the Star Alliance's actions, eager to participate in the battles in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Rejected. I understand your sentiments, and I feel the same, but we will only fall into the Star Alliance's trap by doing so. Guild leader has already ordered us to put everything aside until his return, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. As for the Stoneclaw Mountains, everyone should just go elsewhere to level up for now. Previously, roughly a dozen of the guild members had attacked without authorization in the hopes of teaching the Star Alliance a lesson. In the end, they died before they had even arrived at the transfer gate to the Stoneclaw Mountains. The dozen or so main force members had been defenseless. Moreover, the enemy even had fighters at the time. Launching a counterattack right now would be the equivalent of gifting their equipment to their enemies. For now, they could only give up on the resources in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the Imperial capital. After luring and killing monsters in the trade area for more than a day, Shifeng finally managed to kill 5,000 ghouls, reaching level 38 and becoming a Marquis of the Thunder Beast Empire. However, Shifeng was more excited about the mastery books he had obtained. Although the drop rate in the trade area was much lower, the 5,000 ghouls Shifeng killed had yielded him a total of 31 bronze mastery books. After killing 5,000 ghouls, Shifeng had killed practically every ghoul in the trade area. The ghouls in the Imperial capital were different from the monsters in the outside world. They did not respawn after they died, so there would be one ghoul less with each kill. Hence, no one else would ever grind here for mastery books again. With so many mastery books, I wonder just how many mastery points I'll obtain? Hopefully, my luck won't be too bad. Shi Feng then took out a mastery book from his bag and clicked to use it. Chapter 721, Promotion to Sword King. After Shi Feng clicked Use, the mastery book transformed into a silver light and vanished. A half-transparent prize wheel then appeared before him. A bronze mastery book offered a player anywhere from 5 to 25 free mastery points. A player's luck attribute had no effect whatsoever on this type of prize wheel. The needle of the prize wheel would only stop spinning when the player shouted, "Stop." However, the prize wheel was not divided into equal sections. The higher the number of free mastery points a section provided, the smaller its area was on the wheel. For example, the 5-point section occupied 25% of the wheel. It was easy to land on. Meanwhile, the 25-point section occupied less than 1% of the wheel. As for relying on one's eyesight for a better outcome, it was simply impossible. The naked eye could not keep up with the spinning needle. There was no way to determine when one should stop the needle. After Shi Feng yelled, "Stop," the needle slowed. The needle stopped at the 6-point section. Sure enough, it won't be easy to land on a high-point section. Fortunately, I have 35 mastery books with me. I should gain enough points to become an advanced sword master. Shi Feng could not help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the number he had obtained. He needed 200 mastery points to reach the intermediate sword master standard, and 300 points to reach the advanced sword master standard. Currently, he had 177 mastery points. With the addition of the 6 points he had just obtained, he would have 183 points in total. Even if he got 5 points from every bronze mastery book, he would gain at least 170 mastery points. He wouldn't have any issues gaining the promotion to an advanced swordmaster. His damage with the one-handed sword would increase by 50%. His strength would also rise significantly. Following which, Shi Feng began plowing through the mastery books. Mastery plus 5. Mastery plus 7. Mastery plus 5. Mastery plus 9. Not a single roll he made exceeded 10 points. The bronze mastery books the ghouls had dropped were extraordinarily fraudulent. However, after using 14 bronze mastery books, Shi Feng managed to increase his one-handed sword mastery to 300 points. I still have 20 books left, and I'm just 150 points away from 450 mastery points. Let's try for Sword King. Shi Feng had intended to leave a few mastery books for Fire Dance and the others. However, if he could upgrade his one-handed sword mastery to Basic Sword King, the lethality of his attacks would be no laughing matter. If he went up against a top-tier MT, he would need roughly 7 basic attacks as an advanced sword master to end the battle. If he became a Basic Sword King, he would only need 5 hits. This was not including skills. In other words, if he upgraded his one-handed sword mastery to the Basic Sword King standard, it would be the equivalent of permanently activating a minor berserk skill with an indefinite duration. In PvP battles, this improvement could allow him to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Currently, Shi Feng was only at the Flowing Water realm. The equipment of top-tier experts in God's domain continuously improved. On the other hand, his equipment had long since reached the peak. It would be extremely difficult to improve his equipment for a while. Hence, his advantage of attributes decreased as time went on. In a battle of basic attacks, Shi Feng estimated himself to be only slightly stronger than a Void Realm expert wearing top-tier equipment and at his level. If he wanted to kill a Void Realm expert, it would take him a relatively long time. Against so many experts from the Flower of Seven Sins in a group battle, the longer the Void Realm expert pinned him down, the greater the danger he would be in. However, if he could become a Basic Sword King, killing a Void Realm expert would become much easier. Hence, it was imperative for Shi Feng to become a Basic Sword King. Shi Feng then continued using the Bronze Mastery books. 2 books. 3 books. 1 Bronze Mastery book after another vanished from Shi Feng's hands. Mastery plus 6. Mastery plus 8. Mastery plus 5. Mastery plus 9. 8 more points. Shi Feng looked at the indicator displayed beside his one-handed sword mastery. Picking up the last mastery book, he clicked Use. As the needle began spinning, Shi Feng inhaled deeply before shouting, "Stop!" If he could not obtain 8 points, then he needed to go elsewhere to search for more ghouls. The trade area housed the highest ghoul population. Other places had fewer ghouls. If he wished to obtain another mastery book, he would have to kill at least 100 ghouls. He would have to waste another 2 or 3 hours. Immediately, the needle began to slow, passing through the double-digit sections and the 5-point section. The needle continued through the 6-point section. In the end, the needle gradually came to a halt at the 9-point section. System, you have obtained 9 free mastery points. Without hesitation, Shi Feng placed all 9 points into his one-handed sword mastery, boosting the mastery to 451 points. System, congratulations! Your one-handed sword mastery has reached 451 points. For becoming the first player to upgrade your one-handed sword mastery to the basic Sword King, you will be rewarded with the title of Swordsmanship Master. Shi Feng examined the Swordsmanship Master title. Swordsmanship Master. When using sword-type weapons, attack speed increased by 20%. When attacked by sword-type weapons, evasion plus 20. You may only use one title at a time. Effects will not stack with other titles. Increase attack speed by 20%. Such a powerful title. Shi Feng was shocked. In God's domain, very few weapons and equipment increased a player's attack speed. Every item that did was precious. This was the first time Shi Feng had seen a title capable of increasing a player's attack speed by 20%. In the past, the highest amount he had heard of was 15%. I had been unsure about going up against that Void Realm expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. Now that I have my one-handed sword mastery at the basic Sword King level and the Swordsmanship Master title, I should be able to end the battle quickly. Shi Feng could not suppress his grin as he looked at the Swordsmanship Master title. Shi Feng wished he could return to White River City immediately. However, he was only halfway done with his quest. It's about time I pay the palace a visit. Shi Feng immediately switched his title to Thunder Beast Marquis. He then activated Wind Rider and flew towards the palace. With his rank as a Marquis, none of the Thunder Beast guards on either side of the palace's main gate moved to stop Shi Feng. The Grand Lords simply allowed Shi Feng to enter the palace. However, the guards instantly killed the Tier 3 demon Shi Feng had summoned. It frustrated Shi Feng slightly. As soon as he passed through the palace gates, Shi Feng was greeted by the sight of numerous mechanical guards patrolling the spacious hall. Thunder Beast Patrol, Great Lord. Level 200. HP? Although these Thunder Beast patrols were not as strong as the Thunder Beast guards, they were far more of them. Each squad had 20 Thunder Beast patrols. Against such a force, even a level 200 Tier 4 player would have to tuck tail and run. If I had really tried to barge my way in, this would have been my grave. As Shi Feng watched the Thunder Beast patrols, he recalled the rumors of so many Tier 4 players dying here. These Thunder Beast patrols merely glanced at Shi Feng before continuing with their duties. Shi Feng moved through the palace unhindered. Due to the Thunder Beast patrols, not a single monster was present in the palace. Shi Feng easily reached the palace's heart, the Thunder Beast Courtyard. The map indicated that the Thunder Beast Courtyard was where Thunder Emperor Kaiser lived. Hence, Shi Feng had made his way there. Such intense mana. The density here is almost triple that of the outside world. Before Shi Feng even entered the Thunder Beast Courtyard, he could feel his mind clearing. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the mana reached a certain density. It seems that I was right to come here. Chapter 722, Demigod. A curse that could plague the Imperial capital would require an immense amount of mana to sustain. Hence, places with high mana density had a higher likelihood of holding the curse's source. Shi Feng entered the Thunder Beast Courtyard. At this point, the once splendid courtyard had become a dilapidated ruin. Meanwhile, A five-fold magic array enveloped something in the courtyard center. Shi Feng could faintly see a bottomless pit in the center of the courtyard. This pit released a continuous stream of mana. However, unlike the mana Shi Feng usually saw, this felt violent and cold. Just looking at sent chills down his back. Shi Feng could not imagine what would happen if someone stayed near this mana for too long. If not for the five-fold magic array before him suppressing the mana, Shi Feng did not doubt for a second that this mana would surge and flood the Imperial capital in the blink of an eye. Could Emperor Kaiser have attempted to open the Endless Abyss? Shi Feng suddenly recalled the Endless Abyss when he felt this cold, violent mana. The Endless Abyss had a vile environment, yet its mana density was astounding. With the combination of these two aspects, it birthed many horrifying monsters. There were some monsters that even gods feared. Hence, the gods had sealed the Endless Abyss. These frightening monsters wanted to claim God's domain as their own. Hence, the war between the human race and the Endless Abyss had never ceased. Rumors had it that Emperor Kaiser had reached the pinnacle of Tier 5 and was only a thread away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Shi Feng could empathize with Emperor Kaiser. Although there was only a difference of one tier between Tier 5 and Tier 6, the power gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. One side was doomed to be devoured by the river of time, while the other was free of any bindings. To an emperor, nothing was more tempting than eternal life. Hence, there was nothing surprising about Emperor Kaiser trying to open a path to the Endless Abyss in search of a breakthrough. As Shi Feng approached the bottomless abyss and was about to take a closer look at it, a chilling aura bound him, preventing him from moving. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" A cold voice dripping with power echoed from the bottomless pit. The voice was void of any emotion. "I am an adventurer. A great mage called Carrion Walker sent me here to lift the curse on the Imperial capital, saving the suffering people within the city," Shi Feng said slowly and truthfully, showing no resistance towards the person questioning him. "Carrion Walker?" the voice said with a hint of surprise. "I never imagined that little fellow would escape the capital with his life. He really is impressive. If I had not been swayed by my own feelings and my wish to improve myself, such a terrible disaster would never have occurred. Could you be the Thunder Emperor Kaiser?" Shi Feng could not help his shock when he heard the disembodied words. "Thunder Emperor Kaiser. I wonder how many years it has been since I last heard that name? That's right, I am Kaiser." However, Kaiser sighed and said, "It is unfortunate, but you have wasted your time by coming here. It is impossible to lift the curse on the city. You are simply too weak right now, and you cannot help me seal this abyss." "May I know how to seal it?" Shi Feng probed, refusing to give up. If he gave up on the quest, only death awaited him. To seal this abyss, someone needs to suppress the mana temporarily. That way, I can form a new magic array to close off the Endless Abyss. Although Shi Feng knew that he was not nearly strong enough, he gritted his teeth and asked, "May I know how powerful I need to be to suppress this mana temporarily?" "You must be a demigod," Kaiser said straightforwardly. When Shi Feng heard the word demigod, he was confused. In God's domain, Tier 5 classes were considered saints, whereas Tier 6 classes were considered gods. What was a demigod? This was the first time Shi Feng had heard this term in God's domain. It should be known that even if players at the very peak of Tier 5 or Tier 5 NPCs that could rival Tier 6 gods, nobody had ever been referred to as a demigod. You are too weak, so it is expected that you do not know about demigods. As if he understood Shi Feng's doubts, Kaiser began explaining, "The difficulty of crossing the threshold of Tier 5 and becoming a Tier 6 god is much greater than you imagine. Not only must you undergo a transition in your life orders, but you must also possess the immortal brilliance. A demigod has only reached Tier 6 in their life order but does not possess a brilliant will. Hence, they are limited as demigods." Transition? Brilliant will? Is this the requirement to become a Tier 6 class? This was the first time Shi Feng had heard details about becoming a Tier 6 classes. Although he had played God's domain for over a decade, He had never reached Tier 5. He had no authority to speak on Tier 6. Moreover, all information regarding Tier 6 classes were top secret. A second-rate guild had no access. However, once Shi Feng understood what a demigod was, despair filled his heart. Not only must he be a Tier 5 class, but his life order must also be at Tier 6. There was no such player in God's domain right now. As for the NPCs, one could probably count them on one hand. He could not simply meet with one because he wanted to, not to mention getting their help. Are there no other methods? Shi Feng asked anxiously. After a short pause, Kaiser replied, none. Unless you have the 7 treasures, you will need the strength of a demigod to suppress this mana. However, the 7 treasures have been lost for hundreds of years. Locating them would be far more difficult than finding a demigod. Shi Feng knew of the 7 treasures. In fact, he had a quest to search for them. He even had the golden stigmata to assist him in locating the 7 treasures. However, he had yet to find even one of the 7 treasures. Either the strength of a demigod or a tool that can suppress the mana? Shi Feng racked his mind for any relevant information. When considering NPCs that might be demigods, Shi Feng could think of a few candidates. One of which was Faust, whom he had met in Star River Valley. Faust had once managed to seal a Tier 5 Great Demon King. He had also survived an exchange with a god. He was a mythical character who had lived for over 300 years. Another candidate would be the City Lord of Blackwing City. Even kingdoms and empires feared the City Lord. He was not an ordinary Tier 5 NPC. There was also Hell's Gatekeeper, Christie. That NPC guarded the most dangerous God Mode regional dungeon throughout God's domain. The final boss of the God Mode regional dungeon was a Tier 6 god. One could just imagine how powerful Christie was. The NPC was not a simple Tier 5 class either. However, none of these NPCs were easy to contact. Aside from these human NPCs, Shi Feng had also encountered several monsters with the strength of a demigod. The fallen angel Serena. Fallen angels' life order was very high. They were only inferior to gods. At Tier 5, they should be as powerful as a demigod. Right? How could I forget? Demons are on the same level as fallen angels. Shi Feng suddenly remembered the Bible of Darkness. He possessed the original version of the summoning book. Even though it was only a fragment, it could still summon a Tier 5 Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was much stronger than a Tier 5 human. The only problem was that he wasn't strong enough to summon a Great Demon King. Maybe Kaiser could. Chapter 723, Power of the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness was a treasure created by the Lord of Destruction. It possessed the power to rule over all demons, allowing one to become the Lord of Demons. Since ancient times, abyssal demons were one of the top races in the Endless Abyss and were one of the human race's greatest enemies. Even Tier 6 demons wandered in the Endless Abyss, not to mention Tier 5 demons. Through the power of space-time, the Bible of Darkness could summon a demon from the Endless Abyss. However, the Bible of Darkness had already been destroyed, so it could not exert its true power. Summoning a Tier 5 Great Demon King was its limit. Your Imperial Majesty, may I know if this will be of some help? Shi Feng took out the thick, heavy Bible of Darkness. The dense power of darkness that radiated off the Bible was more than enough to instill fear. NPCs that were not quest-related could not steal items from players. Hence, Shi Feng was not worried about Kaiser snatching the Bible of Darkness. Although NPCs could not steal a player's items, they could use them. However, Shi Feng was not sure if Kaiser could use the Bible of Darkness as he was now. The Bible of Darkness? Kaiser recognized the thick book immediately, shock appearing on his face. I had never expected a little guy like you to have such a treasure. It's unfortunate that the Bible has been destroyed and cannot exert its true power. Otherwise, with this book's original strength, it could seal the passage to the Endless Abyss easily. Shi Feng was stunned. The passage to the Endless Abyss could not be opened and closed as one wished. Otherwise, the Wargod temple would not have tried so hard to search for the 7 treasures to suppress the passage between the 2 worlds. However, listening to Kaiser, the Bible of Darkness actually possessed the power to open and close the passage. In other words, the completed form of the Bible of Darkness was as powerful as the 7 treasures. Although the Bible of Darkness has been damaged, it could be of some help, Kaiser said. In the next moment, the Bible of Darkness flew out of Shifeng's hand and fell into the bottomless pit. "Little guy, back away." At Kaiser's warning, Shifeng did not dare remain where he stood. Immediately, he turned and ran out of the Thunder Beast courtyard. The pressure exuded by a demigod-level existence was no laughing matter. Previously, Kaiser had used his aura to bind and render Shifeng immobile. If a demigod like Kaiser flicked his finger, Shifeng would likely turn to dust. After Shifeng fled the Thunder Beast courtyard, the mana density began to rise rapidly. In the next moment, a massive pair of gates made of bone appeared above the courtyard. Compared to the demon gates that appeared when Shifeng summoned Tier 3 demons, this demon gate was colossal. The demon gate loomed like a mountain, and the pressure it radiated warped the courtyard's atmosphere. This is the demon gate a demigod can summon? Shifeng finally realized how terrifyingly powerful the Bible of Darkness was after seeing the towering demon gate. It was no wonder why so many NPCs in God's domain were so keen to obtain it. The power he could currently exert with the Bible was just the tip of the iceberg. If the wielder could summon an army of demons during battle, who could stand against them? It was uncertain whether a Tier 5 player could even defeat a Tier 5 Great Demon King, not to mention a group of them. Moreover, said player would also have to face the Summoner, who was also a Tier 5 class. This alone allowed the Bible's wielder to defeat Tier 5 classes. If the Bible were complete, even at Tier 5, one could challenge Tier 6 God-ranked players and Tier 6 gods. As the gates slowly opened, a one-horned demon that was over 30 meters tall emerged. The demon's body was pitch black, and it wielded a sword covered in emerald fire. Shifeng felt his breath catch in his throat as the demon's dark eyes swept over him. Shifeng tried to appraise this one-horned demon's statistics. However, all he found was unknown. Since the demon's information was hidden from normal observation, he would have to move closer to use omniscient eyes. Despicable human! You have the gall to summon me, the great demon king Andos? Prepare to die! Andrus bellowed, glaring at the bottomless pit. The fire devouring his massive sword suddenly blossomed into a raging inferno. One swing was all it would take to destroy the Thunder Beast courtyard. So powerful! This is definitely the most powerful Tier 5 monster I have ever seen. Shifeng was shocked as he watched the Great Demon King. Despite standing so far away from the Demon King, its aura left him unable to move. This strength was so close to that of a true god. Of course, it was also possible that Serena, the Tier 5 fallen angel he had encountered before, had not displayed her true strength. Just as the emerald fire was about to descend, countless blue chains suddenly shot out of the bottomless pit, binding Andrus and his emerald fire. Andrus, don't try to resist. I have the Bible of Darkness. Even if you are as strong as I am, under the power of the Bible, you cannot strike against me. The Thunder Emperor threatened the demon in a low growl. Andrus moaned painfully. You demons are born with a higher life order than humans. However, there are also constraints on your power. If you submit now, I can allow you to retain your will. Otherwise, I will turn you into a puppet. Submit. In the end, the great demon king Andrus agreed reluctantly. Demons originated from the Bible of Darkness. They were born without the ability to resist the Bible. Although the Bible had been damaged, it contained enough power to compel a great demon king. Currently, only Tier 6 demon gods had the power to resist the Bible's restrictions. Suppress the mana from the abyss for me, Kaiser ordered, not wasting any time with nonsense. Having no other choice, Andrus controlled his endless emerald fire to seal the bottomless pit. Suddenly, the mana from the abyss was contained. The Thunder Emperor Kaiser then flew out of the pit. Shi Feng could finally see the true Thunder Emperor Kaiser. The emperor wore a suit of golden armor with a set of white robes. Electric arcs were faintly visible as they surrounded Kaiser. 2 sacred swords hung from the emperor's waist, one red and one blue. His smooth golden hair and young face left one speechless. Female players would consider this man to be a god of male beauty. Kaiser, Thunder Emperor, Human, Sword Saint. Level? HP? / After Kaiser emerged from the pit, he unsheathed his 2 sacred swords. As the blades left their scabbards, the surrounding space froze. It was as if the connections between the space around the swords and the outside world had been severed. What are those weapons? They can freeze the world around them. Shi Feng's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw those sacred swords. Could one of them be one of the 5 fragments I am looking for? Just as Shi Feng fantasized about the weapons, Kaiser used the twin swords to draw divine runes in the air before him. Divine runes of the highest quality formed, line after line. A short moment later, the Emperor had drawn over 100 lines of runes. The spell Kaiser was casting was far more complex than any Tier 5 spell Shi Feng had seen before. Seal. God-banishing domain. With a shout, Kaiser brandished his 2 swords. A golden, 6-fold magic array appeared above the palace. This magic array wrapped around the palace, sucking in the mana of the abyss like a hungry beast. This was the first time in his life Shi Feng had seen anything so magnificent. Chapter 724, Sacred Sword Killing Ray. The God-banishing domain very quickly spread beyond the palace. As mist began to gather above the Thunder Beast courtyard, the foggy Imperial capital gradually clearing. After a dozen or so minutes, the mist covering the Thunder Beast Imperial capital had disappeared. As the fog faded, the power of the curse that plagued the Imperial capital began to weaken. The ghouls and suffering souls wandering about the streets had started to die. Meanwhile, the humans who had been petrified for hundreds of years now recovered from their stone-like state. System, Epic Quest, Empires Past completed. Quest reward, 50 million EXP. To ordinary players, 50 million EXP might be a lot, but to Shi Feng, who needed double the EXP to level up, he needed several hundreds of millions of EXP to reach the next level. Hence, the effect 50 million EXP had was limited. I've finally finished this quest. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he heard the system notification. All he had left was collecting his reward from Carrion Walker. Epic quests not only offered bountiful rewards, but they also had severe penalties for failing. Although Shi Feng did not know how the petrification curse would affect him, in the event that he failed the epic quest, there was no escaping the loss of some levels and attributes. After Kaiser finished sealing the passage to the Endless Abyss, he sent the great demon King Andrus back as well. Meanwhile, Kaiser stood quietly alone beside the bottomless pit. Adventurer, here is your Bible of Darkness. In the blink of an eye, Kaiser appeared before Shi Feng and passed the Bible of Darkness back to him carefully. Thank you for helping me. Without your help, the curse would still have its grip on the capital's citizens. I don't have much to give you as thanks, so here, I will give you this sword that I had used during my younger days. Saying so, Kaiser took out an immaculate long sword and handed it to Shi Feng. Initially, Shi Feng had dreamed of receiving one of the sacred swords that hung from Kaiser's waist. This was the first time Shi Feng had ever seen a weapon that could freeze the space around it. However, the long sword the Thunder Emperor offered him was also extraordinary. The hilt was snow-white, while the blade was an emerald green. Divine, golden runes were etched on the emerald blade. Overall, the sword looked as if it were made of clear gemstone. One could also see blue arcs of electricity appear around the sword. When Shi Feng placed his hand around the hilt, a cold sensation seeped into him from the sword. Suddenly, he felt his mind clear. When he moved the sword, he could feel space flow away from the blade. With a gentle swing, the emerald longsword transformed into a streak of lightning, moving instantly from one side to the other. Isn't this sword a little too impressive? Shi Feng stared at the emerald longsword in disbelief. He could feel a higher compatibility rate with this sword than what he had with the abyssal blade. His speed with the sword, however, was what shocked him the most. Even when he achieved maximum speed with the abyssal blade, the magic weapon was still significantly slower than this sword. It was as if this sword could enhance his speed. I happened to come across this sacred sword while exploring an ancient ruin. The sword's name is Killing Ray. I ask that you cherish it, Kaiser said. The Thunder Emperor could not help but reminisce about his youth when he looked at the emerald longsword. His Thunder Emperor title was largely due to this sacred sword, Killing Ray. When Shi Feng heard of the sword's name, he immediately grew ecstatic. Killing Ray was one of the 36 famed swords in God's domain, and it was one of the fragments of Solomon's sword that he was searching for. Killing Ray was different from the abyssal blade. The abyssal blade was a magic weapon, but Killing Ray was not. No matter how often he used it, he would never have to fear a curse or backlash. Immediately, Shi Feng called up the attribute panel for the sacred sword, Killing Ray. Killing Ray, one-handed sword, sacred sword, epic rank. Level 30, level 120. Equipment requirement, strength 700. Attributes adjust to user's level. Attack power plus 760, level 30. Strength plus 70, agility plus 64, endurance plus 55. Strength increased by 10%. Agility increased by 10%. Attack speed plus 20. Attack speed increased by 10%. Ignore 20% of the target's defense. All sword skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 20. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger lightning, setting the initial attack speed as 50% of total attack speed and increasing damage by 240%. Additional skill 1 dash. Summon lightning. Summons lightning to deal 400% lightning damage to enemies within a range of 15 yards and inflict the numb effect for 5 seconds. Afterward, attack range increased by 20 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. This sacred sword had been forged by the godsmith Arnold using a fragment from a mysterious sword. Killing Ray is one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, ranking 20th. It was once used by the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. This weapon allows the user to move with the speed of lightning. When fighting darkness-type creatures, damage increases by 100%. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. Such powerful attributes. Shi Feng was stunned speechless as he examined Killing Ray's attributes. No wonder it ranks 20th among the 36 famed swords. Sure enough, it is even stronger than the abyssal blade. Regarding attack power or basic attributes, Killing Ray was much stronger than the epic weapon Petrified Thorn he had previously obtained. However, the sacred sword's attributes were not its most amazing aspect, nor was it the fact that it could not be destroyed and thus did not possess a durability limit or require repairs, nor the 100% damage increase towards darkness-type creatures. To players who loved to PvP, its speed was the Killing Ray's most impressive feature. The passive skill Lightning allowed one's initial attack speed to start at 50% rather than 0. This meant that while attacking, players would not take as long to accelerate to a maximum speed. A player's sword draw would be much faster than normal. Following which, Shi Feng immediately traded the Purgatory Shadow for Killing Ray. To Shi Feng, the requirement of 700 strength was nothing considerable. He had fully inlaid Tier 3 strength-type gemstones into his equipment. His strength attribute had long since exceeded the 700-point threshold. Instantly, Shi Feng's overall attributes increased by a sizable chunk. Shi Feng was currently level 38. Hence, the level of Killing Ray adjusted to match his level. The level 30 Killing Ray had offered 760 attack power. Now, that jumped to 1002. This allowed Shifeng's basic attack power to rise by several hundred points. Before equipping Killing Ray, with Shifeng's one-handed sword mastery at the basic Sword King standard, he would have needed 5 normal attacks to defeat an MT of the same level. Now, he would only need 4 hits. If he triggered consecutive critical hits, he could end the battle in 2 hits. So much strength. Shifeng could not suppress his shock after wrapping his hand around Killing Ray's hilt. With this strength, he was even more peerless. With the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, in one hand, and the sacred sword, Killing Ray, in the other, Shifeng felt like he could even rival a strength-type chieftain of the same level. He also had a passive skill like lightning. Even against a Void Realm expert, unless said expert was also astonishingly fast, Shifeng was confident of ending the battle in just a few moves. Chapter 725, Intermediate Magic Array. After completing the epic quest and obtaining the sacred sword, Killing Ray, Shifeng returned through the transfer passage to the Dragon's Maw's lowest underground floor. After leaving the special map, Shifeng used the activatable skill of the Aura of Space movement, to appear before Carrion Walker. Upon returning to Carrion Walker and the other NPCs, Shifeng noticed that these NPCs had grown significantly older. Although the petrification had allowed them to live for hundreds of years, once the curse lifted, time had begun to erode their bodies, causing them to age rapidly. At the end of the day, they were mortals, not gods. They could never break free from the shackles of time. If Shifeng had not hurried back so quickly, Carrion Walker and the others would have passed away. Young adventurer, thank you. I can already feel the curse in my body vanishing. With this, we can leave this world without regret. Carrion Walker looked at Shifeng and bowed deeply. He then took out a golden book and passed it on to Shifeng, saying, "This is our Thunder Beast Empire's prided magic array, the 9-star polar domain. Hopefully it will be of help to you someday." Shifeng accepted the immensely heavy magic array illustration, excitement appearing on his face. Magic array illustrations were extremely rare in God's domain. The various kingdoms and empires were extremely secretive about magic arrays, each conducting their own research in the field. Naturally, any results were kept secret. Normally, when ordinary people used magic arrays, they relied on magic scrolls. The same was true for players. Meanwhile, these magic scrolls that were created from magic array illustrations. There were various types of magic arrays such as enhancement, suppression, and binding. Regardless of the type of magic array, they were all exceedingly rare. Normally, players could only obtain magic array scrolls through quests or treasure chests. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains had introduced players to the barrier crystal balls, they were not very convenient. They took a long time to activate. Moreover, the barrier crystal balls were not nearly as strong as the magic scrolls. Their capabilities were also limited. They were unlike magic scrolls, which could be activated swiftly with little to no restriction. Hence, magic array illustrations were rare and precious. If players wanted to research their own magic arrays, they would require a massive amount of time, energy, and resources. It was already exceedingly difficult for an ordinary large guild to obtain a magic array illustration, not to mention researching one from scratch. Now that he had obtained a magic array illustration, how could Shifeng contain his excitement? With the magic array illustration, Zero Wing could produce magic array scrolls without limit at the cost of a few materials. Shifeng could not help but click on the magic array illustration in his hand, eager to see what kind of magic array he had obtained. Why is it an intermediate magic array? Shifeng was shocked when he saw its statistics. Magic arrays were also organized into several ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, craftsman. Currently, the majority of the magic arrays players encountered were basic magic arrays. However, even basic magic arrays could be immensely helpful in various ways, such as suppressing monsters that were of Grand Lord rank or below. Magic arrays above basic rank were extremely rare. This was because intermediate magic arrays were capable of suppressing monsters of mythic rank and below. The final bosses of the current 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons were merely Grand Lords. With an intermediate magic array, players could easily suppress such a boss, reducing the dungeon's difficulty tremendously. However, what excited Shifeng the most was that the intermediate magic array Carrion Walker had given him was a top-tier suppression-type magic array. 9-star Polar Domain, Intermediate Magic Array. Suppress all enemies within an area of 100 by 100 yards. Requires 9 people to cast. Only usable by magical classes. Required materials: 3 magic crystals, 1 intermediate scroll, 9 starlight stones, and 1 bottle of elemental water. Such a wide area magic array requires only 9 magic classes to cast. Moreover, there aren't any specific classes required. It's no wonder why Carrion Walker said that it is the Thunder Beast Empire's prided magic array. After Shifeng carefully looked through the illustration, he finally understood just how beautiful of a reward this quest had given him. The mastery books and killing ray he had obtained were already impressive. Yet, this 9-star Polar Domain was far more astonishing. It was more valuable than an epic item. It was common knowledge that a limited number of players could enter a dungeon at a single time. If a team used a magic array to suppress a boss, the players maintaining the array would not be able to attack or defend. The more people a magic array required, the greater the effect it would have on the team's combat power. Hence, the fewer people required, the better. Generally, magic arrays that could suppress bosses required more than 10 people to maintain. For example, the demon suppressing barrier Blue Frost and the others had used against the Great Lord Noya required 12 people. Even so, it was considered a very powerful magic array. Yet, the 9-star Polar Domain only required 9 people. Moreover, the 9-star Polar Domain's class requirement was not too specific, requiring only 9 magical classes to cast. On the other hand, the demon suppressing array specifically required 12 elementalists. The difference between these two requirements might seem small, but for those who had researched magic arrays before, they would know that the more advanced a magic array was, the more people it would require to maintain and the more specific it would be with its class requirement. It was extremely difficult to reduce the requirement by even 1 person, not to mention reducing the restriction on classes. That was twice as difficult. Only after the Thunder Beast Empire had gathered all of its talents had it managed to construct such a streamlined and practical intermediate magic array. It would most likely be impossible for any other empire to produce such a magic array. Looking at this magic array now, Shifeng could not help but think of the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Without any help, the Emperor had created a 6-fold magic array. This showed that Kaiser's magic array research had reached a profound realm. At the very least, he should be a Grandmaster. In God's domain, he was as rare as a phoenix's feather. I had thought of using the barrier crystal balls to set a trap, but with this 9-star Polar Domain, they'll have no chance of escaping. Shifeng smiled at the illustration in his hands. Although the 9-star Polar Domain was an intermediate magic array, the materials required to produce it were not especially rare. For starters, Zero Wing had no lack of magic crystals. Meanwhile, starlight stones were stones containing star power. Although they were somewhat rare, there were many places where one could harvest them. The rarest material required to make the 9-star Polar Domain was the elemental water. Elemental water could automatically absorb large amounts of mana. When used to produce magic scrolls, it could reduce the mana that the magic array required. It was very valuable. Aside from being used to produce magic scrolls, elemental water was also used in alchemy and forging. It was an item with a wide variety of uses. However, even in large-scale team dungeons, the drop rate for elemental water was very low. The various large guilds treated elemental water like a strategic item and would not sell any unless necessary. Of course, if Shifeng were willing to spend a little more money, he could obtain a significant amount. After Feng stored the 9-star Polar Domain Magic Array illustration, he bid Carrion Walker and the others farewell and used a return scroll to teleport back to White River City. Chapter 726, Guild War. Ever since Stone Forest Town had fallen under Zero Wing's control, the town developed faster by the day. Due to the Stoneclaw Mountains, Stone Forest Town had already become a haunt for elite players. Various facilities constantly emerged within the town undergoing endless changes and improvements. At this point, the town had 6 smithies. There were over 20 hotels. Even though more players had gathered than before, there were no longer the long queues there had been when the town had first fallen into Zero Wing's clutches. They no longer needed to wait several hours to repair equipment. However, ever since Zero Wing had given up on developing the Stoneclaw Mountains itself and shifted its focus towards conquering team dungeons and leveling up elsewhere, Stone Forest Town's atmosphere had grown extraordinarily intense. It felt as if a war would break out between the guilds at any time. Although Zero Wing had given up on developing the Stoneclaw Mountains, the number of guilds replenishing their supplies in Stone Forest Town had never diminished. On the contrary, more guilds arrived each day. This allowed Zero Wing's income of magic crystals to remain steady. The various large guilds were extremely envious, and they all hungered to replace Zero Wing as Stone Forest Town's manager. Inside the Secret Pavilion's guild residence. Uncle Yuan, you called us here so suddenly. Did something major happen? A young man asked. This youth wore silver scale armor and carried a heavy greatsword on his back. His expression was indifferent, and he wore his red hair in a spiky style. The youth radiated a suffocating bloodthirst that prevented anyone from approaching him casually. Moreover, this youth's level was very high. He was a level 34 berserker. He could rank at the very top of Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Aside from this youth, there were also quite a few young men and women waiting in the guild hall. These men and women also had very high levels, with the lowest among them being level 33. The weakest piece of equipment they wore was level 30 fine gold rank. Even in first-rate guilds, such high-leveled and well-equipped individuals were extremely rare. However, almost 100 of such players stood in the Secret Pavilion's guild hall. Of course, something good has happened. Cold Autumn, don't tell me you've forgotten why the guild leader told you to come here? Yuan Tiexin, who had already reached level 35 and currently wore a set of long, black robes, said, chuckling. Every major power would nurture their own experts. Meanwhile, Cold Autumn was the most outstanding individual among the new generation of the Secret Pavilion. He was also a genius, recognized by many of the guild's elders and founding members. Has the Flower of Seven Sins finally started to take action? Cold Autumn asked excitedly. To let them, the guild's new generation, learn the strength of the Flower of Seven Sins, their guild leader had sent them on a trip to Stone Forest Town. This would show them of the difference between their power and the organizations. At the very least, they would not remain ignorant like frogs at the bottom of a well. Although the Secret Pavilion was a powerful force in the virtual gaming world, compared to the incomparably mysterious Flower of Seven Sins, the pavilion was almost nothing. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that struck fear even in the hearts of super guilds. However, I've heard that after sustaining several attacks from the Flower of Seven Sins, Zero Wing's members have become more cautious and have kept a low profile. Both the guild's main force and the Dark God's Legion either held themselves up in the Divine Colosseum or went out to complete quests after disguising themselves. They have stopped forming teams to level up in the fields. Even the Flower of Seven Sins could not find an opportunity to attack. How could the organization have found a chance to make a move now? Could they be planning to trade their lives, ignoring their safety to kill their targets? Cold Autumn asked, wondering aloud. They had seen a few battles between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. However, Zero Wing's members had been defenseless. Before the organization's assassins could exert their full strength, the players from Zero Wing had died. However, Cold Autumn had to admit that there were some powerful experts among Zero Wing. In the last secret battle between the two organizations, Zero Wing had 10 members on their side. On the other hand, the Flower of Seven Sins had sent a party of 6 to ambush Zero Wing. During that battle, the assassin named Fire Dance had performed magnificently. She had fought the assassin's party leader to a standstill. In the end, she had activated a berserk skill, killing one of the assassins and escaping with her life. However, at the end of that battle, Zero Wing had suffered 9 deaths, while one from the Flower of Seven Sins had died. Even so, this had been an amazing outcome as, during the previous exchanges between the two, Zero Wing had always suffered complete while the Flower of Seven Sins came out unharmed. These battles were not due to Zero Wing having weak members. Rather, it was because the Flower of Seven Sins was simply too strong. Cold Autumn had pondered his capabilities in such a situation. At best, he was confident in fighting toe-to-toe with an ordinary member from the Flower of Seven Sins. If neither side had the class advantage, his chances of emerging victorious would be roughly 50%. As for facing a party leader, the difference in strength was too vast. He would not even have the chance to survive or flee. This time, the Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched less than 50 members. Meanwhile, those capable of becoming a party leader in the organization would be, at least, a Flowing Water Realm expert. Cold Autumn himself was merely a half-step Refinement Realm expert. Without much of a difference in terms of basic attributes, he had 0 chances of winning against a Flowing Water Realm expert. Not to mention, his equipment was inferior to the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Not only could their equipment rank at the very top of God's domain, but the party leaders had also learned many rare skills. Every one of them possessed powerful berserk skills and were all inhumanely strong. Hence, Cold Autumn admired Fire Dance. The fact that Fire Dance could contend with a party leader and had even killed a party member before escaping showed that she was far stronger than he was. However, part of the reason that Fire Dance could achieve this feat was due to her attributes surpassing the Flower of Seven Sins party leader. She even had a berserk skill with a lengthy duration of 10 minutes. Without these advantages, she, too, would have shared the same fate as her team members. It's not the Flower of Seven Sins. It is the Star Alliance, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. Hasn't the Star Alliance been focusing on developing the Stoneclaw Mountains? Why would they suddenly want to conquer Stone Forest Town? Cold Autumn did not believe that any power in God's domain was capable of occupying Stone Forest Town. Against current players, level 150 NPC guards only needed 1 hit to finish the fight. Plenty of high-tiered NPC guards also protected the town. You'll understand once you see the official forums, Yuan Tiexin said. Cold Autumn immediately opened Star Moon Kingdom's forums. Sure enough, at the very top of the front page, massive letters attracted attention to a specific post. Moreover, the post had been created by none other than the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past. The Star Alliance officially issues a challenge to Zero Wing. We will wait in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Do you dare accept? If Zero Wing does not have the courage to accept this challenge, you can hide in Stone Forest Town for the rest of your lives. Although the post had just been issued, the Star Alliance's many members had constantly upvoted it. They had also disparaged Zero Wing in the comments. Isn't Zero Wing supposed to be impressive? Do you guys dare accept our challenge? Black Flame, aren't you Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert? If you're strong enough, stop hiding and fight me. Let's show the world how I beat you up into a pulp. Sure enough, Zero Wing's members are all cowards. The only thing they know how to do is to hide in the safe zone. So, this is the case. Cold Autumn immediately understood what was going on. It seems that the Star Alliance is not doing too well right now, either. Without the supplies that Stone Forest Town offers, even with funding, the Star Alliance's development in the Stoneclaw Mountains has lagged behind the other guilds. Naturally, the guild cannot allow this to continue. Now that the Flower of Seven Sins is dealing with Zero Wing's experts, It is the perfect chance for the Alliance to deal a massive blow to the guild. If the Alliance succeeds, once Stone Forest Town's protection period has ended, it will be a lot easier for the Alliance to take over, Yuan Tiexin explained. Hence, I have called you all here to prepare. I understand. I'll have everyone get ready. Hopefully, Zero Wing won't try to dodge this battle. Cold Autumn felt that Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, was not so foolish as to get taken in by such a pitiful provocation. However, it was a different matter when it came to the guild. If Zero Wing wanted to retain its reputation, it would have no choice but to accept the Star Alliance's challenge. Chapter 727, War. White River City, Zero Wing's guild residence. Due to the Star Alliance's sudden provocation, Zero Wing was in disarray. Previously, the guild's lack of response towards the Dark God's Legion's annihilation had caused many members within the guild to feel dejected. If not for Aqua Rose holding everyone back, many members would have rushed to the Stoneclaw Mountains to seek revenge. Now that the Star Alliance had launched such a challenge as well, how could they contain their anger? As it was difficult to locate a small number of independent players, they could have ignored the previous assault. However, it was a different story with the Star Alliance. Their enemy had even prepared a battlefield. Even if the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild and had set up a trap, they needed to show everyone that Zero Wing was not a guild to provoke. At worst, they just have to die once. Vice Leader Aqua, everyone in the guild is ready to fight. If you give the word, we'll leave immediately and annihilate the Star Alliance. Many core members stepped forward and declared. Zero Wing was no longer the weak upstart guild it had been before. Now, it was White River City's overlord. The guild already had over 100,000 members. They even had close to 20,000 elite members. Although the others were not elites, they were not far from it either. They could definitely put up a fight against the Star Alliance. You guys are taking this situation too lightly. Since the Star Alliance has dared to provoke us openly, they are confident in defeating us. Moreover, the Star Alliance is not our only enemy, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. After seeing that forum post, it would be a lie if she said she wasn't enraged. If she were an ordinary guild member, she would have torn apart the Star Alliance's members on the battlefield by now. However, she was not an ordinary member of the guild, so she could not do so. She had to consider the guild as a whole. As long as it was not one of the guild's important figures, even if they died tens of times, it would not impact the guild. However, if every elite member died even once, the guild would be wounded. If that happened, the best-case scenario would be the guild's development slowing down and losing its previous advantages. In a more severe case, the guild's development would stagnate, and from then on, the guild would no longer be able to contest for supremacy over God's domain. All of their time and efforts would be for naught. Such a situation had occurred many times throughout the virtual gaming world's history. The guilds involved had long since been forgotten. Hence, a guild had to be extremely cautious with each step it advanced. Passion was not enough for a guild to become an overlord in God's domain. Otherwise, there would not be so few first-rate guilds. Yet, if Zero Wing, the overlord of White River City, did not respond to the Star Alliance's provocation properly, then any prestige the guild had gained would vanish like smoke. Who would join such a guild in the future? The Star Alliance has stooped low this time. They are actually using such a despicable tactic, Fire Dance said, frowning. However, if we accept their challenge, the Flower of Seven Sins will assist them from the sidelines, targeting our guild's experts. The other guilds might even try to take advantage of the situation and strike as well. The Star Alliance will devour us. Fire, you fought a party leader from the Flower of Seven Sins before. Do our main force and the Dark God's Legion really stand no chance against them? Aqua Rose asked as she gave Fire Dance a concerned look. The Flower of Seven Sins have equipment that is in no way inferior to our main forces. Only those of us wearing Tier 1 set equipment are slightly stronger than them. However, they are experts who have the experience of many years of trials and tribulations. Even the organization's most ordinary member is only slightly weaker than I am in terms of combat techniques. The majority of their members are a lot stronger than me. If not for my weapons and equipment as well as magic scrolls and the power of darkness, I wouldn't have lasted against that party leader for long. When I faced that party leader, his defense was impeccable. He was able to see through all of my attacks easily and prepare. It felt as if I were fighting our guild leader. Hearing Fire Dance's experience, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their previous passion vanishing completely. Everyone finally understood just how frightening the Flower of Seven Sins was. Fire Dance's combat techniques ranked third within Zero Wing, and only Shifeng could win against her with absolute certainty. Yet, just an ordinary member from the Flower of Seven Sins possessed combat techniques that were nearly equal to Fire Dance's. Meanwhile, there were as many as 50 assassins. Fighting them would be like facing 50 Fire Dances. Moreover, among these 50 people, there were monsters that could rival Black Flame. Obtaining victory would be impossible. A monster like Black Flame could play an unimaginably massive role in a war against tens of thousands of players. Meanwhile, they had to take down at least 6 such monsters. In truth, when Black Flame had seen the list of assassins, even he had been surprised. Vice Leader Aqua, what are we supposed to do? Blackie had begun to panic a little. Neither fighting nor hiding is an option. I can't make that decision. Let's contact our guild leader first. In truth, Aqua Rose had an idea: send a portion of the guild's members into battle while leaving behind the guild's core strength. That way, even if they suffered defeat at the Star Alliance's hands, they would retain the guild's core combat power. They would still be able to contend for supremacy over God's domain. However, only Black Flame could make that final decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. When Aqua Rose mentioned their guild leader, a sense of reverence and confidence blossomed in everyone's hearts. So long as their guild leader gave the command, even if they had to fight to the very last man and repeatedly die until they were level 0, they would do so willingly. At most, they would just start all over again with their guild leader. Suddenly, the conference hall doors swung open. A familiar figure appeared before Aqua Rose and the others. Guild leader, you're back. Immediately, everyone in the conference hall stood up. Sit. I already know what's going on. Shifeng could not help his happy smile when he saw everyone in the room. They had all done very well by holding themselves back, giving the Flower of Seven Sins little to no chance to attack. Now, it was time for their guild leader to take the stage. Blackie, what's the status on my previous request? Shifeng asked. We bought everything we could get our hands on. Melancholic has even gone to other kingdoms and empires to purchase them. We should have enough for our needs, Blackie said confidently. Good. Collect these materials for me. Don't worry about the price. As long as it doesn't exceed twice the original price, buy everything, Shifeng said, nodding. He then handed a list of materials required to manufacture the 9-star polar domain to Blackie. Turning to look at Aqua Rose, he said, since the Star Alliance wants a war, then war is what we'll give them. Aqua, pick 10,000 elite members from the guild and have them prepare to head to the Stoneclaw Mountains. All members of the main force and the Dark God's Legion should also head out and replenish their supplies. Everyone, let's destroy the Star Alliance. When Shifeng finished speaking, his guild members were dumbfounded. None of them had imagined that Shifeng would be so decisive. In the blink of an eye, however, pride rose in everyone's hearts. Their guild leader was way too cool. Today, even if they suffered total annihilation, they would show that Zero Wing was not easily bullied. Chapter 728, The Popular Stoneclaw Mountains. After Shifeng finished delegating tasks, he headed to one of the special forging rooms in the candlelight trading firm. The Star Alliance had gone all out this time. Naturally, the guild would dispatch a large number of its elite members. Based on the information Aqua Rose had obtained, the Star Alliance had dispatched more than 80,000 elite members. The Alliance had sent more than 4 times what Zero Wing possessed. Moreover, that was not the end of it. Aside from the Star Alliance, the other large guilds had secretly dispatched a large number of players to help the Star Alliance. Over 120,000 elites had gathered. In a head-on clash, Zero Wing had 0 chances of victory. The Star Alliance also had the help of the Flower of Seven Sins experts. As long as the Flower of Seven Sins pinned down or killed Zero Wing's experts, they would have no hope of escaping the slaughter. Although Gentle Snow had said she would help, even if they included the power of Ouroboros, they still far from enough to secure a victory. Guild leader, here are all the materials that you requested, Melancholic Smile said as she entered the forging room. She proceeded to stack materials on the stone table. Melancholic Smile understood the Star Alliance's strength. Zero Wing had no chance against this opponent. Yet, during such a crucial period, Shi Feng shut himself away in this forging room, producing items. She was confused. Time passed little by little. The Star Moon Kingdom had gone into an uproar. The Star Alliance, a first-rate guild, was going to face off against Zero Wing in the Stoneclaw Mountains. How could anyone not be excited? Everyone was eager to see who would emerge victorious. On one side, the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild with a powerful background and countless members. Meanwhile, although Zero Wing did not have as many members, it had an army of experts. The guild even had a monstrous character like Black Flame. In the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. Ever since the Star Alliance had declared war on Zero Wing, a large area in the outer region had been cleared out to act as the upcoming battle's battlefield. The Star Alliance quietly waited for Zero Wing to arrive. Guild Leader Galaxy, as we predicted, Zero Wing has begun to gather their members. It seems they plan to fight to the bitter end, Twilight Echo's Guild Leader, Glorious Echo, said, laughing. Guild Leader Echo, rest assured, we won't disappoint Miss Willow. As long as Zero Wing shows their faces, we will show them complete and utter annihilation. As for Zero Wing's experts, however, I will leave them for you, Galaxy Pass said, similarly laughing. You can rest assured. The Flower of Seven Sins' reputation is not undeserved. As long as they make a move, even Zero Wing's Black Flame will surrender his life, Glorious Echo said, patting his chest confidently. Previously, Glorious Echo had only heard about the Flower of Seven Sins. This time, he had witnessed the organization's power personally. No first-rate guild stood a chance against that power. Glorious Echo had rewatched the battle video of the Flower of Seven Sins facing the Dark God's Legion more than half a dozen times so far. In terms of equipment, the Dark God's Legion could rank at the top of God's domain. Even Twilight Echo's strongest legion could not compare to the Dark God's Legion. However, what had shocked Glorious Echo the most was the Legion's Berserk skill. All 300 members of the Legion possessed a Berserk skill. After activating their Berserk skill, even the weakest member possessed the strength to overwhelm a 5th-floor expert with top-tier equipment. Neither Twilight Echo nor the Star Alliance possessed more than 100 experts who had broken past the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Even a veteran guild like Twilight Echo only had around a dozen more of such experts than the Star Alliance. Meanwhile, these experts were considered the highest combat power first-rate guilds like theirs possessed. As for second-rate guilds, even having 30 of these experts would be impressive. Yet, the Dark God's Legion had 300. After watching the Dark God's Legion, Glorious Echo finally realized why Black Flame had been so confident and had been able to look down at Twilight Echo, going so far as to pick a fight with Open Source Corporation. Even so, the Flower of Seven Sins 50 players had wiped out the Dark God's Legion's 300. Despite the numerical advantage, the Dark God's Legion had been nearly annihilated, while the Flower of Seven Sins had not suffered even a single death. The difference was massive. I'll have to thank you for that then, Galaxy Past laughed. In truth, even without the Flower of Seven Sins, Galaxy Past was confident in defeating Zero Wing. The Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile had secretly joined forces, and Overwhelming Smile had sent a large group of experts to support the Star Alliance. Among the experts, there were a few that could even threaten Galaxy Past. The captain of these experts, War Wolf, was even someone that Galaxy Past wisely feared. Aside from Overwhelming Smile, the Star Alliance had also formed a secret agreement with the other large guilds, and these large guilds had sent plenty of experts to support the alliance as well. Based on Zero Wing's latest statistics, the guild had over 200 members who had pushed past the Trial Tower's 4th floor. There was not a single guild within Starmoon Kingdom capable of coming close to this number. However, after including the experts that other guilds had sent, Galaxy Past counted more than 1,000 5th-floor experts on their side. Purely in terms of numbers, they had already exceeded Zero Wing by at least 5 times. Zero Wing had no chance of winning this war. Yet, unless they no longer cared for their reputation, Zero Wing could not back down. Otherwise, Zero Wing would become a laughing stock. They would lose any prestige they had earned. Moreover, Zero Wing would not be as lucky as it had been during the war for Stone Forest Town. Galaxy Past had chosen the Stoneclaw Mountains for the battle precisely because he was afraid that Zero Wing would somehow come up with another powerful monster. However, there was no monster in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region that the Star Alliance could not handle. In one of the Stoneclaw Mountains' stone pillar forests, the members of Overwhelming Smile cleared out the monsters. Standing at the lead was a level 34 shield warrior who wielded a massive, deep blue shield. This shield warrior currently took on 2 half-orc lords. Yet, despite receiving attacks from the 2 lords simultaneously, this shield warrior remained steady like an iron wall. No matter how hard the 2 half-orc lords struggled, they could not break past this warrior's shield. Boss Wolf, Zero Wing is really finished this time. Not only must it face the Star Alliance, but they also have to face us. As long as we crush Zero Wing, White River City will belong to Overwhelming Smile. Soaring Snake, who bombarded a half-orc lord, could not help his excitement about their army's strength. Overwhelming Smile and the Star Alliance are just working to get what each of us wants. Moreover, Zero Wing is not our main objective. Instead, we need to hinder Ouroboros. You are not allowed to get revenge on Zero Wing on impulse, the pale-faced werewolf said. Glancing at Soaring Snake, he continued, Moreover, it is too early to determine the outcome of this battle. Don't forget how Dark Star perished under Black Flame's hands. It is better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Boss Wolf, Big Sis Yulon has already reminded me. Why would I dare act impulsively and ignore the bigger picture? Soaring Snake said, laughing. While the various large guilds prepared for war, Shi Feng had finished crafting the items in the candlelight trading firm's special forging room. Aqua, have the main force and the Dark Gods Legion gather at the residence in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 729, Rules of War. Stone Forest Town. Under Shi Feng's command, Zero Wing's main force and the Dark Gods Legion quickly gathered in Stone Forest Town's guild residence. I heard that the Star Alliance has gathered a lot of experts. I will finally have the chance to stretch my muscles, a berserker, Shadow Sword, said as he caressed his Tier 1 weapon, Tempest Breath, his fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Standing beside Shadow Sword, Kola, Yiwumian, Rampant Blade, Flying Shadow, Minor Wind, Turtle Dove, and the other members of Zero Wing's main force nodded in agreement. Ever since the Flower of Seven Sins had targeted Zero Wing's main force, Shi Feng had ordered them to stay inside the city and train in the Divine Colosseum. Although their EXP bars had barely moved over these past few days, their combat techniques had improved significantly. Everyone's skill completion rates, in particular, had improved by leaps and bounds with the help of the 100-berry wine. Previously, only Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose could maintain their skill completion rates at 85% and above. Now, however, they could do so as well. Although their techniques were still weaker than Fire Dance and the other 2 women, with their top-tier equipment and Tier 3 gemstones, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins should not mistake them for easy targets. After a short wait in the guild hall, Shifeng appeared in the residence's hall after using a guild transfer scroll. The Zero Wing members immediately saluted out of respect. Aqua, have you finished organizing the magical class teams? Shifeng asked as he turned to Aqua Rose. He had obtained plenty of information regarding the Star Alliance from Gentle Snow. With just 10,000 elite members, they had no chance against an army of more than 100,000 elite players. If they wished to challenge such a large army, they would have to rely on the 9-star polar domain. Meanwhile, it was safest for the players maintaining the intermediate magic array to have as much mana as possible. Hence, Shifeng had asked Aqua Rose to choose magical class players who had focused their free attribute points on intelligence. Everything has been arranged. Following your instructions, I have formed 20 groups of 9 players. Every player has been supplied with plenty of isolation scrolls and invisibility potions, Aqua Rose reported. Alright, give these to them. Each person will only get 1 scroll, no more. Shifeng revealed the newly produced 9-star polar domain magic scrolls. If one entered combat, one would lose the effects of both the isolation scrolls and the invisibility potions. However, they were very useful to an ambush. Suddenly, Melancholic's smile burst into the guild hall. Panting, she said, "Guild leader, I've brought what you've requested. But distribute them to the main force and the Dark God's Legion. Each person will get 10 advanced frost grenades and 100 intermediate frost grenades. Additionally, members of the main force will get 2 glare bombs. Lastly, elite members participating in the war will each get 10 intermediate frost grenades," Shifeng instructed. The glare bomb was very easy for engineers to manufacture, and it did not share the same cooldown as the frost grenades. Furthermore, like the frost grenade, the glare bomb was an invaluable tool for war. Unfortunately, Shifeng had only found a single design. Even with the Starstreak trading firm's intermediate engineer producing them constantly, he had only managed to craft around 200 bombs, barely enough to supply the main force. Although Shifeng's words had been leisurely, his subordinates were shocked. They had used the frost grenade before. It was one of the guild's strategic items that they kept in reserve. However, though they knew that the items sold only in Blackwing City, none of them knew exactly where they could buy them. Currently, Shifeng had only revealed the location to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile. Intermediate Frost Grenade. Effective against monsters and players below level 70. Deals 800 frost damage to a radius of 12 yards, freezing targets for 5 seconds, then reducing movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Price: 10 silvers. Advanced Frost Grenade. Effective against monsters and players below level 120. Deals 2000 frost damage to a radius of 15 yards, freezing targets for 5 seconds, then reducing movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Price: 70 silvers. Although these tools would only be half as effective against players, it would still leave an impact. Only, these items were incredibly expensive. Yet, for this battle, Shifeng had prepared so many. The guild had spent 6,800 gold on the main force and the Dark God's Legion. After including the allocation for 10,000 elite members, the guild spent a total of 16,800 gold. Even the Star Alliance, which received financial support from Open Source Corporation, could never spend that many coins in a single breath. The Alliance would never willingly part with such a sum of money. Yet, Shifeng did not hesitate at all. Even to Zero Wing, 16,800 gold was not pocket change. This was the money that Zero Wing had amassed after many difficulties. However, Shifeng did not particularly mind the expenditure. He had not only requested Melancholic Smile to purchase the frost grenades. He had requested something even more powerful as well. That item was more expensive than all the frost grenades they had purchased combined. To others, it might not be easy to deal with an army of more than 100,000 elite players. To Shifeng, who had coins to spend, it was not difficult at all. Even top-tier players would be limited under the iron hoof of an elite army. To increase their chances of overcoming the Star Alliance, Feng needed to increase the guild's overall strength. The best method to do so was to arm every elite member with intermediate frost grenades. Feng had played God's Domain for more than 10 years now. He had lost count of the number of guild wars he had participated in. Hence, he was extremely familiar with how guild wars worked. To secure victory in a guild war, relying on elite and expert players was far from enough to emerge victorious. In God's Domain's battles, magical tools were crucial as well. Take the twin snake ring, which had once been famous throughout the continent, for example. It was a kind of strategic weapon that, even in the hands of an ordinary player, could send hundreds of thousands of elite and expert players running with their tails tucked between their legs. It was a weapon that could cause the various kingdoms and empires to tremble in fear. In the end, after the various kingdoms and empires had paid an unimaginable price, they managed to destroy the twin snake ring. Thus, in the past, the various large guilds had invested money desperately to research these items. Only, current players had yet to realize just how powerful magical tools could be. Hence, they felt that they could rely on numbers and experts to secure victory in battle. Even though the Frost Grenade's effects were halved against players, they were more than enough to give the Star Alliance's elites a run for their money. If used properly, the Frost Grenades could even teach the Star Alliance an important lesson. Battles in God's Domain could not necessarily be won with a larger army. One could also drown their opponents to death with money. After everyone from Zero Wing was equipped with the necessary supplies, under Feng's lead, they boldly made their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. Quick look, they are from Zero Wing. Wow, they're really going to fight. They must have lost their minds. What do they intend to do with so few people? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Many independent players watched Zero Wing's army, which consisted of just slightly more than 10,000 players, with disdain. It should be known that the Star Alliance had more than 100,000 elite players on their side. What is Black Flame trying to do? Why did he send so few people? Waiting at the Stoneclaw Mountains dungeon entrance, Gentle Snow frowned when she saw Zero Wing's army approach. Could he have given up? Chapter 730, Sword Drawn. Outside of the Stoneclaw Mountains transfer gate, Ouroboros's elite army waited for their allies. A battle involving hundreds of thousands of players was different from battles involving only hundreds or thousands of players. There were not many locations that could house a battle of that scale. It was even less likely to find a proper area inside of a dungeon. Before the war began, one had to organize their troops first. Charging into battle recklessly would only lead to one's doom. Hence, Gentle Snow held Ouroboros back from entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. Instead, she chose to wait for Zero Wing's arrival. Ouroboros was a first-rate guild. Although the guild had lost quite a few of its elites due to infighting, it still possessed the background of a first-rate guild. Moreover, due to its guild residence in Stone Forest Town, Ouroboros developed far faster than their competitors. At this point, God's Domain had already evolved from the era of coins to the era of magic crystals. With sufficient magic crystals, a first-rate guild with a strong background could quickly nurture elite players. Ouroboros already had more than 60,000 elite members. They had only slightly fewer than when they had conquered Stone Forest Town with Zero Wing. However, if one wanted to compare the quality of their elite members, Zero Wing was still slightly superior to Ouroboros. Feng had always been an advocate of quality over quantity. Otherwise, Zero Wing would have had 40,000 or 50,000 elite members rather than 20,000. Guild leader Black Flame, what do you have planned for the war with the Star Alliance? Gentle Snow asked as she turned to Feng. Initially, Gentle Snow had thought Feng would bring all of his guild members above level 30 with him into this war. She had never imagined that he would only dispatch 10,000 elite members. If so, she had no choice but to alter her original plan. There were over 100,000 players on the Star Alliance's side. Based on the latest reports she had received, they had more than 150,000 elites. Had Zero Wing brought all of its level 30 and above members, after including Ouroboros's elite members, they would have had more than 100,000 players as well. In truth, many of Zero Wing's ordinary members would be considered elites in other guilds. However, Zero Wing was very strict with its elite members. Not only must one hit the mark in terms of both level and combat techniques, but they must also be capable of defeating an elite monster of the same level. Hence, even until now, the guild did not have many elite members. If Zero Wing dispatched 40,000 members, the army's overall combat power would most likely be higher than an army of 40,000 elite members from other guilds. Hence, even if they faced the Star Alliance's army of 150,000 elites, their army of 100,000 players would still have a chance of victory. Yet, Shifeng had not done so. Zero Wing will draw the enemy's fire while Ouroboros will engage in a pincer attack from the sides, Shifeng said very simply. By the time the Star Alliance had issued the challenge, Shifeng had already formulated a plan to deal with the enemy guild. Although the Stoneclaw mountains were vast, the dungeon was covered in dense forests and mountainous regions. The area had few flatlands, and they were also small in size. There was nowhere large enough for a battle of hundreds of thousands. It would be a miracle if a single battle zone could fit several thousand players. Hence, Shifeng had only chosen to dispatch 10,000 elite members. Had he dispatched any more, they would not have had enough 9-star polar domain magic arrays to go about. You really don't need any of our members? Gentle Snow placed great importance on this guild war. Ouroboros was already in the same boat as Zero Wing. If Zero Wing suffered defeat, Ouroboros would suffer in the Stoneclaw Mountains as well. The Star Alliance and their allies would make sure of it. They needed to defeat the Star Alliance no matter what. If they removed the Star Alliance from the picture, the other guilds would hesitate before moving against them. Of course, Gentle Snow had not forgotten about the issue with the Flower of Seven Sins. However, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins would only target Zero Wing's experts. They would not participate in the battle between elite members. Hence, they would not necessarily affect the war's outcome. As long as they crushed the Star Alliance's elite army quickly, the Star Alliance would struggle to return to prominence. No need. I have already prepared. When the time comes, you just have to remember your desire to eliminate the Star Alliance, Shifeng said, his lips curling into a confident smile. Following which, after both guilds finished preparing, they entered the Stoneclaw Mountains. Main force, follow me. The Dark God's Legion will act as the spearhead and penetrate the Star Alliance's core. Everyone else, as we discussed, split up into 10 legions and advance slowly. Shifeng shouted his orders after entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. Shifeng's decisions had confused Aqua Rose and the others. In such a massive battle, he wanted all of Zero Wing's experts to gather in a single location. They would be throwing away an expert's advantages on a battlefield. On such a large battlefield, their enemies would scatter. By concentrating all of their experts into a single point, although their combat power was astounding, they would only be able to claim a limited number of lives. They wouldn't be nearly as efficient on the battlefield as they could be. Alright, enough daydreaming. Shifeng commanded. Naturally, he understood everyone's concerns. However, he did not have time to explain his plan. Although this formation would not benefit the guild on the battlefield, it would not give the Flower of Seven Sins a good opportunity to strike. Moreover, they could reduce the number of casualties from the elite legions. The Flower of Seven Sins was an assassin organization. They had only been hired to do one thing in this battlefield: kill Zero Wing's experts. Shifeng had confirmed this with the secret pavilion. As long as there were no experts in the elite legions, the Flower of Seven Sins would not bother helping the Star Alliance by killing Zero Wing's elite members. However, if an expert appeared in the midst of the elite legions, even if the assassins were reluctant, they would have no choice but to clear out the elite members blocking their path. This would deal a fatal blow. Shifeng was a flowing water realm expert, so he understood how beneficial such narrow terrain was to experts in the realms of refinement. He also knew how effective such experts were in a battle involving thousands of players. Hence, Zero Wing's experts needed to cluster. That was his first reason. His second reason was to drive the assassins to a single location. That way, he would not have to waste time searching for them. He could set a trap to catch them at once. Under Shifeng's command, everyone immediately began to move. Shifeng directly led the 100 main force members in a charge towards the tallest peak in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. That area was a favored location for a large-scale battle. From there, he could see the overall situation and direct his army. Ouroboros had also circled to the edge of the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, on top of a hill in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, Guild Leader Galaxy, Zero Wing has entered the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, Zero Wing has only brought 10,000 elite members. It seems that the Star Alliance will not get to see much action. If you don't move quickly, the other guilds might decimate Zero Wing before you get to see any action, Glorious Echo warned the other guild leader cheekily. He could not help but laugh when he received the report on Zero Wing's arrival. You might not even get a share of the equipment they drop. Hearing this, Galaxy Past shook his head and laughed, saying, "In the end, it seems that Black Flame is not brave enough to make a last stand. He has actually dispatched so few people. Purple, issue my commands. Have Red Feather lead 30,000 elite troops into battle immediately. We can't let the other guilds steal the bounty." Understood. Purple Eye contacted Red Feather. Chapter 731, Flurry. After the large guilds received the reports that Zero Wing had dispatched 10,000 elite members to the Stoneclaw Mountains, they began to mobilize their troops. Although the various large guilds had only dispatched a small number of elites and experts, there were over a dozen large guilds aiding the Star Alliance. In fact, the total number of elites and experts the various large guilds had sent was only slightly lower than the Star Alliance's army. Overall, they had more than 70,000 players. If the various guilds went all out, they could gather more elite players than the Star Alliance and Ouroboros combined. 10,000 elites won't even be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Sure enough, Zero Wing is only here to make an appearance. They don't have the courage to face us all out. We're currently the closest to the dungeon's entrance, so Zero Wing's equipment will be ours for the taking. In Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing was famous for having top-tier equipment. Despite being level 31 or 32, the elite members of ordinary guilds generally wore level 25 Mysterious Iron and Secret Silver equipment, and very few had level 30 Mysterious Iron equipment. As for level 25 Fine Gold weapons and equipment, only an extremely small number of elite players had the privilege of owning any. Meanwhile, level 30 Secret Silver equipment was considered a luxury. As for level 30 Fine Gold items, they were considered top-tier equipment, and only a guild's core members were fortunate enough to wear such equipment. After all, Fine Gold equipment only had a slightly higher drop rate in large-scale team dungeons. However, teams that could raid level 30 large-scale hard-mode team dungeons were rare. Even first-rate guilds only had several hundred teams capable of raiding such dungeons. Hence, level 30 Fine Gold equipment was incredibly rare. However, what about Zero Wing's elite members? The most inferior equipment they wore was level 25 Secret Silver equipment. Many among them even had 1 or 2 pieces of level 25 Fine Gold equipment, and some even had level 30 Secret Silver equipment. There was no need to mention Zero Wing's core members and main force members. The harvest they could gain from killing 2 or 3 Zero Wing elite members would be like killing a level 30 or above chieftain. However, how rare and difficult was it to deal with chieftain-ranked monsters? Even with a team of 20 elite players, sacrifices were necessary to kill a level 30-plus chieftain. There was even the risk of a team wipe. However, it was a different story if their opponents were elite players. Field chieftains would grow stronger depending on the number of players raiding them. Elite players would not, making them much easier to deal with. As the various large guilds quietly approached the dungeon's entrance, Many players who were tasked to defend strategic locations began to complain. Say, why is our luck so bad? What's the point of having us stay in this godforsaken place? The others will probably annihilate Zero Wing before they get anywhere near us. While everyone else gets to take a bite out of the pie, we won't even get a taste of the crumbs. I know, right? The higher-ups have even said that we get to keep half of the spoils we get from the enemies we kill. Last time, we only got to keep a quarter of the spoils. Even now, I still haven't obtained any level 30 fine gold equipment. Those bastards that went ahead lucked out this time. If I had known something like this would happen, I wouldn't have volunteered to defend this area. I could have been killing a few of Zero Wing's members and upgrading my gear. The 2,000-man elite legion standing on top of a mountain whined as they enviously watched the fires of battle some distance away, nearly drooling. Meanwhile, under Shifeng's lead, Zero Wing's main force arrived at the foot of this mountain undetected with the help of isolation scrolls and invisibility potions. With these two items, even a ranger's eagle eyes would not detect them. It was very easy for the group to circle the army of the various large guilds. Guild leader, I've investigated the situation using eagle eyes. There should be around 2,000 players on top of the mountain. Among them, over 20 have excellent equipment. They should be experts, Minor Wind reported in the team chat. 20+ experts. Shifeng could not help but laugh. These people are taking this mountaintop too lightly. Fire, lead your group, get rid of their healers first. Everyone else, focus on your positions. Herd them together as much as possible before using AoE skills. Shifeng did not take the 2,000 elite players seriously at all. The equipment worn by Zero Wing's main force was considered among the best throughout God's domain. They had at least double the attributes of their enemies. Even the Dark God's Legion could defeat 2,000 elite players easily. The only ones who might actually pose a threat would be the 20+ experts. Currently, those that could be considered experts were players who had, at least, reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Unfortunately, even the weakest members of Zero Wing's main force were 6th floor experts. Hence, Shifeng did not have a shred of doubt that his team would slaughter the army of 2,000 elite players. The rangers, who observed the situation on the mountain, did not detect Shifeng and the others' approach. Guild leader, we're in position. Fire Dance, who stood a short distance away from the enemy's healer team, said quietly through the team chat. Flying Shadow and 8 other assassins accompanied Fire Dance. Guild leader, we've arrived at the enemy's magical class team, Cola reported quietly. Shifeng stood a short distance away from the 20+ experts. Through a combination of void steps and the effects of the invisibility potion, even a ranger or druid with sharp senses would not detect Shifeng. Kill them, Shifeng growled. Immediately, everyone burst into action. Fire Dance activated the additional skill of the Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, Flurry, increasing her movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 20 seconds. She then executed ambush and thrust her flaming short sword into the back of a level 32 cleric. Minus 15,267. The cleric, who had close to 7,000 HP, died instantly. Magical classes were very fragile. Not only did they possess very little defense, but they also lacked passive skills that reduced damage. Against Fire Dance, who boasted both high attack power and critical rates, magical classes could not withstand even a single blow. Even without a critical hit, Fire Dance could still kill a cleric with more than 7,000 HP with a single move. With the sudden death of a cleric, the remaining healers were dumbfounded. The healers were typically safe in the heart of the Legion. It was nearly impossible for an enemy to reach them undetected, yet their enemy had done just that. However, the most frightening aspect about Fire Dance was her damage. She killed a cleric with nearly 7,000 HP instantly, just like that. After Fire Dance killed off the level 32 cleric, she immediately executed Backstab, her short sword sinking into a nearby oracle. Minus 11,485. Landing another critical hit, Fire Dance instantly killed the Oracle with over 6,000 HP. At the same time, Flying Shadow and the others began their own killing sprees. In an instant, the healer team with over 200 members lost over 10 players. "We're being ambushed," a player suddenly shouted. However, as soon as this player announced the attack, he heard screams. The fires of war illuminated the area. Activating Charge, Shadow Sword arrived before a level 32 Elementalist. Before this Elementalist could use Blink, the Berserker forced him into a fainted state. Shadow Sword then followed up with a Whirlwind Slash, a damage of over -4,500 points appearing above the heads of all enemies within 8 yards. Some even received critical damage of over -9,000 points. Even level 30+ expert magical class players would rarely have more than 8,000 HP. In the blink of an eye, Shadow Sword killed off 3 players, while 4 held on by a thread of HP. However, Shadow Sword had also triggered the Blue Fire Double-Edged Sword's passive skill, Blue Fire Dance, with his previous attack. Swinging his sword violently, Shadow Sword sent a cone of blue fire ahead of him, dealing more than -7,600 damage and killing another 8 players. Zero Wing's main force had only begun their assault, yet, in the blink of an eye, close to 300 elite players fell. To Zero Wing's main force, these elite players were even less of a challenge than ordinary elite monsters. "Leader, we're being ambushed," some quick-witted players hurriedly called for help from their team leader. However, when these players shifted their gazes towards their team leader, they were all dumbfounded. Countless divine, golden swords rained down on their leader and the other experts, damages of over -5,500 points appearing above their heads. Those who received critical hits received more than -10,000 damage with each shining blade. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20+ experts died while everyone else was sealed within the Skywheel Sword's effective area. Chapter 732, Unstoppable Sword. Black Flame. The dozen or so experts turned to look at Shifeng, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes widening in shock. The various guilds' upper echelons had long since engraved Black Flame's name in their minds. Hence, they were extremely familiar with his appearance. He wore entirely black armor, including the cloak draped over his shoulders. Even his eyes resembled the night sky. 2 exquisite swords, one made of emerald and the other shining black, hung from his waist. Black Flame just stood there, but it felt as if he had become the focus of this battlefield. Their instincts screamed a warning. "Everyone be careful. Do not engage him in close combat." Endless Plains, a level 33 ranger who led this elite legion, hurriedly warned his comrades. "Use ranged attacks." In response, the surviving experts nodded, serious expressions appearing on their faces. Black Flame's reputation was simply too monstrous. He even had the one-hit Azura title. Even God's Domain's top-tier experts could only last a few moves against him. A few of Black Flame's battle videos had even been regarded as a teaching scripture for swordsmen. Black Flame's grasp of timing and skill usage completely surpassed other expert swordsmen by several levels. Although none of them had ever believed they could win against Black Flame in a one-on-one fight, they had never imagined that, after meeting Black Flame in person, the man would be this frightening. Despite being a swordsman, Black Flame had approached them undetected by relying on an isolation scroll and an invisibility potion. His sneak attack was so fast that they had not had time to react. Moreover, not only did Black Flame's attack catch them, but that single attack had devoured close to half their numbers. Even the high defense and HP Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors had lost close to 4,000 HP. To make matters worse, that was only a control-type skill. Logically, such skills usually dealt low damage. Yet, the skill had stolen 1/3 of the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors' HPs. If Black Flame had used a high-damage skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. 1,000 hunts and I will hold him back. Look for chances to attack him. Don't worry about hitting us. a level 34 shield warrior named World Defender said as he lifted his barbed, diamond-shaped shield and dashed forward. Sternly he said, "1000, if Black Flame moves, activate all defensive skills immediately. Don't hold anything back." "I understand," the Guardian Knight named 1000 Hunts nodded as he stepped to the forefront of his team. They absolutely could not afford to be careless against Black Flame. He understood that, if they did not start the fight with everything they had, it was likely that this swordsman would claim their lives instantly. "Good luck." The other team members dashed towards the sword domain's edge. To them, World Defenders and 1000 Hunts' strength felt reassuring. These two were well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Although they could not compare to hidden experts like Warwolf, they could still rank near the top among MTs in Starmoon Kingdom. Previously, they had only received so much damage because Black Flame had caught them by surprise with his ambush. Now that these two were going all out, even Starmoon Kingdom's top experts would not find it easy to break through their defense. "It seems like you guys have done your homework," Shifeng stated as he glanced at the 12 remaining experts. Among these people, he was familiar with quite a few of these experts. Endless Plains from the second-rate guild, Wildfire. World Defender from the second-rate guild, Arrogance. 1000 Hunts from the second-rate guild, Secluded Fantasy. In the past, he had looked up to these experts. He had never dreamed that he would face off against them. He had not expected the shift in their positions either. In the past, even if he had gone all out and pushed his senses to their limits, he would barely be able to contend with any of these experts, yet now, these experts had to work together and fight with everything they had just to have any chance of survival against him. Although these people worked together for the first time, they fell into a defensive formation seamlessly despite the previous sneak attack. They calmly considered and executed the best strategy to deal with him. The extent of their combat experience was obvious. This was precisely what Fire Dance and the others lacked the most. Although Shifeng had charged at his enemy after using Skywheel Sword, Endless Plains had fired a storm of arrows the moment he set foot into the sword domain. Not only were the Rangers' attacks extremely fast, but they limited Shifeng's range of movement, forcing him to confront the two oncoming MTs. "Black Flame, show me just how good you are." The tall and robust World Defender stood proudly before Shifeng as he activated a series of life-saving skills in quick succession. Bloodthirsty Rage, Tier 1 skill. Recovers 3% HP every second for 10 seconds. Shield Wall, Tier 1 skill. Decreases all damage by 60% for 18 seconds. Last Stand, Tier 1 skill. Increases maximum HP by 30% for 30 seconds. Suddenly, World Defender's HP rose from close to 12,000 to nearly 15,600. He also recovered to more than 10,000 HP. Standing a short distance away, 1000 Hunts similarly activated his life-saving skills. He also used a Tier 1 Holy Shield protection, which could absorb over 2,000 points of damage on himself. When the shield broke, it would heal the player for over 1,000 HP. Following which, 1000 Hunts activated Justice Roar. Enemies, players, or monsters affected by the skill would have to attack him. If they didn't, he would receive a boost to his speed and damage. Feeling the effects of 1000 Hunts' Justice Roar, Shifeng could not ignore the Guardian Knight. Dashing up to 1000 Hunts, the Abyssal Blade transformed into numerous black streaks of light that descended on the Guardian Knight's body. So fast, 1000 Hunts was shocked. He had never imagined that Shifeng's attack speed would be so fast. He could not even see the afterimages of Shifeng's attacks. Fortunately, he wielded a shield. Compared to players without shields, he had an easier time defending against attacks. As long as he moved the shield slightly, he could block close to half of his body, making it very difficult to strike him. 1000 Hunts moved his shield quickly, blocking the Abyssal Blade. However, Shifeng did not bother changing the Abyssal Blade's trajectory. Instead, he continued swinging the magic weapon at 1000 Hunts. Illusory Shadow. The Abyssal Blade passed through the Guardian Knight's shield, the 6 black streaks of light penetrating the holy shield protection before biting into 1,000 hunts. Minus 1,274. Minus 2,604. Minus 1,295. Minus 2,582. Minus 3,829. Minus 1,285. 6 consecutive damages appeared above 1,000 Hunts' head. His HP, which had been over 9,000, plummeted to 0. How could this be possible? 1,000 Hunts could not believe what he was seeing. Despite protection blessing, reducing the damage he received by 60%, Black Flame had killed him without breaking a sweat. The other experts were similarly dumbfounded. A Guardian Knight with more than 9,000 HP remaining and protection blessing had died instantly. Just how high is his attack power? World Defender no longer dared to waste time with attacks. Instead, he used charge at the swordsman. Turning, Shifeng used silent steps, appearing behind World Defender and brandishing Killing Ray. His witnesses only saw a flash of emerald. Thundering flash. Like a roaring dragon, 3 blue streaks of lightning instantly devoured World Defender. Minus 2,746. Minus 7,087. Minus 4,424. World Defender's HP, which had been over 10,000, vanished instantly, his body falling slowly to the ground. Chapter 733, Unstoppable. How could this be? Shock shook Endless Plains' heart when he saw World Defender and 1,000 Hunts' lifeless bodies on the ground. He could no longer maintain his previous calm. Both of these MTs had activated all of their life-saving skills, yet each of them had only lasted one move against Black Flame. They lost their lives before they could work with anyone else on the team to deal with Black Flame. Is he really a player? They could not help but remember Black Flame's title of One-Hit Azura. However, everyone finally understood something. Against Black Flame's attacks, the only thing they could do was dodge. That's 2. World Defender's quick death had not particularly surprised Shifeng. After all, not only had his one-handed sword mastery reached the basic Sword King standard, but the aura of fire also increased his damage by another 50%. Even an MT with all of their life-saving skills active would be paper in front of his swords. Shifeng then shifted his gaze towards the nearest assassin. Windblade. Suddenly, Shifeng left behind an afterimage as he appeared before the level 33 assassin, his killing ray slicing through the air. Don't think that I'm that easy to kill. The assassin abruptly retreated as Shifeng appeared before him and tried to activate Vanish. When activate, Vanish would provide him with nearly of invulnerability. Within this second, all attacks against him would be useless. However, Killing Ray's lightning effect triggered. The instant Shifeng swung Killing Ray, he gained a 50% boost to his attack speed. Like a flash of light, Killing Ray danced across the assassin's body. Minus 13,548. It was another instant kill. As if that had been a cue, the rest of the team bombarded Shifeng with attacks. Numerous arrows and spells flew at Shifeng. Sidestepping, Shifeng jumped into the air, avoiding the oncoming attacks. Following which, he turned and retrieved the blazing meteor. With a flick of his wrist, a meteor suddenly flew from Shifeng's hand. Flame God's Fury. Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 40 by 3 yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Xiao. An elementalist, a cursemancer, and a summoner, who were in the midst of spellcasting, could not avoid the attack in time. The crimson flames devoured them in an instant. The remaining experts were shocked. They had never imagined that Black Flame would also possess such powerful long-range attack capabilities. As soon as Shifeng landed, over a dozen frost arrows descended on him. Endless Plains had grasped the timing of his attack. Not only had he predicted Shifeng's landing position, but his arrows also blocked off Shifeng's path of retreat. He had aimed several other arrows at Shifeng's vital points. Dang. Before 5 frost arrows could strike Shifeng, they pinged against the swordsman's emerald blade. The remaining frost arrows simply brushed past Shifeng's body, dealing no damage whatsoever. F***ck my life. Endless Plains stared, stunned. Despite his perfect angle of attack and timing, it seemed as if his arrows had actually tried to avoid Black Flame. After dealing with the attacks, Shifeng released a low shout. Dragon Breath. He fired a white beam from his mouth. Endless Plains threw his body to the side, hoping to avoid the incoming beam. However, as if this white beam had predicted the ranger's actions, the beam plowed into the ranger. Shifeng achieved another instant kill. Even after death, Endless Plains was confused. No matter how he thought about it, why would he have jumped into the Dragon Breath's path? However, Violet Cloud, who happily massacred the Elite Legion, was not the slightest bit surprised when she saw this scene. Shifeng had already reached the flowing water realm of the realms of refinement. He could easily predict a player's movements by observing their body. Hence, after seeing Endless Plains' intention, he had adjusted Dragon Breath's trajectory before firing the skill. Although nearly 20 yards stood between them, Endless Plains had yet to set foot into the realms of refinement. He lacked sufficient physical control. In such high-speed battles, he could not respond quickly enough to evade the Dragon Breath. Violet Cloud sighed. This was the watershed of top-tier experts. Although the difference seemed insignificant, its impact on the battle's outcome would be astounding. Extremely few ordinary players in God's domain could exert their virtual bodies to their very limits. On the other hand, thanks to their refined control over their own bodies, expert players could sometimes push their virtual bodies to their limits. Naturally, if both sides possessed equal levels and attributes, expert players were far more powerful. However, even top-tier experts would find it extremely difficult to adjust their movement in such a superhuman, high-speed battle. It was like a sprinter's difficulty to stop after running at full speed. In a battle this fast, one could just stop without effort. However, experts who had reached the realms of refinement were capable of exactly that. Although it did not appear impressive, having the ability to accelerate and stop suddenly meant that a player could change their attack trajectories abruptly, confusing the enemy. Violet Cloud had already reached the half-step refinement realm. However, even now, she could not break through that final barrier. Hence, Violet Cloud observed Shifeng's battle carefully while fighting her own, hoping to gain some insight. The elite players who had intended to help were stupefied. In just 2 seconds, Shifeng had killed 7 of their experts. None of them had been able to withstand even one of his attacks. If even experts had no defense against him, what could elite players like themselves hope to accomplish? Those who had intended to rush over and assist lost all their courage instantly. Screams echoed from all across the mountaintop. Even for elite players, it was extremely difficult to exert their bodies to their limits. Not to mention, the members of Zero Wing's main force all had very high attributes. Their limits were much higher than elite players. This was no longer a battle. This was a massacre. Weaving through the crowd, Fire Dance moved faster than any of these elite's players could follow. And as she moved, Fire Dance plunged the true fire blades into every player she passed, taking their lives with just a few hits. After just a brief moment, corpses littered the field. Dashing into the crowd, Shadow Sword brandished his blue fire double-edged sword madly. He sent the several shield warriors, who had charged at him, flying. The Berserker then followed up with a flame flash, blue fire devouring these shield warriors instantly. He used Whirlwind Slash to finish them off. Standing on a natural rise, Minor Wind launched a continuous stream of powerful arrows with his Windchaser. The power within a single arrow was enough to push back a Berserker, a class known for its strength. Even though many elite players tried to approach the Ranger, against the dozens of arrows, these elite players became no more than lifeless pincushions. Aqua Rose, Blackie, and the other magical classes released one AoE spell after another, killing dozens of players with every attack. In just a few minutes, the 2,000-strong elite legion had less than 1,000 players remaining. In contrast, Zero Wing's main force had not suffered a single casualty yet. Why are they so strong? Are they really human? I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. This situation was nothing like the videos they had watched of experts exchanging moves. Now that they witnessed a true battle between experts, they finally understood just how huge of a gap there was between themselves and expert players. Suddenly, fear swept across the battlefield. The elite legion's members refused to continue fighting as they fled in all directions. While Zero Wing's main force fought, the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains grew increasingly intense. Both sides' armies had finally begun fighting a short distance away from the foot of the mountain. How dare you face us with just 10,000 players? Everyone charge. Kill them all. Red Feather sneered as he glared at Zero Wing's elite members. Chapter 734, Silent Battlefield. In the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, Zero Wing's 10 1,000-man elite teams finally faced the legions from the Star Alliance and other enemy guilds. However, Zero Wing's elite legions were at a disadvantage. Their opponent outnumbered them by more than 10 times. It seems Zero Wing really wants to die here. Despite so few players, they still split themselves so sparsely. We mustn't let the other guilds get a head start on us. Red Feather also ordered his army of 30,000 elites to split into multiple legions to surround Zero Wing, afraid that they would lose Zero Wing's elite members to the various large guilds. The other guilds had sent more than 70,000 elites in total. The army was more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 10,000 elite players. Just as Red Feather led the Star Alliance's army to Zero Wing's position, the other guilds began to clash with their enemy. However, Zero Wing's elite members had slightly superior equipment. Moreover, the battlefield was only so large, only so many ranged players could attack at once. Hence, when it came to ranged firepower, Zero Wing had a slight advantage. After several exchanges, Zero Wing's foe had already suffered over 100 casualties. On the other hand, Zero Wing had only lost a dozen or so members. Other than the difference in damage, Zero Wing's elite members were far more adept at dodging attacks. In addition, their HPs and healing prowess were much higher. Zero Wing's ranged players only needed 3 to 4 hits to kill an enemy elite. However, if the various guilds' elites wished to finish off one of Zero Wing's, they needed to land roughly 6 attacks. Yet, against Zero Wing, the guild's elites could only dodge 3 or 4 out of 10 attacks. On the other hand, Zero Wing's elites could dodge at least 5 attacks. The difference in equipment, attributes, and combat techniques, though small, was clear for all to see. In the end, this minor difference impacted the results significantly. Damn it! All MTs, advance. Ranged players, cover them. Healers, follow. Assassins, circle and deal with their healers. Don't be afraid. We outnumber Zero Wing. When we reach them, victory will be ours. The upper echelons quickly issued the orders to charge ahead when they noticed Zero Wing's strategy of attack and retreat. Immediately, a collection of shield warriors and guardian knights emerged from the guild's elite army, everyone activating their life-saving skills as they charged madly at Zero Wing's members. The healers supplied these MTs with endless streams of recovery spells from a safe distance. However, no matter how hard these shield warriors and guardian knights tried to dodge, no matter how much healing they received, or how they lifted their shields as they forged ahead, they died helplessly as Zero Wing's hundreds of ranged players blotted out the sky with a rain of fireballs, frost arrows, and normal arrows. If one watched from afar, they would see row after row of shield warriors and guardian knights tumble to the ground. How is Zero Wing's firepower so powerful? Only 40 yards stretched between the two armies. Yet, to shorten the gap by 20 yards, the various guilds had lost over 300 melee players. Even the upper echelons flinched at this spectacle's brutality. They had never imagined that Zero Wing's ranged attacks would be so powerful. Before they could even reach Zero Wing's elites, their legion, which began with more than 4,000 players, had lost close to 500 members. Originally, the various large guilds had thought that this would be an easy battle. After all, they had a massive numerical advantage. However, after seeing Zero Wing's combat method, they realized one thing. Indeed, they did have the advantage in numbers, but unfortunately, the Stoneclaw Mountains terrain prevented them from using that advantage. However, the various large guilds couldn't care less anymore. They all gritted their teeth as they charged forward. If they did not get rid of Zero Wing's elite army today, they would never recover. Moreover, the shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins of the various guilds were close enough that they could use their skills effectively. If they did not fight now, then when? Kill them. We'll earn everything back once we plunder Zero Wing's equipment. Suddenly, the guild's melee classes advanced, an intense bloodthirst shining in their eyes. However, just as the various melee players activated their skills, each Zero Wing elite retrieved an intermediate frost grenade, pelting their approaching enemy. Ping. Suddenly, hundreds of intermediate frost grenades bombarded the advancing crowd, transforming the vibrant forest into a world of ice, snow, and death. As for the melee elites from the various large guilds, they froze into ice sculptures. When a gentle breeze blew past, every one of these elite ice sculptures shattered, decorating the battlefield with equipment. Even though there were some assassins and swordsmen that had reacted quickly enough and activated their life-saving skills in time, their life-saving skills could only deflect a limited number of attacks. These skills' durations were also extremely short. However, the bombardment of the hundreds of frost grenades lasted for nearly 6 seconds. In the end, these players still fell under the rain of frost grenades. Each intermediate frost grenade could deal roughly 400 damage to players and had an effective radius of 12 yards. 100 frost grenades would deal roughly 40,000 damage. At this stage of the game, no player in existence had more than 40,000 HP. Furthermore, Zero Wing had not thrown only 100 grenades. The various guilds' commanders were shocked, speechless. Their remaining elite players also paused, every one of them wearing dazed expressions. Nice. Awesome. You guys thought you were impressive, huh? Now you understand Zero Wing's power. When Zero Wing's members saw how nearly all of the enemy melee players had fallen, pride and joy suddenly welled in their hearts. They also felt endless reverence towards their guild leader, Black Flame. They, too, had thought that their defeat was inevitable. However, this scene had cleared their minds of any doubt. In the blink of an eye, they had wiped out thousands of their enemies. These several hundred intermediate frost grenades were far more powerful than even a large-scale destruction spell. If they could fight here, in the Stoneclaw Mountains' narrow valley, they would not even fear twice this many opponents. The various battles that raged elsewhere met similar situations. The large guild's elite legions suffered tremendous losses under the intermediate frost grenade bombardment. Their death toll already exceeded 10,000, whereas Zero Wing had only lost around 100 members so far. The large guilds were forced to reassess the combat power of Zero Wing's elite army. Meanwhile, at the highest peak in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, roughly 10 minutes after the battle had begun, the elite legion of 2,000 players had lost over 80% of its members. The few survivors had scattered and escaped. Just as Fire Dance and the others were about to give chase, Shi Feng stopped them. "Alright, that's enough. Ignore them. We don't need to waste our time hunting them down. We have more important things to do," Shi Feng said in the team chat. His main goal was to occupy this strategic location with good view over the battlefield, not to kill these elite players. Moreover, even if they allowed these several hundred elite players to escape, it would not impact the war's outcome. "Guild leader, what are we going to do next?" Aqua Rose asked curiously. The other team members were just as eager to learn their next step. Feng had led them through the Star Alliance's encirclement and occupied this highland. What exactly was his goal? We're going to wait for them here, Feng said, laughing. However, we can't idle either. Aqua and Blackie, follow me. Fire, your group will clear the battlefield. Everyone else, pay attention to your surroundings. Be wary of any ambushes from the Star Alliance. Aqua rose and Blackie nodded sharply. They followed Feng and climbed to an even higher overlook. Fire Dance then arranged her team to guard their surroundings. Chapter 735, Instrument of War. The news of the various large guilds inside the Stoneclaw Mountains suffering heavy damage spread like wildfire. Players throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom were paying very close attention to this guild war. Hence, the moment this news appeared on the official forums, it instantly exploded, shocking many players throughout the entire kingdom. The uploaded battle videos of the war staggered them even further. Hundreds of intermediate frost grenades exploded continuously, filling the land with ice flowers and dyeing the land in snow-white color. Several thousand elite players were suddenly nothing more than lifeless ice sculptures doomed to shatter and scatter with the wind. Just seeing this scene alone could give one the shivers. What elite players? What Zerg tactics? Under the bombardment of the frost grenades, everything was insignificant. Without using any words, Zero Wing had proven to everyone that its strength was no trifling matter. Even when going up against over 100,000 elite players, Zero Wing was not afraid. With just the sacrifice of a dozen or so players, Zero Wing had managed to slaughter thousands of elite players. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. They are actually able to obtain so many AoE attack tools. The effects of this item are so good, so it should be very rare and expensive, right? That's an engineering tool. I've bought engineering tools before, so I know how insanely expensive those things are. Since that item they used is practically an instrument of war, it's definitely much more expensive. Despite that, Zero Wing is actually able to casually toss out so many as if they were just toys. Zero Wing is simply too rich. Many players on the official forums began a heated discussion over Zero Wing's financial strength. Although everyone was unclear about the exact price of the intermediate frost grenades, they could still estimate the price range of the frost grenade based on its effects. After making a rough estimate, they then calculated the number of frost grenades Zero Wing had used. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Just the first wave of frost grenades Zero Wing had thrown in one battlefield cost dozens of gold. Since there was a total of 10 battlefields, that meant Zero Wing had spent several hundred gold just on the first wave of frost grenades. In God's domain, the liquid funds of many guilds did not even amount to several hundred gold, yet Zero Wing had just casually tossed out that sum, using up an entire guild's liquid funds in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing was no longer fighting using players. The guild was practically drowning its enemies with money. However, no one could criticize the effects of this strategy. Based on initial estimates, the number of deaths the various guilds had suffered already exceeded 10,000. After looking at this scene, one could not help but admit that this money was well spent. If Zero Wing were to rely on its guild members to claim that number of kills, the total cost of the equipment lost and compensation given out would indeed be a lot more. Due to Zero Wing's frightening performance, the guild's prestige, which had been on a constant decline before, suddenly began rising rapidly. Many players who had initially belittled its chances in this war also started anticipating the final outcome. Meanwhile, the ones that this sudden turn of events affected the most emotionally would be none other than the guilds that were watching from the sidelines. At this moment, they were all inwardly celebrating the fact that they had not rushed to join the Star Alliance's coalition. The outcome of this war, which was initially against Zero Wing's favor, had suddenly taken a big turn. For the guilds directly participating in this war, should the Star Alliance come out victorious, they would definitely benefit greatly from the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. However, should Zero Wing win, then Zero Wing would surely banish from Stone Forest Town every guild that had aggressed. These guilds would then have a much harder time developing themselves at the Stoneclaw Mountains. So this is his trump card. It's no wonder he insisted on being the spearhead and attracting enemy fire to himself. Gentle Snow could not help but smile after looking at the video showing the situation on the battlefield. It seems that I have really underestimated him. Black Flame had deliberately dispatched only 10,000 members, giving his enemies the impression that Zero Wing was vulnerable. He had then brought out the frost grenades and taken his enemies by surprise. Although the Star Alliance's side had lost over 10,000 players, the impact on the overall situation of this war was negligible. However, it had still awakened the belief that Zero Wing might emerge victorious in this war. This counterattack of Zero Wing had also struck anxiety in the Star Alliance. Guild leader, what should we do now? If Zero Wing possesses such an instrument of war, we will only be going to our deaths if we charge forward, yet we are no match for Zero Wing in a ranged battle. We also can't utilize our numbers advantage, Red Feather said. When Red Feather received news of this situation, he immediately reported it to Galaxy Past. Due to Zero Wing's counterattack, the various large guilds no longer dared to close in, only fighting at range. However, such ranged battles were extremely time-consuming and extremely disadvantageous for the Star Alliance's coalition. When their members died, they would have to travel over 10 hours to return to the battlefield in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, when Zero Wing's members died, they only needed an hour or so to rejoin the war. Regarding reinforcements, Zero Wing was overwhelmingly superior to the Star Alliance. A war of attrition was unfavorable to the coalition. They should not have too many of such tools. We have the numerical advantage. Continue sending people forward, but lower the number of people charging at a single time. It would be best if we can have people attacking Zero Wing from all sides. I want to see just how much money Zero Wing has to spend. Galaxy Past was aware of the severity of the situation this time. Hence, he decisively made such a costly decision. I understand. When Red Feather heard this, he immediately realized the limitations of the Frost Grenade. The Frost Grenade was not a skill with indefinite use. Moreover, the grenade should not be cheap. With their numbers, they could simply use a small fraction to bait Zero Wing to use the frost grenades. Once Zero Wing depleted its supply, its elite army would merely be sheep for the slaughter. As long as they defeated Zero Wing and obtained Stone Forest Town, all the losses they suffered now would be negligible. After the various large guilds received the directions from the Star Alliance, they also began attacking Zero Wing's elite legions from multiple locations as well as using the lives of their members to draw out Zero Wing's frost grenades. Time passed slowly. The battle between both sides grew increasingly intense and increasingly concentrated. Although the effect of the frost grenades was indeed striking, the results now were much more subdued compared to the first time Zero Wing used the instruments of war. After facing several charging attempts from the Star Alliance, Zero Wing exhausted its supply of frost grenades. However, the Star Alliance suffered only 40,000 plus casualties. In terms of their number of elite members, the Star Alliance was still superior to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined. Without the frost grenades, Zero Wing's casualties also began rapidly rising. Zero Wing has already run out of AoE attack tools. Brothers, it's time to let Zero Wing know how amazing the Star Alliance is. Brothers, charge. Suddenly, the Star Alliance and the various large guilds initiated an all-out charge. Many expert players, who could exert massive destructive power, accompanied the assault teams. These experts could kill an elite Zero Wing player in just a few hits. However, nobody was capable of stopping these experts. Guild leader, if this continues, our people won't be able to last long. Why don't I lead a team to go and clear out some of the Star Alliance's teams? Fire Dance took the initiative to ask. She could no longer stand watching this one-sided battle. The Star Alliance's experts had already begun moving and were casually killing their companions. Meanwhile, the experts of Zero Wing, could only stand and watch from the sidelines. This inaction made them feel greatly troubled. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Shi Feng shook his head, saying, "Your duty is to guard this place, not to kill elites." Since stamina was a limiting factor in God's domain, even an expert like himself would still slowly drown to death in the flood of players. Hence, exchanging the stamina of experts for the lives of the enemy's elite members was unjustifiable. It would be a different story if they had a large number of expert players. However, Zero Wing had far fewer experts than their opponents. But Fire Dance truly could not understand why Shi Feng wanted them to guard this location. Relax. When going up against elite players, we naturally have to use a method for dealing with elite players. Shi Feng laughed. He then spoke through the team chat, saying, "Aqua, are you guys ready on your side yet? If you don't take action soon, Fire is going to start growing anxious." Before he had come to the Stoneclaw Mountains, he had already thought of a way to cope with the Star Alliance's army. He had never once thought of relying on just the frost grenades to win this war. His real trump card was another item he had asked Melancholic Smile to purchase. Basic Mana Pulse Cannon. He had spent a full 20,000 gold to purchase this thing. However, in order to use this item, they had to fix it to the ground and could not move it. Moreover, its assembly and disassembly were extremely troublesome processes. It was also very easily destroyed. Generally, it was an instrument of war used to defend towns and cities. Despite it being only a basic mana pulse cannon, the power contained in a single shot could rival even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. The cannon had a shooting range of 15,000 yards, and it was a tool often seen in wars that occurred during the later stages of God's domain. "Guild leader, it's ready. We're just waiting for your orders now," Aqua Rose replied through the team chat, smiling. Chapter 736, Battlefield Dominator. Now that Zero Wing has used up their frost grenades, they no longer have anything to depend upon. Although the Dark God's Legion is slaughtering the elite legions of the Star Alliance, the Alliance has already sent over 500 experts to hold back the Legion. Once the duration of the Dark God's Legion's Berserk skills ends, Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion will be finished as well. Even if the 100 experts of Zero Wing's main force were to take action now, the assassins of the Flower of Seven Sins will block them. This battle should be nearing its end now. Autumn, have the others get ready. We're heading over to the Highland Black Flame has occupied right away. Now that the outcome of this war is about to be determined, it should be about time for the Flower of Seven Sins to make its move. Yuan Tiexin, who stood observing from an elevated position, could not help but shake his head. In the end, going up against the major forces of God's domain was simply impossible for an upstart guild with no background. However, even if Zero Wing was defeated, the fact that the guild was able to survive up to this point was already a matter to be proud of. "Uncle Yuan, isn't there still Ouroboros's elite army of 60,000? Cold Autumn had previously read the report on Ouroboros. The army led by the snow goddess Gentle Snow was not something to discount. Moreover, there were also several noteworthy experts on Ouroboros's side. Currently, the difference in the number of elites between both sides was no longer as large as when the war began. It was still too early to establish the outcome of this war. If the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile did not possess the trump card, the outcome of this war would indeed be undetermined, Yuan Tiexin said, smiling as he shook his head. The Star Alliance's trump card? Cold Autumn looked at Yuan Tiexin very curiously. A war involving over 100,000 elite players was not something that could be decided with just any ordinary trump card. However, judging from how assured Yuan Tiexin was, the trump card was precisely that powerful. I have also only heard this piece of information from the guild leader. Just the other day, the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile both spent an extremely massive sum to purchase 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls from a super guild, Yuan Tiexin said. Enviously, he added, Tier 3 summoning scrolls are exceedingly rare in God's domain. They can be of great help in capturing towns or when used in guild wars. Even the secret pavilion has only managed to gather a few pieces after going through many difficulties. Every piece is a treasure that cannot be bought even with thousands of gold coins. A place with narrow terrain like this is indeed unsuitable for large-scale battles. However, it is the best environment for a Tier 3 creature to exert its advantages. A Tier 3 creature can serve as the best shield and sword in this war. With the assistance of a large group of elite players, a Tier 3 creature can easily annihilate an army of several thousand elite players. What more with 2 Tier 3 creatures? Without sufficient experts to pin them down, these monsters will slaughter elite players. Zero Wing and Ouroboros will stand no chance against these monsters. When Cold Autumn and the others heard this, they shivered involuntarily. The power that 2 great lords controlled by players could exert was simply unimaginable. With the current strength of players, coping with these monsters was impossible. They could only rely on Zerg tactics to kill the great lords. However, the number of sacrifices required to do so would be horrific. To Zero Wing and Ouroboros with their smaller fighting force, this trump card of the Star Alliance would be a fatal one. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, as both sides were almost evenly matched, the number of casualties on both sides was nearly equal. Since Zero Wing is almost finished, Purple, give Ouroboros the final blow. Galaxy Past, who was commanding the battle, whispered to Purple Eye. They had brought 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls to this war. One was in Purple Eye's hands, while the other was in Overwhelming Smile's Warwolf's hands. Galaxy Past was not in control of the Tier 3 summoning scroll in Overwhelming Smile's possession. However, seeing as Zero Wing had already become sheep for the slaughter, he did not wish the Star Alliance to continue losing more elite members. I understand, Purple Eye, who was fighting at the front lines, replied, her lips curling up into a smile. She then excitedly retrieved the Tier 3 summoning scroll in her bag. Unfurling the scroll, she shouted lowly, I summon thee, mountain giant. Suddenly, in the heart of the intense battlefield, a massive magic array appeared in midair. In the next moment, a mountain giant with a body made entirely of rocks fell from the aquamarine magic array. The mountain giant was over 50 meters tall, and all players before its colossal body were no different from ants. Mountain Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 54. HP 20, 000, 000/20, 000, Purple Eye was currently level 34. Meanwhile, creatures summoned using summoning scrolls would be 20 levels higher than their summoners. Hence, the Mountain Giant summoned was level 54. At the same time, its control also fell to Purple Eye. As the number 1 elementalist in the Star Alliance, Purple Eye's standard in terms of techniques was slightly above even Galaxy Past's. The instant the Mountain Giant appeared, Purple Eye promptly controlled it to slaughter hundreds of Ouroboros' elite members. Immediately after, the Mountain Giant abruptly stomped on the ground, and the ground within 120 yards of the Great Lord's feet trembled. In the next moment, at the rear line of Ouroboros' legion, a rock spike with a radius of 20 yards shot up from the ground, instantly annihilating dozens of Ouroboros' healers and striking panic in the remaining healers. Previously, the battle between both sides remained at a stalemate. With the appearance of the Mountain Giant, however, it immediately became a one-sided struggle. When Ouroboros' attacks landed on the Mountain Giant, none of them dealt more than 100 damage due to the level and tier suppression. Even after adding up the efforts of several hundred players, the total was merely in the tens of thousands. To the Mountain Giant, who had 20 million HP, this amount of damage was not worth mentioning. Just its battle recovery alone could maintain it at full HP. The Mountain Giant was essentially a strength-type Great Lord. With a single blow, it could instantly kill a full HP level 30 Elite MT. Moreover, as all of the Mountain Giant's attacks were AoE attacks, when it came to a crowded battlefield, A single blow from it could kill anywhere from a few to more than a dozen players. The mountain giant completely dominated this entire battlefield with overwhelming force. In less than 5 minutes, one of Ouroboros's 3,000-man elite legions was wiped out. This scene shocked the other elite legions into a constant retreat. Shortly after the appearance of the mountain giant, a level 54 Great Lord ranked 3-headed hound appeared on Overwhelming Smile's side of the battlefield. Cerberus, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 54. HP 17, 500, 000/17, 500, 000. Although the Cerberus did not possess as much HP as the mountain giant, it was significantly superior to the mountain giant in terms of magic damage. Its movement speed and attack speed were also much faster. When it came to killing elite players on the battlefield, it was even more proficient than the mountain giant. After 2 level 54 Great Lords joined the battlefield, Ouroboros's members immediately fell into a panic. The 2 Great Lords both possessed quite a number of AoE attack skills. In a battle of thousands, they could easily reap the lives of hundreds of elite players every passing moment. Ouroboros could not offer any resistance whatsoever. Snow, what should we do now? Zhao Yueru felt her scalp tingling and her body shivering when she looked at the 2 Great Lords. If they could not deal with these 2 Great Lords, Ouroboros would have no chance of victory at all. We don't have any other choice. Let's use our final card. Although it can't stop these 2 Great Lords, it will be able to trap them for a short time. This should give us enough time to escape their pursuit, Gentle Snow said, gritting her teeth. She inwardly felt great frustration. She had never imagined that they would lose this war just like this. Faced with 2 Great Lords, choosing a direct confrontation would only increase their losses. As for waiting until the summoning duration of the 2 Great Lords ran out, by the time that happened, everyone from Ouroboros would most likely be dead already. Just as the 2 Great Lords were pushing forward relentlessly, a beam of alternating black and white lights flashed down from a distant mountaintop, directly piercing the advancing mountain giant. A black and white pillar of light then appeared, devouring an area of 200 yards around the mountain giant. When the light pillar dissipated, not even a blade of grass lingered within the 200-yard radius. Only a large crater and a half-kneeling mountain giant remained. Chapter 737, Absolute Power. The appearance and disappearance of the black and white pillar of light stunned everyone. The power of this sudden attack was simply devastating. The shocking scene etched itself deep into everyone's minds. It was difficult to forget even if one wanted to. Just what was that thing? At this moment, looking at the half-kneeling mountain giant, the shock Gentle Snow felt was indescribable with words. It would have been fine if the pillar of light had just killed every player within a radius of 200 yards. However, not only had the devastating attack dealt over 4 million damage to the level 54 Great Lord, but it had also placed the mountain giant in a heavily injured state, immobilizing it. Although the mountain giant could still fight, its controller, Purple Eye, had already died within the pillar of light. Normally, summon creatures could only move within a certain range from their summoners. They could not leave this area. Meanwhile, if the summoner died, the summoned creature would also vanish. One could say that this dependence on the summoner was the weakness of a Tier 3 summoning scroll. Initially, Gentle Snow had also considered killing the player controlling the Great Lord. However, it was simply impossible for them to circle around the Great Lord and break through the numerous elite players protecting the summoner. Hence, they could only retreat in defeat. But with this devastating power, not to mention killing the controller, even killing the Great Lord would not be a problem. Compared to the shock Gentle Snow and the other members of Ouroboros were feeling, the members of the Star Alliance were utterly dumbfounded. If just a single attack could kill over 1,000 players, wouldn't it be only a moment's effort to finish off tens of thousands of players? Just how were they supposed to go up against this power? Setting aside the fact that the attack covered a radius of 200 yards, The speed of that attack was simply not one that players could dodge. One could say that the instant the black and white beam of light appeared, everyone within its range of attack only had death awaiting them. Suddenly, everyone could not help but turn to look at the origin of that beam of light. Black flame. Galaxy Past's eyes immediately turned crimson with rage, his expression becoming exceedingly ugly. Galaxy Past had known the location of Zero Wing's main force ever since Shifeng launched his attack on the elite legion stationed on the mountain. The only reason he had not sent anyone after them was because he intended to have the Flower of Seven Sins finish the job. He had never imagined that Shifeng would have such a card as well. In just a single attack, Shifeng had exterminated one of his trump cards. The Star Alliance had paid an unimaginable price to obtain that Tier 3 summoning scroll. Moreover, this price did not take the form of coins. Instead, it was the magic crystals that the Star Alliance had amassed with much difficulty during this period. Yet now, before the mountain giant could even begin to display its strength, Shifeng had already wiped it out of existence. At this moment, Galaxy Past wished he could rip out Shifeng's heart with his very own hands. Kill them all. That kind of attack should only be usable once. Victory still belongs to us. Galaxy Past immediately notified everyone as he began attacking the members of Ouroboros in a frenzy. Due to Galaxy Past's reminder, everyone from the Star Alliance quickly regained their senses. Launching such a heaven-defying attack even once was already plenty amazing. The possibility of Zero Wing pulling off another such attack should be extremely low. Currently, although one of their two great lords had been defeated, they still had one left. The advantage their side possessed had yet to disappear. Zero Wing and Ouroboros were still on the losing side. Aqua, how long till the next shot? Shifeng could not help but ask as he saw the Star Alliance going into action once more. The requirements to use the Mana Pulse Cannon were extremely stringent. It had its limitations. Firstly, the cannon could not be used inside dungeons. Otherwise, dealing with dungeon bosses would be a piece of cake. A few shots would be all it would take to clear the dungeon. Secondly, the cannon had a relatively long cooldown time after firing before it could fire again. Normally, this cooldown was roughly 3 to 4 minutes long. Thirdly, it was extremely costly to fire the cannon, with each shot costing 1,000 magic crystals. Even ordinary large guilds were unlikely to obtain 1,000 magic crystals in a day. Yet, the basic Mana Pulse Cannon only needed an instant to waste it all. In terms of coins, the cannon cost over 200 gold to fire each time. To first-rate guilds, 200 gold was not a small amount, not to mention 1,000 magic crystals. Even if first-rate guilds possessed a basic Mana Pulse Cannon, they would not be willing to use it unless absolutely necessary. There's still another 30 seconds. Aqua Rose, who was controlling the Mana Pulse Cannon, immediately replied after taking a look at the cooldown time. Previously, she had felt slightly confused when Shifeng had asked her and Blackie to follow him. However, after Shifeng took out the basic Mana Pulse Cannon, she was left dumbfounded for a long time. She never imagined there would be such a horrifying weapon even in God's domain. Of course, one also needed considerable financial strength to use this horrific weapon. First and foremost, the basic Mana Pulse Cannon's selling price of 20,000 gold was enough to deter the majority of the guilds in God's domain from buying it. The next part was the fuel of 1,000 magic crystals. If Zero Wing had not occupied Stone Forest Town and could not collect a large amount of magic crystals from the various large guilds every day, using the Mana Pulse Cannon would really have been too expensive. However, she also could not help but admit that this money was well spent. Just a single shot had directly stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, compared to the cannon's actual effects, its impact on morale was much more amazing. In a war, if one side's momentum were suppressed by the other, this would greatly affect the spirits of both sides, regardless of whether it was the stronger side or the weaker side. Alright, the next target will be that Cerberus. Make sure you don't let the summoner get away, Shifeng commanded. He then messaged Gentle Snow, having her lure the Cerberus as close as possible to the basic mana pulse cannon. The basic mana pulse cannon only had a shooting range of 15,000 yards. Beyond this range, the cannon was no threat. After receiving Shifeng's message, Gentle Snow immediately began directing Ouroboros' army with renewed vigor to move closer to Shifeng's location. Seeing the members of Ouroboros escaping, the players on the Star Alliance's side naturally gave chase. The duration of a summoned creature was limited. Obviously, they needed to achieve the greatest results during this time limit. 30 seconds quickly passed. "You're next." Aqua Rose aimed at the approaching Cerberus and fired the mana pulse cannon once more. Shio! The black and white beam of light shot directly at the three-headed hound. Despite the distance of several thousand yards, the energy pulse of the mana pulse cannon took only an instant to hit a spot close to the Cerberus. When the black and white pillar of light appeared in the Stoneclaw Mountains once more, every player at the outer area of the dungeon was able to see it clearly. Warwolf had noticed the energy pulse the moment it appeared. However, he instantly knew that it was too late to avoid it. The only thing he could do was activate every life-saving skill he possessed. However, the energy pulse, which had the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, was not something a measly Tier 1 player could defend against. Even for Shifeng, his only option when going up against this attack would be to activate space movement to escape. The aura of Earth's absolute defense might not even be able to defend against this move, as invulnerability in God's domain was not absolute. If an attack surpassed the limit a skill could endure, it would likewise break through the skill. After the black and white light pillar dissipated, as expected, Warwolf had fallen to the energy pulse. The Cerberus had disappeared as well together with Warwolf. At the same time, over 1,000 overwhelming Smile members had also been turned into ash, leaving behind only a crater filled with equipment. Chapter 738, 7 Sins Take Action. The reappearance of the black and white light pillar and the new wave of devastation that came with it stunned just about everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains had once more stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a moment, they had forgotten to fight as they turned to watch Pillar of Light. In the face of this horrific power, the prowess of tens of thousands of players was a joke. Complete annihilation could happen at any minute. Although the energy pulse had killed was only over 1,000 players, a deep fear of the weapon had seeped into their bones. Nobody wanted to be on the receiving end of that attack, disintegrating into dust. Suddenly, everyone, players from the Star Alliance and various guilds alike, feared Zero Wing. They were deeply afraid that Zero Wing would launch another such attack. After the energy pulse first appeared, they consoled themselves that it was impossible to use such an attack twice. However, that consolation vanished after the second energy pulse. Players would lose one level when they died. However, losing a level in the 30s would require several days to recover. At the thought of losing their lives to a single attack, the Star Alliance and its allies began to move cautiously. The various troops reigned in their bloodlust. After all, if they attracted too much attention, Armageddon could come knocking on their doors next. In contrast, Ouroboros and Zero Wing's morale flourished, the members of both guilds passionately launching their counterattacks. One side held back with caution, while the other side forged on with guns blazing. The battle's outcome was obvious. Damn it! Just where did Black Flame get that thing? Galaxy Pass scowled. That energy pulse attack was simply too much of a threat to the Star Alliance. If they did not deal with it quickly, they would certainly lose this war. Losing this war would be a fatal blow to the guild. The loss of EXP and equipment was a secondary concern. Most importantly, the Star Alliance's prestige as a first-rate guild would vanish. Not only had the Star Alliance challenged an upstart guild like Zero Wing, but it even lost miserably. In the future, how was the Alliance supposed to compete with Ouroboros in Star Moon City? Meanwhile, if Zero Wing won this war, not only would it gain more prestige, but the guild would also see a flood of players trying to join, which, in turn, would allow the guild's strength to grow. Just how was the Star Alliance supposed to capture Stone Forest Town? Red Feather, lead the main army and annihilate Black Flame. We cannot allow him to fire that thing again. After considering his options, Galaxy Pass did not believe that they could allow Zero Wing to occupy that mountain any longer. With the mountain's vantage point, Zero Wing could fire that energy pulse anywhere on the battlefield they wanted. If they could evict Zero Wing quickly, then the threat of mass destruction would lessen. Hence, it was imperative that they remove Zero Wing from the mountain. As for Zero Wing's elite army, it was no longer important. Rest assured, guild leader. I'll lead a unit to annihilate Black Flame. Red Feather understood the importance of his task. Moreover, this was the perfect chance to avenge the humiliation he had previously suffered. He had only sent his subordinates to deal with Black Flame during the battle in White River City, yet, in the end, not one of the 6 subordinates he sent had returned alive. This time, he intended to deal with Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert personally. Brother Glorious, I'll have to trouble you to inform the Flower of 7 Sins. Hopefully, they can act as soon as possible. This way, we'll be able to end this battle a little sooner, rather than continuing to waste resources. As insurance, Galaxy Pass still decided to deploy the Flower of 7 Sins. Exemplary Willow had intended to force Black Flame to taste despair. Hence, she had ordered them to wipe out Zero Wing's elites before hunting Black Flame and Zero Wing's upper echelons. However, that plan was no longer viable. That energy pulse was simply too much of a threat. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's main force had occupied a location that was easy to hold but difficult to attack. With the combat power of Zero Wing's main force, although Red Feather led many elite members, they could not exert their maximum power. No one was certain that they could chase Black Flame and his team off that mountain. If the battle dragged on and Zero Wing was allowed to fire that energy pulse a few more times, it could turn the tide of this war. Hence, for safety's sake, it would be more efficient for the Flower of 7 Sins assassins to take action. If the Flower of 7 Sins could take down Zero Wing's upper echelons quickly, they could deal a massive blow to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros. The Star Alliance could regain its lost momentum in full. It would be much easier to annihilate the remaining elite members of the 2 guilds. I'll notify them right away, Glorious Echo replied. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. His previous carefree expression had vanished. The war that had clearly been in their favor had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn. If they idled, this war would lose all meaning, even if they killed Zero Wing's upper echelons. Exemplary Willow wanted an overwhelming victory in addition to Black Flame's despair. If he told Exemplary Willow that they had won a Pyrrhic victory, the woman might even skin him alive. Finally want us to join the fray? A silver-robed man asked. This middle-aged man carried a black spear on his back and chuckled when he received Glorious Echo's call. Yes. I hope you can finish the job as soon as possible. Glorious Echo nodded. Relax. As long as we make a move, Black Flame's time in this world will be limited, the silver-robed man laughed. He then disconnected the call and looked to the others, saying, Let's begin. Don't forget your targets. You are only allowed to attack someone else after your target is dead. Although they were all extremely powerful, top-tier experts, when dealing with this silver-robed man, they could not help but shiver as they nodded their heads respectfully. The Flower of 7 Sins was an organization where strength meant everything. The silver-robed man was stronger than every one of them. Hence, he had full command of this operation. Just as the Flower of 7 Sins assassins made their way towards Shifang's Peak, the secret pavilion's members, who had watched from afar, began to move. I had not expected Zero Wing to obtain such a strategic tool. It's no wonder why it grew from an upstart guild to its present power. If not for the Flower of 7 Sins, Zero Wing might really win this war. Yuan Tiexin shuddered when he recalled the prior devastation. If Zero Wing could obtain several more tools, who could possibly stand up to it in the future? However, this event had reminded him of one thing. Wars in God's domain were not won just by relying on elite and expert players. Such strategic tools were similarly very important. While the Star Alliance mobilized a unit, approaching Shifeng's position, Shifeng used this time to fire the Mana Pulse Cannon a few more times, annihilating thousands of the Star Alliance's members. The Star Alliance's expert team, which faced the Dark God's Legion, also received a shot. The energy pulse had instantly disintegrated close to half of the expert team, alleviating the pressure on the Dark God's Legion. This situation had nearly caused the upper echelons of the Star Alliance and the various other guilds to faint. Guild leader, as expected, they're approaching. Should we have the nearby elite legion head our way and assist us? That way, we'll have an easier time holding this area, Fire Dance asked Shifeng as she watched the elite army gather at the foot of the mountain. With only Zero Wing's main force, it would be extremely difficult to secure this location. No need. Having more people will only hinder us. Shifeng waved his hand. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and the Tier 3 Magic Amplification Scroll from his bag, smiling faintly. Chapter 739, 100 versus 20,000. The Star Alliance had dispatched an army of 20,000 elite players to surround Shifeng's mountaintop. Even if Shifeng and the others were more powerful, they would never escape an army of 20,000 elite players and numerous experts. Everyone, split up as much as possible and attack in groups. Be careful of Zero Wing's E-spells. Red Feather commanded. The Star Alliance had investigated Zero Wing's main force members extensively. Blackie's Stars of Light and Shifeng's Firestorm were the army's biggest threats. These two spells had displayed their frightening, destructive power many times in the past. If they charged as one, they would be no more than target practice. Even without the Flower of Seven Sins, 20,000 elite players are more than enough to drown Black Flame's group of 100. Cold Autumn, who watched from a nearby mountaintop, could not help but sigh at the sea of players as they climbed the mountain. Players' stamina in God's domain was not unlimited. It might have been fine if Zero Wing fought ordinary players, but not only was every member of the 20,000-man army an elite, but the army also contained plenty of experts. This battle would not end quickly. If Zero Wing faced only common monsters, it might have a chance at victory. After all, common monsters did not require much from players. There was no need to push oneself to the limit to fight such opponents. In a normal battle, players could fight for a very long time. However, it was a different story in a high-speed battle where it was necessary to remain at one's peak. This would have a high demand of one's stamina and concentration. This was like running a marathon. A runner might have the stamina to jog 10 kilometers, but not at full speed. It'd be a miracle if an experienced runner could run a full kilometer at full speed. It was the same concept with maintaining one's peak during combat. If they, the younger generation of the Secret Pavilion, were the ones to fight in this battle, let alone 20,000 players, even 10,000 players would be more than enough to drown them to death. They could only retreat if they wanted to survive. Choosing to fight would simply lead to their grave. The fact that the Star Alliance had dispatched 20,000 elites to entrap Black Flame and his team showed just how afraid the Alliance was of the swordsman. Ordinary top-tier experts would not warrant such treatment. Meanwhile, as the war raged, the official forums exploded with comments. Zero Wing is too amazing. They're actually going up against 20,000 people with a team of 100. I wonder who will win? I wish I could watch this battle in person. I'm guessing that Zero Wing will wipe. We're talking about 20,000 guild elite members. Indeed. That's 20,000 elite players, not 20,000 common monsters. If Zero Wing comes out victorious, they will be a legend in God's domain. I wonder how many people Zero Wing's 100 members will kill. This battle would determine the supremacy over the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom paid very close attention to it. Moreover, one did not often see a guild war of this scale. Aside from the forum discussions, players also broadcasted live streams of the war on the official forums. For this war, the Star Alliance did not bother with chasing away outsiders. Instead, the guild allowed other players to watch. They wanted everyone to know how powerful the Star Alliance was. Only, the Star Alliance had begun to regret that decision. Advance. Show everyone the consequences for opposing the Star Alliance. Red Feather shouted. Suddenly, the army of 20,000 elite players ascended the mountain, leaving no gaps for Zero Wing to escape through. They intended to wipe out Black Flame and his team. When the Star Alliance's army was halfway up the mountain, a black figure suddenly appeared in midair. Whenever the figure flapped its pitch-black wings, it generated powerful winds. Why is a demon here? Everyone from the Star Alliance turned to look at the figure. Battle Demon, Demon. Level 55. HP 11, 000, 000, 000/11, 000, 000. While everyone was caught in a daze, the battle demon lifted its twin blood-red war axes and swooped down into the crowd. Swinging its weapons, the battle demon created a storm that sent all players within a radius of 15 yards flying into the air, the countless wind blades ending their lives. Once the violent storm ended, hundreds of pieces of equipment fell from the sky. Everyone involuntarily shuddered. With players' current standard, none of them had any hope against a level 55 Tier 3 creature. No. This is Zero Wing's demon. All melee players scatter. Ranged players, distance yourselves from the demon and use barrier magic arrays to trap it. Red Feather immediately commanded. Although the demon's sudden appearance had surprised him, he remained relatively calm. Although barrier magic arrays were rare, a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had quite a few in reserve. They might not be able to kill the Tier 3 demon, but they could confine it for a while. However, Feng had no intentions of giving the Star Alliance the opportunity to trap the demon. The demons he summoned with the Bible of Darkness were different from the creatures summoned with summoning scrolls. The demons could be controlled from a very long distance. Hence, Feng directed the battle demon to fly into the air and attack other locations. Despite the constant attacks from the Star Alliance's players, due to the level and tier suppression, their damage was practically negligible. In such a way, the battle demon repeatedly struck and fled. Every time the players with the barrier scrolls reached the battle, the demon was out of reach. For a time, the Star Alliance's army plunged into chaos. Red Feather's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he roared deafeningly, watching this madness repeat again and again. It was already difficult enough to deal with a Tier 3 demon. Now, the demon ran about randomly, wreaking havoc wherever it went. To the Star Alliance, this demon was a nightmare. They were sheep to the slaughter. A casual assault could kill several hundred players. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the demon annihilated their army of 20,000 elite players. Guild leader, you really are amazing. You can actually summon such a powerful Tier 3 demon. With this, the Star Alliance will suffer. Blackie rejoiced as he watched the battle demon massacre the Star Alliance's elites. Previously, the two great lords the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile had summoned had dealt quite the blow. Just when he thought that this war had been over, Feng revealed the basic mana pulse cannon. With just 2 shots, they had dealt with the two great lords, forcing the Star Alliance to send out an army of players. Now, Feng had summoned a Tier 3 demon. In such a narrow mountain path, a Tier 3 demon was far more effective than several thousand elite players. Ignore that demon. Charge up the mountain. If we kill the summoner, that demon will disappear. Galaxy Past, who commanded the battle against Ouroboros in the distance, suddenly shouted in the guild chat. Regardless of how powerful a summon creature was, its summoner was always its weakness. Rather than wasting time with the Tier 3 demon, it was more effective to attack its summoner. Zero Wing itself had taught them this lesson. Sure enough, after Galaxy Past's reminder, the Star Alliance's elites calmed themselves and pushed up the mountain, leaving only the barrier team behind to deal with the Tier 3 demon. Guild leader, they're coming. Should I fire? Blackie asked as he watched the elite army charge at them like a swarm of ants. He desperately wanted to use stars of light to show the Star Alliance who they were dealing with. Before replying, Feng glanced at a 50-man team that climbed the mountain path swiftly. With a serious expression, he said, "Save it for now. We can deal with the Star Alliance after we deal with the Flower of Seven Sins." Chapter 740, Top-Tier Battle. Hearing Feng's comment, Fire Dance and the others turned towards the Flower of Seven Sins approach. If they had to name their greatest threat in this war, it was definitely not the Star Alliance's army of over 100,000 elite players. It was the 50-man team from the Flower of Seven Sins. Watching the assassins close the distance between them, Fire Dance and the others grew nervous. They knew that should the assassins defeat them here, their previous efforts would be for naught. Don't hold back against them. Use the power of darkness right from the start, Feng reminded his team through the team chat. Victory or defeat, let it be determined within these 10 minutes. In terms of techniques, the Flower of Seven Sins was leaps and bounds above them. They only had two advantages. First, they had more numbers on their side. Second, they had the advantage of berserk skills. The power of darkness had a duration of 10 minutes. Ordinary berserk skills generally only lasted a fraction of that time. When they activated the power of darkness, their opponents would have no choice but to activate theirs as well. If they could last through the duration of the Flower of Seven Sins berserk skills, they would emerge victorious. Feng directed the battle demon to charge at the assassins with flying speed. With the overwhelming combat power of a Tier 3 demon, it should be simple to defeat the 50-man team of assassins. Do you think you can stop the Flower of Seven Sins with a single Tier 3 demon? The silver-robed man glanced at the battle demon flying towards his team, a playful smile appearing on his face. He then revealed a black magic scroll. Unfurling it, he shouted, "I summon the Magma Giant." Suddenly, a massive humanoid figure covered in molten lava appeared on the mountain. Lava Giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 55. HP 18,000/18,000,000. The instant the lava giant appeared, it released an angry bellow and lifted both its hands. Suddenly, lava spewed from the ground and swept across the mountaintop, transforming an area of 300 yards around the lava giant into a lava domain. Not only did the lava domain suppress enemies' attributes, but it also ate away 3% of their HPs every 5 seconds. Players could not fight within the domain for very long at all. After establishing its domain, the lava giant tightly clasped both its hands together. In the next moment, hot lava began to spew into the air, engulfing the battle demon and preventing it from moving. A Great Lord actually knows a domain skill and a Tier 3 imprisonment skill. The Flower of Seven Sins is even willing to part with such a summoning scroll? Feng could not help his frown. A Tier 3 imprisonment skill could seal the battle demon's movements for a very long time. However, throughout the skill's duration, the caster could not move. Both summoned creatures had been taken out of this fight. However, the Flower of Seven Sins had the aid of a domain skill, which was a significant disadvantage for Zero Wing. Give up. Nobody can avoid the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. The silver-robed man chuckled. The lava domain had already enveloped the mountaintop. Zero Wing's members were trapped inside. Moreover, with the suppression and HP reduction effects, even if Zero Wing's members activated their berserk skills, they would not survive for long inside the lava domain. In the end, death would be waiting to greet them. That isn't necessarily true. Watching the assassins charge at them, Feng suddenly shouted, "Activate the magic array." Suddenly, a purple-gold magic array appeared in the air, enveloping both Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. This magic array was none other than the intermediate magic array, 9-star polar domain, that Feng had previously obtained. As long as the 9-star polar domain was active, people outside the barrier could not enter. Similarly, those inside could not leave. Only after the 9 casters' mana ran out would the barrier disappear. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain also suppressed the assassin's attributes. Furthermore, its suppression was more powerful than the lava domains. The lava domain could suppress a player's attributes by 30%, whereas the 9-star polar domain could suppress a player's attributes by 40%. Against high-tiered monsters, it could suppress over 70% of their attributes. It was an extremely powerful magic array. When the players outside of the barrier saw Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins' various combat methods, they were momentarily stunned. Very good. At least things are getting a little interesting now. The silver-robed man could not help but laugh. Let's see which one of us will last until the very end. Saying so, the members of the Flower of Seven Sins activated their berserk skills. Although they suffered a more powerful suppression, the lava domain would chip away at Zero Wing's HPs. If they dragged on the battle, they could win easily. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's side similarly activated the power of darkness. Suddenly, both sides' attributes soared, their combat powers reaching greater heights than before. With only a few dozen yards between them, they began to launch ranged attacks. Spells and arrows flew at their targets. However, neither side was easy to defeat as they weaved between the rain of spells and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two teams closed. The melee classes exchanged blows rapidly, their bodies moving with blurring speed. Fire Dance immediately set her sights on a level 34 cleric. Using shadow steps, she appeared behind the cleric and activated the assassin class' strongest skill, Absolute Strike. However, this cleric had sensed Fire Dance's approach. Not only did he manage to activate Truth Shield before Fire Dance's attack reached him, but he also activated Terrorizing Roar. Fire Dance was forced to activate a control removal skill. Afterward, she thrust her short sword towards the cleric. In response, the cleric used his staff to block the attack. As Fire Dance possessed overwhelming strength, her attack had sent that cleric flying. However, the cleric took the opportunity to put some distance between them. Unfortunately, Fire Dance's damage only shattered the cleric's truth shield. The cleric remained unharmed. Just as Fire Dance thought of chasing after the cleric, she felt an intensely dense killing intent from behind her. Hurriedly, Fire Dance used wind steps. Dang! Without her notice, a dagger struck her back. Fortunately, Fire Dance had activated wind steps in time, the 1-second invulnerability nullifying the attack. Your reaction time is quite good, but how about this? The black-clothed assassin that suddenly appeared behind Fire Dance bantered. He then brandished 2 daggers, sending over a dozen afterimages at Fire Dance. It was as if he had launched these attacks simultaneously, entrapping Fire Dance. Instinctually, Fire Dance had wanted to defend against the attacks. However, she quickly changed her mind and used Void Steps instead. Suddenly, Fire Dance vanished. The black-clothed assassin halted his attacks and activated Wind Steps. Dang! Fire Dance suddenly appeared beside the black-clothed assassin, her short sword stopping just before the man's back, unable to proceed even an inch. Such an amazing footwork. It seems that I did not choose the wrong target, the black-clothed assassin laughed. He glanced at Fire Dance, saying, I'm Pleiades, the one who is going to kill you. A flowing water realm expert? When Fire Dance saw her opponent's calm reaction to Void Steps, she could roughly guess Pleiades' standard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defend. Only those capable of predicting her movements could defend against her Void Steps. Aside from Fire Dance, who had encountered a flowing water realm expert, Violet Cloud faced down one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Although Zero Wing's members had the advantage in attributes and could take the initiative in attacking, the assassins' techniques were far more refined. The assassins did not use strictly might to face their opponents. Instead, they defended and counterattacked. After all, with the presence of the lava domain, Zero Wing's members would continuously lose HP over time. They just needed to wait until their opponents ran out of HP. Black Flame, show me your strength, the silver-robed middle-aged man demanded as he stood in Shifeng's path. Sweeping his spear horizontally, the middle-aged man exuded an imposing aura. Chapter 741, Godly Speed. The members of Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins had entered their own battles. Aside from Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose relying on the attribute advantage that their Tier 1 set equipment provided to suppress the Assassin's party leaders, the others struggled against the remaining 4 party leaders. These party leaders' equipment was in no way inferior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. In addition, they wore almost a full set of Tier 3 gemstones, and their berserk skills were slightly more powerful than the power of darkness. Hence, they easily made up for the difference in attributes. With very little difference in basic attributes, even if 3 of Zero Wing's main force members ganged up on one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders, they were powerless. The enemy neutralized their attacks, one after another. Meanwhile, if they were not careful and received an attack, they would instantly lose 1/3 of their HP. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Not to mention, the lava domain was also in effect, continuously reducing the HPs of Zero Wing's players. Surprisingly, Shadow Sword, Minor Wind, Flying Shadow, Turtle Dove, Cola, and Yi Wumian were able to exchange blow for blow with their assassin opponents, both their HPs and their enemies gradually decreasing. A small difference in HP might determine the outcome of their fights. Zero Wing is quite strong. Despite facing so many experts from the Flower of Seven Sins, they still fight so ferociously. If this were any other team, the Flower of Seven Sins would have defeated them by now, Yuan Tiexin, who watched the fight from afar, said in slight surprise. Unfortunately, Zero Wing will still go up in flames. Currently, aside from a few of Zero Wing's upper echelons holding their ground, it was only a matter of time before the others were defeated. If the battle dragged on, the ordinary main force members would fall. At that time, the assassins could corner Zero Wing's upper echelons. As they already had their hands full with their current opponents, facing more at once would be fatal. The other secret pavilion members nodded in agreement. However, they had to admit that Zero Wing's main force was indeed impressive. If they were in Zero Wing's place, the battle would end very quickly. Refinement Realm experts could alter their actions in such high-speed battles nimbly. However, ordinary experts could not. On the scorched battlefield, although the fights between Zero Wing's main force members and the Flower of Seven Sins assassins was exciting, the secret pavilion members focused on Shifeng's battle. After all, the title of One-Hit Azura was not just for show. To have earned his current reputation, Shifeng had killed many experts. However, in this war, Shifeng's opponent was even more extraordinary than he was. He fought the assassin's leader. This was a rare sight indeed. The Flower of Seven Sins sent you to lead the mission this time? Shifeng asked as he unsheathed his swords. He was utterly focused on the silver-robed man before him. Although the silver-robed man had not yet attacked, the cold killing intent he radiated caused Shifeng to shudder involuntarily. Shifeng felt as if his life were slipping away. It almost felt as if he were standing in the middle of a demonic beast's nest. Moreover, the silver-robed man's level and equipment quality were extremely high. Not only was the man a level 35 berserker, but his equipment was also the dark gold set equipment meant for berserkers, the Windfrost set. The Windfrost set focused on speed and strength. It was level 30 to level 40 equipment. It was a dark gold set that could improve as its wearer leveled. It was only second to a Tier 1 set equipment. As for the snow-white spear in the man's hands, although Shifeng had never seen it before, judging by the runes and weapon's elegance, it should be, at the very least, a top-tier dark gold weapon. That will depend on whether or not you qualify to know, the silver-robed man rebuked as he swung his spear. Suddenly, it seemed like his spear had transformed into 5 poisonous snakes that shot toward Shifeng. One spear, 5 transformations. Although there were only 5 spear images, these images' attack trajectories were both complex and varied. Even the middle-aged man could not predict the attacks, not to mention the attack trajectories. Seeing this, Shi Feng abruptly retreated. Dang! Dang! Sparks scattered between the swordsman and the berserker. Such quick spearmanship! Shi Feng could not help his surprise. Despite retreating as soon as he had noticed the attacks, the 5 spear images had appeared before him instantly. By the time he had reacted, although he had deflected 2 of the spear images with his swords, it had been too late to block the other 3 spears. He had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade to block the spears. Otherwise, with his attributes after activating the power of darkness, although the remaining spear images would not kill him instantly, they would destroy 1/3 of his HP. Due to the previous clash, Shi Feng had gained a general understanding of just how powerful the silver-robed man was. Hence, he could predict the man's damage. You actually avoided my 1 spear, 5 transformations. You are worthy for me to take you seriously. The silver-robed man smiled. Suddenly he launched another attack. This time, 6 spear images flew towards Shi Feng. This attack was also much faster than the last. By the time Shi Feng could react, the 6 spear images appeared before him. Despite having taken precautions, 3 of the 6 images struck Shi Feng. Fortunately, Defensive Blade blocked the other 3. How are his attacks so fast? Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he glanced at his opponent's spear. He had clearly predicted the man's general targets, yet by the time he had defended himself, the 6 spear images had arrived before him. It almost seemed as if the images had teleported. Despite predicting the trajectory of the attacks, his body could not keep up with the assassin's speed. This was the first time Shi Feng had encountered such a situation. Logically, he should be much faster than the silver-robed man, yet the man's spear moved as if it had instantaneous movement. Even if he were faster, he could not keep up with the silver-robed man's spear attacks. With no other choice, Shi Feng used Abyssal Bind. The 4-second binding gave him plenty of time to kill the silver-robed man several times over. However, as soon as the pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, the silver-robed man activated Wargod's radiance, a dazzling light shining from his body as he became immune to all control effects. Immediately after, 6 more spear images appeared before Shi Feng, striking him. This time, Defensive Blade's block count was exhausted. The secret pavilion members watching from afar were dumbfounded. The silver-robed man's spear strikes were simply too fast. The attacks had completely surpassed the speed defined by the system. How could anyone dodge such attacks? How are that man's attacks so fast? Despite being the top genius of the secret pavilion's new generation, Cold Autumn was shocked as he watched the fierce battle. If he had to block the silver-robed man's attacks, he, most likely, would have died immediately after the battle had begun. Only Black Flame, with his lightning-fast swordsmanship, was barely capable of defending against 2 or 3 of those spear strikes. Anyone else would have died multiple times by now. Autumn, now you understand why I brought you all here to watch this battle, right? Yuan Tiexin asked, chuckling. The Apex experts you know of are only figureheads. This is a true Apex expert of the virtual gaming world. However, Black Flame's performance is just as impressive. 1 spear, 6 transformations is that man's specialty technique. Countless well-known experts have died against this move. I can count the number of experts who can block 2 or 3 strikes while in the flowing water realm on one hand. Now that Black Flame has used up all his life-saving skills, this fight should end very quickly. The silver-robed man executed 1 spear, 6 transformations once more. However, Shi Feng suddenly closed his eyes. He saw nothing as he allowed the assassin to attack. Could he have given up already? The sudden development shocked the onlookers. With the spear moving so fast, if Shi Feng did not rely on his sight to predict the silver-robed man's actions, how could he defend against the spear attacks? It seems the fight is over, Cold Autumn said, shaking his head. The 6 spear images pierced Shifeng's body. However, the instant the 6 spear images shot through Shifeng's body, another Shifeng appeared beside the silver-robed man. This other Shifeng swung down his abyssal blade. Dang! The clear ring of metal clashing with metal resounded throughout the battlefield. The silver-robed man was forced to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing himself. You actually dodged all of them. Shock appeared on the silver-robed man's face as he stared at the unharmed Shifeng with disbelief. Chapter 742, Deciding Strike. Shifeng's sudden evasion of the silver-robed man's 1 spear, 6 transformations left the secret pavilion members speechless. How did he do it? Cold Autumn's eyes widened as he stared at Shifeng, who still had his eyes closed. Shifeng had avoided that godlike spearmanship, which had been impossible to dodge with open eyes, with his eyes closed. This was simply inconceivable. Yuan Tianxin was similarly stunned. Black Flame really is surprising. I had never imagined he would see through Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations so quickly, Yuan Tianxin exclaimed. Years ago, I suffered numerous losses against Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations, yet Black Flame had seen through it after only a couple of attacks. Could he be a monster? The silver-robed man named Sky was one of the Flower of 7 Sins' veteran assassins. Many top-tier experts from super guilds had suffered immensely at Sky's hands. Sky had even killed many experts who had also stepped into the Void Realm. Only those at the Void Realm, who could exert their 5 senses to their limits and possessed rudimentary control over their surroundings, had the ability to block 1 spear, 6 transformations. Even Yuan Tianxin struggled to defend against 1 spear, 6 transformations while wielding 2 weapons. He could block 4 or 5 strikes at most. However, he was a shield warrior, so he had a much easier time defending against the spear strikes with a shield. Only he would have a much harder time closing in on Sky. Of course, there were many skills in the game, such as wide-range attacks, that could neutralize such precision attacks. One could also distance themselves from Sky. After all, a berserker's attack range was only so far. Even a long spear would not increase one's attack range by much. However, in a close-quarters, high-speed battle like this, aside from the life-saving skills that one could activate with a thought, it was impossible to defend against Sky's attacks with skills. Skills generally required specific motions before activation. This would create a sense of disharmony in expert players. Their attacks using skills would not be as fast and natural as their normal attacks. Hence, this would reveal weak points that they did not normally possess. It was this reason precisely that experts in the refinement realm or above rarely use skills in close combat against other players, as it was highly possible that one weakness would spell their doom. Shifeng had yet to reach the Void Realm. However, without using any skills, he still managed to neutralize Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations. This was the first time Yuan Tianxin had seen such an occurrence. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after Sky calmed his slightly surprised heart, fighting spirit flared in his eyes. He began to execute 1 spear, 6 transformations once more. Sky executed his specialty technique numerous times in succession. Yet, Shifeng dodged all of his attacks with his eyes closed, launching a counterattack each time. Initially, Shifeng had only gotten 1 hit in during his counterattacks. Now he landed 2 hits. Although Sky had blocked every attack Shifeng had sent at him, he had received a lot of damage. Each one of Shifeng's attacks had dealt over -500 damage. Shifeng's strength was astonishing. In God's domain, the resulting impact as weapons clashed would offset the damage. If there were a significant difference between the combatants' strength, however, some damage would occur. However, this damage was usually so low that it was almost negligible. If the difference in the combatant strengths was quite vast, the weaker side would receive significant damage, even if they blocked the attack successfully. Sky experienced this firsthand against Black Flame. His equipment had already reached the current peak among players in God's domain. He was also a berserker, a class famed for its strength. The berserk skill he had activated was even a strength-type berserk skill. Yet, Shifeng's strength was still far above his own. This was the first time Sky had encountered such a situation. In terms of the strength attribute, even those monster-like players in God's domain could not overwhelm him like this. It no longer felt as if he fought another player. Instead, it felt more like he fought a humanoid lord-ranked monster. He received over -500 damage just by defending against attacks. His HP after activating his berserk skill was only slightly more than 19,000. He had a limit to the number of times he could defend against Shifeng's attacks. Although Sky put in the utmost effort to dodge Shifeng's attacks, he discovered that he could not dodge any of them. Despite having relatively powerful control over his surroundings, Shifeng's attacks were simply too fast. Even though he could predict Shifeng's attack trajectories, he could barely defend himself. You really are amazing. It's no wonder why even Silver has noticed you. Glaring at Shifeng, Sky said in a low tone, I had intended to save this card for challenging Silver, but it seems that I have no choice but to try it on you. As soon as he said this, Sky's spear shot out and transformed into 9 spear images. 1 spear, 9 kills. This was currently the limit of Sky's abilities. Not only did this move have a greater range than 1 spear, 6 transformations, but it was also much faster. This time, Shifeng opened his eyes. Facing the sudden approach of the 9 spear images, rather than retreating, Shifeng moved forward to welcome the spears. Yuan Tianxin, who watched from afar, thought that Shifeng had lost his mind. Players who knew of it already avoided 1 spear, 6 transformations like the plague. On the other hand, 1 spear, 9 kills sent chills down even Yuan Tianxin's spine. Even if he could lift his shield in time, the spear images would, most likely, hit him. Yet, Shifeng had taken the initiative to welcome the spears. Did his success of neutralizing Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations make him overconfident? However, as Yuan Tianxin stood too far away from Shifeng, he did not notice the faint blue arcs of electricity circling Shifeng's body. This move was none other than killing Rei's second skill, Thunder God's Descent. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills, movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. In the next moment, numerous blue lights flashed. The lights deflected the spear images as they closed in on Shifeng. From an outsider's view, it looked as if the spear images had avoided Shifeng. Like a strong gale, Shifeng blasted through the 9 spear images and swept past Sky. Too fast for the naked eye to follow, killing Rei penetrated Sky's body. This had all happened in an instant. Before Sky even realized what had just happened, fountains of blood spurted from his body. His HP plummeted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his 19,000 plus HP fell to 0. Sky's body thudded as it hit the ground. Shifeng's sudden attack had killed Sky, stunning everyone who watched. For a moment, only silence followed. What happened just now? How did he block the 9 spear images? Sky died. Questions filled the minds of the secret pavilion crowd. Despite their focus on Shifeng all this time, they had only seen Shifeng vanish and reappear. They had not noticed Shifeng draw his sword before Sky fell to the ground. None of them knew exactly what had just happened. Shifeng had clearly waged a bitter battle against Sky just moments ago. Yet, after a few exchanges, Shifeng had seen through and neutralized Sky's specialty technique. He even claimed Sky's life with a single move. This change had happened too fast. It was unbelievable. Uncle Yuan, do you know what happened just now? What did Black Flame do? Cold Autumn asked, practically shouting his question with bloodshot eyes. However, standing beside him, Yuan Tianxin's were just as wide, containing his own confusion. Chapter 743, Seven Sins Defeat. In Yuan Tiexian's eyes, although Shifeng was certainly strong, he was still no match for him. However, the swordsman's sudden performance had truly dumbfounded him. If Yuan Tiexian faced Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations, he was only 50% certain of emerging victorious. However, against the 1 spear, 9 kills Sky had just displayed, Yuan Tiexian did not think he had any chance of victory. Yet, even after using 1 spear, 9 kills, Sky died after Shifeng's single strike. From the moment Shifeng moved to when he swung his sword, everything had happened all too quickly. Moreover, due to the distance between them, the battle had ended before Yuan Tiexian realized what had happened. Did any of you record this battle? Yuan Tiexian asked the several people behind him. They were staff from the secret pavilion's intelligence department. The magic mirror they held was a magical tool in God's domain that could record the scenes within a certain range. One could purchase a magic mirror from shops in the various major cities. However, they were extremely expensive. A basic magic mirror cost 3 gold. However, a basic magic mirror could record an area of 100 by 100 yards in a range of 4,000 yards for 2 hours. This item could easily allow the various large guilds to keep a record of certain battles. It was especially easy for players like them to get dragged into battles like this. Hence, they needed to maintain a certain distance from the battle. Although they could use binoculars to watch the fights, those items could not record the battles. Hence, magic mirrors were the best tools to gather information. After collecting the required data, one could research the information in detail. It was much easier than the system's recording function. We got everything. The intelligence agents nodded in reply. Good. Make a copy and send it to me later. Send a copy to the guild leader as well. Yuan Tiexian commanded seriously. For an expert like himself, nothing was more alluring than watching a battle between players of Shifeng's and Sky's standards. Moreover, Shifeng's performance was also mind-blowing. At this moment, Yuan Tiexian could not help but reconsider the relationship between the secret pavilion in Zero Wing. However, this decision would have to wait until after the war ended. Compared to the surprise the secret pavilion members had felt, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins were thunderstruck. Although Sky was not one of their upper echelons, his fame within the organization was resounding. Almost everyone had heard of him. Moreover, among the many Void Realm experts in the organization, Sky was the only expert capable of facing down Silver. Yet, Black Flame, someone who was only slightly famous, had killed Sky. This was like watching an ant defeat a lion. It was inconceivable. Guild leader. When Fire Dance saw the assassin Pleiades freeze, she followed the assassin's gaze. Immediately, she discovered that Shifeng had claimed the assassin's team leader, and unconsciously, power welled up in her. Fire Dance wasn't the only one to react this way. Everyone from Zero Wing's main force also felt power flow into their bodies when they saw the berserker on the ground. Although Zero Wing's main force had lost over a dozen members, this one death had far more of an impact than killing 3 or 4 of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Hadn't the Flower of Seven Sins never failed a job? In the end, hadn't their strongest team leader still died under their guild leader's sword? Sky's death also caused the lava giant to disappear. Without the lava giant, the lava domain vanished as well. In the blink of an eye, the suppression on everyone from Zero Wing lifted, their attributes abruptly soaring. On the other hand, the 9-star polar domain still suppressed the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. Damn it! Sky actually died so quickly. Pleiades frowned as he turned to Fire Dance, whose attributes had been restored. He lost his prior composure. Initially, Fire Dance already had higher attributes than he did. He had only kept up with Fire Dance's attacks by relying on his accurate judgment. Now that Fire Dance had recovered her attributes while he was still hampered, dodging and blocking the woman's attacks became far more difficult. Whether it was Pleiades or the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins, they all had grimaced as they fought. didn't you enjoy beating me up just now? Shadow Sword, who had less than half of his HP remaining, said as he smirked at a Refinement Realm level 34 Guardian Knight. His lips curling into a smile, Shadow Sword said, "It's my turn now." Saying so, Shadow Sword swung the blue fire double-edged sword violently and executed Whirlwind Slash. He was not the slightest bit afraid of revealing any weak points. Against absolute strength and speed, despite the level 34 Guardian Knight using his shield to defend against Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash, the impact forced him to retreat 6 steps, a damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. For a second there, he had nearly lost his balance. Shadow Sword immediately followed up with a series of violent slashes. Facing Shadow Sword's rapid barrage, the Guardian Knight had no choice but to raise his shield and defend himself. However, every time Shadow Sword struck his shield, he received over -200 damage, his body forced to retreat one step after another. He had no chances to counterattack. On Violet Cloud's side, the Astromancer was finally able to apply leverage. Activating Star's guidance, she sent the level 34 Berserker party leader, who chased after her, flying. Immediately after, she attacked with her mana balls. 30 mana balls appeared in the air around them. Although this attack was not as strong as the 36 mana balls she could summon after drinking the 100-berry wine, Violet Cloud was able to control the 30 mana balls with much greater precision. Moreover, due to her recovered attributes, the force her mana balls contained had also increased significantly. The Berserker party leader required his full might to block every mana ball. Otherwise, the balls would knock him back and reveal even more weak points. However, against the overwhelming power of the 30 mana balls, the Berserker party leader occasionally missed 2 or 3 mana balls, receiving around -500 to -600 damage. Without the suppression of Zero Wing's attributes, the battle immediately turned to Zero Wing's favor, whereas the Flower of Seven Sins were at a complete disadvantage. After killing Sky, Shi Feng did not stop to pick up the loot the Berserker had dropped. Instead, he turned around and dashed for the Seven Sins party leader that posed the greatest threat to Zero Wing. These party leaders were all experts in the Flowing Water realm. Even if Zero Wing's main force members recovered their attributes, the party leaders were still a major threat. After Shi Feng's attributes recovered, due to Thunder God's descent still being active, he became much faster. Although he was not as fast as when he had killed Sky, his speed was more than enough to deal with the Seven Sins party leaders. After appearing behind one of the party leaders, Shi Feng executed Chop with his killing ray. A streak of blue light flashed. -15,485. A bloody mark appeared on the Shield Warrior party leader. Only at this moment did the Shield Warrior's shield appear in Shi Feng's trajectory. The Shield Warrior was slower than Shi Feng's by a massive margin. Suddenly, the party leader, who had roughly 11,000 HP remaining, fell to the ground. Observers were, once again, rendered speechless. Shi Feng's attack was simply too fast. Watching from afar, they had only seen a flash of blue light. They had not even seen his sword's afterimage before it struck his opponent. Just how was someone supposed to defend against such an attack? After just a short moment, 4 of the 7 Flower of Seven Sins party leaders had died at Shi Feng's hands. Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose took care of the last 3. In the end, Zero Wing had annihilated the assassins from the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 744, Star Alliance's Defeat. As the Flower of Seven Sins came to an end, everyone watching from afar was dumbfounded. It was especially true for the Star Alliance's upper echelons. People in their position were very aware of how terrifying the Flower of Seven Sins was. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that had killed the upper echelons of super guilds countless times, invoking the super guild's wrath. However, none of those guilds could do anything to the assassin organization. Until this day, the Flower of Seven Sins had never failed a job. Yet now this legend shattered. The most incredulous aspect was that it had been an upstart guild that broke the legend. How can this be? Red Feather's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists as he stared at the corpses of the Seven Sins scattered across the ground. The Flower of Seven Sins had been their final trump card against Zero Wing. Now that the assassins had been wiped out, how were they supposed to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons? Any expert could take advantage of the narrow terrain to exert their strength, not to mention Black Flame, who could instant-kill the Flower of Seven Sins team leader. With Black Flame's strength, he could slaughter elite players without wasting much stamina. He only needed one hit for each kill. If they relied on Zerg tactics to kill Black Flame, just how many elite players would they need to sacrifice? Not to mention, the Tier 3 demon was still alive and kicking. It was practically impossible to annihilate Zero Wing's main force here with just 20,000 elite players. Guild leader, the Flower of Seven Sins members have been wiped out. What should we do now? Unsure himself, Red Feather quickly decided to report to Galaxy Past. What? Galaxy Past was momentarily stunned when he received the news. For a second, he even thought Red Feather was joking. However, Red Feather would never joke so distastefully in such a dire situation like this. His expression turning serious, Galaxy Past asked, "How many people does Zero Wing have left? Is Black Flame dead?" The Flower of Seven Sins' strength was absolute. Even if Zero Wing's main force were impressive, they would not walk away unharmed. If Zero Wing's main force had suffered severe casualties, then they could rely on their elite army to swarm their remaining enemies. Without any commanders, Zero Wing's army would into disarray and morale would drop sharply. It would be significantly easier to take out Zero Wing's elite army without its leaders. They have 76 people remaining. Black Flame is still alive, Red Feather hurriedly reported after glancing at Zero Wing's members, who were still within the magic array. Galaxy Past's surprise escalated. "Are you sure?" Galaxy Past asked once more. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched 50 of its top-tier assassins. Every one of these assassins was an expert that struck fear into one's heart. Even Galaxy Past himself was not sure that he could escape should any one of these experts come for his life. How was it possible that this team of assassins had only claimed slightly over 20 Zero Wing lives? Galaxy Past had a very clear understanding of the strength of Zero Wing's main force. Aside from the few very strong upper echelons, most of them were subpar. Galaxy Past was even confident he could face several of them at once. "Guild leader, how could I mistake something like this?" For a time, even Red Feather was at a loss. Hurriedly he said, "All of Zero Wing's upper echelons are still alive. Only a few core members died. That Tier 3 demon has also broken out of its magical imprisonment and has begun to attack our people." When Galaxy Past heard this, his brain stopped functioning. Since when was Zero Wing so powerful? Against the Flower of Seven Sins' 50-man assassin team, Zero Wing had actually emerged victorious, losing only a few unimportant members. "Guild leader, what should we do now? Do we fight or retreat?" Red Feather asked anxiously as he watched the Tier 3 demon slaughter his elite members. "Flame, we will retreat." Only after a long moment did Galaxy Past finally decide. When he uttered the word retreat, he sounded as if he had been sapped of all of his energy. How many years had it been? Galaxy Past had long since forgotten the feeling of defeat. However, today he had been reminded of the taste. This taste made him very uncomfortable. Ever since the Star Alliance had fallen into his control, the guild had only lost to super guilds and super first-rate guilds. The Star Alliance had never lost to anything less. Yet now, the Star Alliance he commanded had been beaten into submission by an upstart guild. This blow was many times more humiliating than suffering defeat at the hands of those super guilds. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord. Galaxy Past knew the strength of a Great Lord quite well. Otherwise, he would not have paid such a large price to purchase a Tier 3 summoning scroll from a super guild. At this stage of a game, having a great lord on one side could reduce one's losses significantly while dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. With 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, they thought they had this war in the bag. However, Galaxy Past had never imagined that an energy pulse attack would eliminate both of their great lords. They had no way to deal with a Tier 3 demon. If they did not retreat, they would only suffer more casualties. After Red Feather heard Galaxy Past's command, his downcast expression became even more gloomy. However, he still gave the order to retreat. Meanwhile, standing on a nearby mountaintop, the secret pavilion members were engaged in a heated discussion over this war between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing. Guild leader Black Flame is too powerful. The way he killed that team leader from the Flower of Seven Sins was just too cool. I wonder what sort of training Black Flame used to get to his level? Even after watching the battle so many times, I only caught a glimpse of Black Flame's figure. I couldn't even see the afterimage of his attack. Uncle Yuan would most likely last only a few moves against Black Flame. What do you even know? Uncle Yuan is powerful. Of course, he could block Black Flame's attack. But Black Flame's attack speed is so high. Who could possibly defend against his attack? Among the secret pavilion's trainees, many had renewed their impressions of Zero Wing. They were no longer arrogant when talking about Zero Wing. Unconsciously, they had gone from calling the swordsman Black Flame to calling him Guild Leader Black Flame. However, a few youths among them were still unsatisfied. There is no need to argue. I am not a match for Black Flame. Or to put it in another way, only those few, monstrous players can contend with Black Flame now, Yuan Tiexin said suddenly. He could not help but laugh at everyone's conversation. Autumn, what did you think of this fight? Yuan Tiexin asked the silent Cold Autumn. Cold Autumn was the top genius among the secret pavilion's new generation. The youth had joined the secret pavilion's secret training program a year ago. He was only 17 years old, yet he had already become the pavilion's star pupil. He had already reached the half-step refinement realm and was only a thread away from truly entering the refinement realm. He could break through at any time. Initially, Yuan Tiexin had brought Cold Autumn and the other trainees here to teach them not to be too arrogant, showing them that there were many experts in the virtual gaming world. He had also wanted to show them a true monster. Unfortunately, Silver had not made an appearance this time. However, their gains from watching the battle between Sky and Black Flame should be sufficient. Yuan Tiexin had even hoped to see a confrontation between Black Flame and Silver. Just what kind of outcome would such a battle yield? Black Flame is very strong. With my current strength, I am no match for him, the prideful Cold Autumn admitted softly. However, I will continue to work hard. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. That's right. This is the sort of mindset you must possess. It seems that this trip here has not been a waste at all. Yuan Tiexin nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he heard the ring of his communicator, surprising him. After all, this was a call from none other than the secret pavilion's guild leader. Chapter 745. Eternally Remembered Strike. After Red Feather gave the order, the elite army the Star Alliance had sent to deal with Zero Wing's main force retreated, leaving behind only a small squadron to deal with the battle demon. The elite legions of the Star Alliance and the various large guilds, which fought elsewhere on the battlefield, also began to retreat, preparing to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. It's too late to retreat now. Shi Feng sneered as he swept his gaze across the fleeing Star Alliance army. Immediately, he sent a command through the guild chat, saying, "All elite legions, activate the 9-star polar domain magic array." There was why Shi Feng had previously split Zero Wing's army into 10 separate elite legions. The Stoneclaw Mountains' outer region was vast. However, there were only 10 paths that led to the dungeon's teleportation array. As soon as the war began, Shi Feng had used the guild war order to seal off the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any player within could not escape with a return scroll, The only way to leave the dungeon was by using the teleportation array. There were two methods of using magic arrays in God's domain. The first method used a magic array aggressively to suppress the enemy. The second use was defensive. Due to the unique characteristics of barrier magic arrays, once these magic arrays were activated, enemies trapped inside the barrier could not leave. Similarly, nobody would be able to enter the barrier unless they destroyed the magic array itself. However, it was not easy to destroy a magic array. A lot of time was required to do so. Attacks from outside the array would be weakened. Normally, it was much easier to destroy a magic array from inside. The 9-star polar domain was no exception. Hence, Shifeng had sent Zero Wing's 10 elite legions to guard the 10 paths. When the elite legions activated their 9-star polar domain magic array, they would prevent the Star Alliance and other large guilds from leaving the Stoneclaw Mountains. They could then take the opportunity to gain more from this war. With Shifeng's command, the barrier parties mobilized, every one of them revealing the 9-star polar domain magic scroll they had held on to all this time. As the 90 players unfurled the magic scrolls in their hands, 10 massive magic arrays suddenly appeared above the battlefield, enveloping a large portion of the battlefield and sealing all exits out of the Stoneclaw Mountains. What's going on? Why have my attributes decreased? Damn it! I don't even have 6,000 HP right now. The various guilds' elite members, who had forced Zero Wing's elite legions into a constant retreat, suddenly discovered something amiss. Their attributes had decreased by 40%. Their attacks could not cause any significant damage to Zero Wing's elite members at all. In contrast, Zero Wing's elite members, whose attributes remained unchanged, could finish them off with just a few hits. Suddenly, Zero Wing's enemies began to panic. Although the players caught outside the magic array tried to help and constantly attacked the barrier with spells, the effect of their attacks were minimal. The magical class players maintaining the 9-star polar domain did not lose much mana from their attacks at all. It's our turn now. Seeing the various guilds panicking elites, Zero Wing's elite members rushed forward to resolve the battle. Originally, they had needed roughly 4 or 5 attacks to defeat their enemies. Now, they only needed 2 or 3 hits to do so. On the other hand, their enemies now required roughly 8 or 9 hits to kill them. The battle was one-sided. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain magic array was like a knife at their throats. The magic arrays had cut off their retreat. Aqua, use the mana pulse cannon to support the legions. Everyone else, guard the cannon and clean up the battlefield. After Shifeng issued his commands, he activated Wind Rider and flew down the mountain. The 9-star polar domain would not hold the Star Alliance and its allies for long. The various large guilds would escape by the time the battle demon reached them. However, if he killed his enemy's commanders, the remaining elite players would run like a headless chicken. He would significantly reduce the elite army's momentum, earning more time for his army. Someone's flying towards us. The retreating Star Alliance members suddenly shouted as they glanced towards the sky. Everyone turned to see the flying figure. Black Flame. It's Black Flame. As the figure approached, the elites recognized Zero Wing's guild leader. Charging at us alone? Do you really think the Star Alliance is that easy to bully? Red Feather also noticed Shifeng rapidly approach their army. He bellowed, "Ranged players, shoot him down. Anyone who kills Black Flame will be rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment, 500 gold, and a promotion to core member." A first-rate guild had many members. However, only a few could become core members. Without extremely powerful combat skills, becoming one of the guild's elites was generally their limit. Meanwhile, there was a qualitative difference between the treatment an elite member received and what the core members enjoyed. Not only did core members have priority on good equipment, but they also received a bountiful salary each month. One could earn far more credits as a core member than they could as at an office job in a large corporation. One could say that core members were considered formal internal staff in a first-rate guild while an elite was merely external staff. The benefits were on a completely different level. Black Flame die? The Star Alliance's elites shouted excitedly. Thousands of ranged players began casting their spells and knocking their arrows as they awaited Shifeng's arrival. As Shifeng grew closer to the elite army, spells and arrows began to fly towards him. However, with Wind Rider's speed increase, Shifeng had little trouble evading the spells and arrows. Moreover, as these elite players launched their attacks based on their predictions of Shifeng's movement, he only needed to fly out of range to avoid the attacks. Like this, Shifeng advanced effortlessly, weaving his way through the rain of spells and arrows. From afar, it seemed as if Shifeng danced amidst the countless spells and arrows. As a result of his frightening speed, Shifeng left behind one afterimage after another, confusing the Star Alliance's elites. None of them could follow Shifeng's movements. Seeing Shifeng approach, instead of being affected by Shifeng's frightening momentum, Red Feather sneered as he took out a crimson Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Black Flame, you're the one who will die today. Red Feather acknowledged that none of his own spells would land on the fast-moving Shifeng. However, the Tier 2 magic scroll he held was a different story. Tier 2 spell, Holy Spears of Flame. Suddenly, 36 flame spears appeared around Red Feather, the scorching fire increasing the surrounding temperature. Black Flame, turn to ash. Red Feather waved his staff when he saw that there were only 30 yards left between him and Shifeng. The 36 flame spears transformed into streams of light as they shot towards Shifeng. The flame spears were much faster than Shifeng, taking only an instant to cross the 30 yards. The flame spears blocked any path of escape, giving Shifeng no room to dodge. Meanwhile, the Holy Spears of Flame was an unblockable sacred spell. Every spear rivaled a Lord-ranked monster's power. It was an extremely powerful spell. Just as the spears were about to strike Shifeng, he suddenly disappeared. None of the flame spears hit their mark. You! Before Red Feather could react, he discovered Shifeng in front of him. Blue arcs of electricity circled Shifeng's body, crackling as they sparked. Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. Shifeng's figure dashed past Red Feather, leaving behind a blue afterimage that remained for a relatively long time. Red Feather fell to the ground, his body lying motionless. His HP, which had been over 8,000, dropped to nothing. Meanwhile, Shifeng's figure had long since departed, leaving the Star Alliance elites in a daze. They would carry this scene forever in their minds. While thousands of players bombarded him with attacks, Shifeng had managed to kill Red Feather with one hit. All they could do was stare at Shifeng's back as he departed. Chapter 746, Breaking Through Flowing Water. The retreating elite members weren't the only ones who saw Shifeng kill Red Feather. The secret pavilion members, who had been preparing to depart from the battlefield, also saw the attack. With a flash of blue light, the battle had been over. No one from the secret pavilion understood what had just happened. Despite the thousands of elite players and Red Feather's Tier 2 magic scroll, Shifeng had killed Red Feather instantly and left without so much as a scratch. It was simply inconceivable. Shifeng's attack was even faster than the one he had used to kill Sky. Who could possibly contend with that kind of speed? Black Flame was still hiding his strength when he faced Sky? Yuan Tiexin was shocked. As for the secret pavilion's trainees, everyone was speechless, chills crawling down their spines. Ordinary elite members might not have caught the crucial moment of the fight, but they had seen it. Rather than his dodging capabilities, the speed of Black Flame's attack had been truly frightening. They had only seen Black Flame brush past Red Feather. None of them had seen Black Flame's sword leave its sheath. They stood too far away, so they had not been able to see the attack too clearly. However, Red Feather had taken the hit personally. He should have seen Black Flame's technique clearly. Moreover, due to God's domain, both ordinary players and experts' sharp intuition had improved significantly. In the moment of death, this wildlike intuition could allow them to evade attacks. Expert players, in particular, had an easier time and a higher chance to evade. Red Feather was an expert ranked on the God's Domain Experts list, which the Secret Pavilion published. His strength was extraordinary. Although he had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm, he possessed bountiful combat experience with very high basic attributes to back it up. His ability to respond to danger was first class among experts. Even Cold Autumn, a genius proclaimed by the Secret Pavilion, might not be as good as Red Feather in this aspect. Yet, an expert with such fast reactions had not reacted in the least when Black Flame had attacked him. It was as if Red Feather's intuition had vanished during that moment. Only when he had died did he realize that he had been struck. This was the cause behind the Secret Pavilion members' shudders. Although the attack speed Black Flame displayed when he faced Sky had been astounding, their eyes had only failed to keep up with Black Flame's sword. Now, however, they had not even realized when Black Flame had attacked. They had only seen the streak of rapidly dissipating blue light. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who had already pulled away from the elite army, was not particularly satisfied with his performance. Sure enough, it won't be easy to replicate that sensation again. After killing Red Feather, Shi Feng recalled the move he used to kill Sky. The principle behind one spear, 6 transformations was similar to his void steps. One spear, 6 transformations was a technique that used special attack methods to overload the opponent's brain with complex information, causing their brain to ignore this information, not allowing them to perceive the attack. Only when the spear truly threatened their life would their brain dispel this ignorance. However, at that point, the spears were already under their noses, and it was too late to react. Even with his advantage of attributes, Shi Feng could barely block 2 or 3 spear images. It was practically impossible to block all 6. Shi Feng was only able to employ such a technique with his body. However, Sky could employ the technique on his attacks. It was astounding. The body's movement speed was far inferior to its attack speed. Hence, it was exponentially more difficult to employ such a technique with one's attacks. Moreover, for this kind of technique, the faster it was, the more difficult the technique was to use. One was required to carry out a series of complex motions within an extremely short period to execute the technique. Only with overly complex information would the brain refuse to accept the image, choosing to ignore it. As someone who had a profound understanding of this technique, Shi Feng had no choice but to close his eyes and shut out all visual information. Instead, he chose to rely on his other sensory organs, his wealth of combat experience, and his sharp intuition to dodge Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations. With his absolute advantage regarding attributes, it was possible. If he maintained a distance of roughly 1 yard away from Sky's attack range and evaded the instant he sensed the Berserker's spear displace the air around him, he would have sufficient time to dodge the incoming attacks. This was precisely the reason that Shi Feng had avoided Sky's aggressive attacks while launching his own counterattack. In a battle between experts, it was extremely dangerous to shut out one's visual sense because, among a person's 5 senses, one's sight absorbed the most information. Ordinary players relied on sight the most. If a player lost their sight, they would be crippled, wounding their combat power. However, while Shi Feng had closed his eyes and evaded Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations, he discovered that his perception of the world had changed. Without his sight, his concentration had focused on his surroundings. He no longer focused on his enemy. When he faced the threat of death, he discovered that his perception had become much clearer than before. Although he had not been able to see Sky's movements, he had sensed the spear's position, which allowed him to have an increasingly easy time to dodge the Berserker's attacks. Finally, when Sky executed 1 spear, 9 kills, Shi Feng realized what the Void Realm actually was. At that moment, it was as if his environment were a part of his body. It felt like the martial arts concept of harmony between man and nature. At that moment, Sky's spear ceased to confuse him. In the end, Shi Feng had opened the last door of the realms of refinement. Void Realm. After reaching the Void Realm, Shi Feng could see the general attack range of 1 spear, 9 kills with a single glance. Hence, Shi Feng brandished Killing Ray to block every single strike. If comparing attack speed, Shi Feng, who had activated Thunder God's Descent, could not lose. However, when Shi Feng landed the final strike against Sky, he noticed a crack in space. He unconsciously swung Killing Ray along that space. By the time he was aware of what was happening, Sky was already on the ground. When he had killed Red Feather, however, he had not been able to relive that sensation. Only, the bonus speed that Instant Strike provided was simply astonishing, so much so that Red Feather could not react to his attack. Hence, Shi Feng was somewhat dissatisfied with this result. After Shi Feng killed Red Feather's elite army fell into a turmoil. None of the elites knew what to do. Moreover, after watching Shi Feng's performance, many of them were scared witless as they scattered. If killing Red Feather generated such a result, Shi Feng could not let the other Legion commanders off the hook. On top of his own battles, Shi Feng directed the Battle Demon to kill the Star Alliance and their allies' commanders. Very quickly, chaos broke out on the battlefield. Damn that black flame! He is trying to wipe us out. After receiving the reports from the Star Alliance's various elite legions, even if Galaxy Past were a fool, he understood Shi Feng's goal. He then looked at the map of the Stoneclaw Mountains and said through the guild chat, "Everyone, gather at the northwest mountain path. We'll break through as one." With mayhem overwhelming the battlefield, breaking through multiple exits would be too time-consuming. They would only play into Shi Feng's hands if they did so. Hence, Galaxy Pass chose to gather the Star Alliance's army at the nearest exit path, focusing their power into a single point. With this, they could smash through Zero Wing's defense. A moment later, under Galaxy Pass command, the Star Alliance's elite army gathered at the northwest mountain path and began to attack the 9-star polar domain madly. Despite Zero Wing's elite members retaliating, the effect was minimal. The 9 players maintaining the magic array lost their mana rapidly. After a few minutes, the 9-star polar domain shattered. The Star Alliance members rejoiced. Isn't that Black Flame? It's not just Black Flame. Isn't that Fire Dance and Aqua Rose beside him? When the magic array shattered, the players from the Star Alliance with sharp eyesight discovered Black Flame and Zero Wing's main force members in the middle of the mountain path. Their expressions sank instantly. Chapter 747, Harvest of the War. Everyone had seen for themselves what kind of powerhouse Shi Feng was. Despite watching from afar, they could not stop their shudder. The fact that Shi Feng was able to kill Red Feather, while surrounded by thousands of elite players, and leave unharmed showed them that their lives were in Shi Feng's hands. If Shi Feng wanted to take any life here, nobody could stop him. It was precisely this reason that kept the various players from the Star Alliance from rejoicing when they shattered the 9-star polar domain. Right now, they only felt fear. Every one of them froze. None have dared to move forward by a single step. One man had deterred an elite army of tens of thousands. Moreover, this was no ordinary elite army. It was the elite army from the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild. Every elite member was level 32 or above. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were all experts. Yet, against Shi Feng's might, these experts lost the will to fight. Furthermore, Shi Feng had many famous experts standing with him. Whether it was Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other upper echelons of Zero Wing, each one of them was even more famous than their guild leader, Galaxy Past. Moreover, they all possessed dazzling battle records. Chances were that Zero Wing's upper echelons were stronger than their guild leader. How were they supposed to face these monsters? Zero Wing loomed in front of them. Behind them, Ouroboros waited. The Star Alliance army was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Zero Wing only has several hundred people guarding the exit. So what if Zero Wing's main force has joined the fray? Do they really think they can stop our 50,000-strong elite army? Galaxy Past suddenly shouted, "All of you charge! Wipe them out!" Galaxy Past's words jerked everyone out of their daze. Although Zero Wing had a Tier 3 demon, they had barrier scrolls, which could to suppress it. Dealing with Zero Wing's several hundred members would be a piece of cake. Even if Shi Feng were more powerful and could kill a player with every attack, even if everyone let him, it would take a very long time to kill 10,000 players, not to mention 50,000. Suddenly, the Star Alliance members swarmed towards Shi Feng. The players from Zero Wing felt their hearts race as they watched the tide of players surging towards them. They only had several hundred players on their side. Although their guild's main force had arrived to assist them, it was impossible to hold off 50,000 players. Even lasting for a short time would be impressive. After all, battles between players demanded an extremely heavy burden of one's stamina. Without stamina, even the strongest expert would fall under an ordinary player's blade. However, as soon as the Star Alliance's elites closed in, dozens of intermediate frost grenades exploded among the crowd, freezing the mountain path and decorating it with hundreds of ice sculptures. As soon as they appeared, these ice sculptures shattered and disappeared. Naturally, Shi Feng knew that it was impossible for several hundred players to hold off an army of 50,000. However, the frost grenades could delay the elite army for long enough for Ouroboros's army to arrive. Each main force member carried 100 intermediate frost grenades and 10 advanced frost grenades, which were significantly more powerful than intermediate frost grenades. With the main force's strength and the large stock of frost grenades, it was child's play to hold back the Star Alliance's army until Ouroboros arrived. Black Flame. Galaxy Past gnashed his teeth as the frost grenades appeared once more. At this point, the fearsome might of the frost grenades had embedded itself into everyone's minds. Previously, Zero Wing's elite legions had damaged the various large guilds significantly with these frost grenades. To deplete Zero Wing's supply, the various guilds had sacrificed a large chunk of their armies. If the Star Alliance showed its fear and halted its rampant assault, Zero Wing wouldn't need to waste their grenades to buy time. However, if the guild proceeded, it would pay a horrific price. "Guild leader, are we continuing the charge or not?" one of the Star Alliance's commanders asked. "Charge? I refuse to believe that Zero Wing has that many tools." Galaxy Past shouted, a chill running through his troops. Neither advancing nor retreating was a good option. Hence, even if he knew that they would slam into a brick wall, they needed to charge past Zero Wing's blockade. If they waited until Ouroboros's army arrived, none of them would leave this place alive. Suddenly, the Star Alliance launched a full charge. Zero Wing's main force, who were throwing frost grenades, had nearly buckled under the flood. The Star Alliance's assault was fierce. These players showed zero regard for their lives as they pushed forward. Many MTs activated all of their life-saving skills, significantly increasing their maximum HP and reducing the damage they took. The intermediate frost grenades were already half as effective against players. Now, its damage reduced by another half. At this moment, each intermediate frost grenade only dealt around -200 damage to the Alliance's MTs. With over 14,000 HP, not even 60 or 70 intermediate frost grenades would be enough to kill them. As a result, Zero Wing's 70-plus main force members threw their grenades as fast as they could, barely holding off the assault. As Shi Feng charged towards the Star Alliance's army, he upgraded the 7 Luminaries' Ring's aura of fire to level 9. As a result, Shi Feng's level fell from 38 to 37. However, the aura of Flame's activatable skill, Firestorm, instantly improved. Previously, the skill only inflicted 1000% damage within a range of 30 by 30 yards for 6 seconds and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. After its upgrade, it inflicted 1,200% damage within a range of 45 by 45 yards for 6 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Although upgrading the skill by 2 levels did not increase its damage by much, the skill's range had increased by 1.5 times. The skill could now cover over half of the mountain path. Suddenly, an inferno roared in the middle of the mountain path, transforming the frozen land into a scorching hell. Even an MT who had activated all of their life-saving skills only lasted 2 seconds inside this inferno. 6 seconds later, the smoke cleared to reveal a large area empty of players but littered with weapons and equipment. The dropped items nearly formed a small mountain. The least valuable items were level 25 mysterious iron equipment. It was mainstream equipment for God's domain players right now, and each piece could sell for at least 40 or 50 silver. Meanwhile, nearly 5,000 pieces of equipment decorated the ground. Most of it had dropped from players who died under the Frost Grenade assault. Converted to coins, the equipment was worth at least 2,500 gold. Meanwhile, this harvest had only required a brief moment of effort. Shi Feng also collected plenty of immortal souls. Despite a limit of 10 yards, Shi Feng still managed to collect several hundred immortal souls. If he collected 10,000 souls, he would qualify to establish his own city. A city was different from a town. A town's location was predetermined by the system. On the other hand, players could choose where they wished to build their city. Moreover, after capturing a town, one had to reconstruct the town from scratch, developing it into a city slowly. The time involved was long. On the other hand, the Sherlin's quest would reward Shi Feng with the qualifications to construct a city. Before him was the perfect chance to complete this quest. There were 2 conditions to collect immortal souls. The first condition was the limit of 10 yards. The second was the level limit. There could not be more than 5 levels between Shi Feng and his prey. Currently, the Star Alliance's elites were at least level 32. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was now level 37. It just so happened that he could absorb all of their immortal souls. If he missed this opportunity, he would not find one like it again. There weren't enough people before. Now that so many are here, I should get enough immortal souls. Shi Feng could not help his smile as he looked towards the distant galaxy past. Retrieving a blue magic scroll from his bag, he activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the guild leader. Chapter 748, One Man's Strength. When the firestorm swept through the land, it turned the mountain path into a river of fire. Watching the players inside the fire turn to ash horrified everyone. This spell sure is scary. Luckily, I wasn't with the front line. A level 32 shield warrior in silver heavy armor gulped as he watched the flames in front of him. He had only been a thread away from losing his life. Had he taken another step forward, he would have died like the Guardian Knight who had been in front of him a second ago. The Guardian Knight had over 12,000 HP and had Protection Blessing and Magic Resistance aura activated. The Guardian Knight had even received a Truth Shield from a Cleric and a Defense Blessing from an Oracle. Yet, said Guardian Knight still evaporated in a matter of seconds. Someone's heading this way? The heavy-armored shield warrior suddenly discovered a figure charging straight for him. Someone actually dares to face us alone. Brothers, let's seek him up. A level 32 berserker snarled as he raised his heavy sword. The berserker immediately received an enthusiastic response from his companions. They all took up a stance to welcome the approaching enemy. After the enemy toyed with them using the frost grenades, resentment filled these players' hearts. Now that a fool charged at them blindly, this was the perfect chance to let off some steam. The heavy-armored shield warrior squinted, trying to see the figure hidden in the smoke. When he glimpsed Shi Feng's general appearance, he shouted, terrified, "Wait! I think that's Black Flame." The dozen or so berserkers and shield warriors, who had activated charge, could not help their shock. However, as they had already activated their skills and were only a dozen or so yards away from Shi Feng, Retreat was no longer an option. Every one of them hardened their resolve as they aimed their most powerful skills at Shifeng. To Shifeng, however, these berserkers and shield warriors' attack speeds were simply too low. Moreover, these dozen or so players had already entered Shifeng's range. Now that Shifeng was in the Void Realm, his perception allowed him to see the attack trajectories of these dozen or so players with a single glance. Suddenly, Shifeng's footwork changed. Like a cool breeze, he swept through the pincer attack. As he passed these players, the killing ray in his hand left behind several streaks of dazzling blue light on their bodies. On the other hand, none of the enemy's swords and sabers even touched Shifeng. In seconds, over a dozen plate armor classes died, each dropping a weapon or piece of equipment as they fell to the ground. Over a dozen immortal souls flowed into the marking on Shifeng's hand. If these people had known that the players who Shifeng killed would lose their immortal souls, not being able to log into the game for a few days, in addition to the usual level and skill proficiency loss, they probably would have sacrificed themselves to the river of fire before letting Shifeng get near them. How is this even possible? Everyone from the Star Alliance, who watched from a short distance away, were dumbfounded as Shifeng finished off over a dozen players in a matter of seconds. They felt a weight that they had never experienced pressing down on them, their breathing growing haggard as a result. Previously, they merely thought that Shifeng was amazing and powerful. However, this kind of power was somewhat illusory for them. They did not fully understand it. However, only after facing this power themselves did they realize how massive a gap there was between them and Shifeng. Now that they realized Shifeng's true power, they nearly lost their grip on their weapons from fear. And although they tried to move, neither their hands nor their feet responded. Suddenly, everyone thought that their previous idea of overwhelming Shifeng with numbers was childish. By the time they returned to their senses, Shifeng had appeared right before them. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on their bodies. There sure are a lot of people. As Shifeng glanced at the crowd of Star Alliance members blocking his way, he lifted Killing Ray and slashed downwards. Thundering flash. Suddenly, several lightning strikes slithered towards the Star Alliance players, leaving behind dazzling electric arcs in the air. With a single move, Shifeng gained dozens of immortal souls and cleared a path for himself. By the time the Star Alliance members reacted and tried to surround and contain Shifeng, he had already dashed into the crowd and began a slaughter. Chop. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. Skywheel Sword. Shifeng leisurely harvested the Star Alliance's lives, one after another. Despite the elite members throwing all sorts of control skills at Shifeng, who had activated the aura of space, none of these control skills had taken effect. As for the various attacks sent at him, with his movement speed, none of them even came close to hitting him. Frequently, onlookers watched bodies soar into the air, hitting the ground with a thud far from the Star Alliance's elite army. Those who watched were stupefied. Not only had Shifeng's onslaught slowed the Star Alliance's offensive, but he had also killed a large fraction of the Star Alliance's elites. Shifeng was unstoppable as he rushed through the Star Alliance's army. As Zero Wings members watched the slaughter, their fighting spirits burned within them as they joined the offensive. He's so strong. Black Flame can actually hold off the Star Alliance's assault by himself? Is he even a player? The players from the secret pavilion watching from afar were stunned. Shifeng's astonishing performance even aroused many of the pavilion's female players. Despite being surrounded by enemies, not only did Shifeng's rampage continue without pause, but he was also able to evade everyone's attacks in the limited space. This feat was immensely difficult. The secret pavilion's experts were quite confident that they could handle 100 elite players by themselves. During the battle, they would try to choose the most favorable terrain for their fights, using it to funnel their opponents, limiting the number they had to face at a single time. This way, they would have a much easier time defending against and dodging attacks. However, when the enemy surrounded them, the difficulty of defending and dodging increased exponentially. They would most likely last only a moment before they died. Even Cold Autumn, who was known as a genius of the new generation, would be lucky if he lasted even 20 seconds. However, Shi Feng had already lasted over a minute. Moreover, he had yet to receive any damage. Black Flame. Complex emotions filled Galaxy Past's heart as he watched Shi Feng. The Star Alliance's overall strength had clearly surpassed Zero Wings by a large margin. The Alliance had even received assistance from various guilds. They had amassed a force that not even Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined could defeat. Yet, at the end of the day, he never would have imagined that. In this war, involving hundreds of thousands of elite players, Zero Wing grasped the outcome, dominating simply because they had Shi Feng on their side. It should have been impossible for a single player to change the outcome of a major guild war, yet at this moment, that is exactly what had happened. Moreover, this domination occurred right before his very eyes. This will end now. Killing intent flashed in Galaxy Past's eyes as he lifted his great sword and charged at Shi Feng, shouting, "Everyone, attack him as one." Even Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo, took action. Over 100 experts also circled to Shi Feng's back stealthily. Chapter 749, Wargod Possession. Galaxy Past finally can't endure it. Yuan Tiexin could not help but smile as he watched Galaxy Past, who rushed at Shi Feng. Although it was impossible for Shi Feng to wipe out the Star Alliance's army, even if Galaxy Past let the swordsman be, doing so would wound the Alliance's morale severely. If Galaxy Past did not stop Shi Feng's unrestrained slaughter, the elite members' opinions of their guild might hit rock bottom. When Ouroboros' army arrived, the Star Alliance would truly be finished. However, with this opportunity, Yuan Tiexin would finally see Shi Feng's limits. During the battles against Sky and Red Feather, Shi Feng had shown rapid improvements to his combat power. Initially, Yuan Tiexin merely thought that Shi Feng's stunning performances against Sky and Red Feather were a result of his overwhelming attributes. However, after seeing Shi Feng last so long while surrounded by elites, yet not receiving any damage, this was no longer a matter of superior attributes. Without stepping into the Void Realm, which allowed one to perceive one's environment as if it were a part of their own body, it was impossible to dodge so many spell and arrow attacks coming from behind accurately. Yuan Tiexin suddenly realized something that made his skin crawl. The secret pavilion had collected plenty of information regarding Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Yuan Tiexin himself had read the reports on Black Flame multiple times. In the beginning, Black Flame had gained his fame in Star Moon Kingdom through his identity as a forger, earning himself the title of Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger. However, as Black Flame began to appear in battle, everything had changed. Black Flame had relied on absolute strength to defeat his enemies. Through his achievement of killing his enemies with a single hit, he had gained the title of One-Hit Azura. However, Black Flame's performance had been a result of his excellent equipment and very high basic attributes. As for his combat standards, he was merely a top-tier expert in the eyes of the general public. He had not even been a match for Cold Autumn when it came to combat standards. He was only someone with a wealth of combat experience. He could not hold the attention of the major powers in God's domain. Yet, as he participated in more battles, Black Flame's combat standards surprised the public again and again. He had gone from half-step refinement realm to reaching the refinement realm fully, then entering the flowing water realm as well. As his battle count increased, Black Flame's abilities increased. Now, he had reached the void realm. Yuan Tiexin refused to believe that Black Flame's battles had just been acts. Moreover, experts who had set foot into the realms of refinement had their own pride. They would not suppress their strength to deal with a weakling. There was no point to that. Since it wasn't an act, Yuan Tiexin could only think of one possibility. Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, had improved with an intensely terrifying speed. Compared to the horror of Black Flame's basic attributes, his growth was what truly frightened people. The secret pavilion considered Cold Autumn a genius because he was young. In addition, despite training with the pavilion for less than a year, he had already reached the half-step refinement realm and could break through to the refinement realm at any moment. Cold Autumn's growth was even faster than Yuan Tiexin's when he had been young. But what about Black Flame? How long had it been since God's domain launched? In less than 2 months, Black Flame had gone from someone who was not even a half-step refinement realm expert to a true void realm expert. Was he even still human? Even Martial Dragon, someone whom the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had considered a genius that only appeared once every 10 years, would not be a match for Black Flame. In the future, Black Flame might very well become one of the virtual gaming world's monsters. With that in mind, Yuan Tiexin decided that, even if Zero Wing suffered defeat in this war, he would offer to aid Zero Wing in securing Stone Forest Town, taking the opportunity to get associated with the guild. God's Domain, as a virtual reality game, was massive. It was different from the virtual reality games they had seen in the past. Even a super guild should not consider the idea of monopolizing the game. Moreover, the waters of the virtual gaming world were relatively deep. Now that various major international corporations had put a foot in as well, the virtual gaming world had become far more complicated. If the secret pavilion could gain a powerful ally like Zero Wing, it would benefit the pavilion's development in the future. The pavilion could seize more opportunities and gain a stronger influence. Just as Yuan Tiexin plotted to strengthen the relationship between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing, over 100 figures approached Shi Feng with astonishing speed. "I'll hold his attention. Find an opportunity to attack." Galaxy Past commanded through the team chat as he approached Shi Feng. He then retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag. Shi Feng might be able to fight with relative ease while surrounded by elite players, but it would be a different story if he were surrounded by expert players. It was extremely difficult for elite players to push their virtual bodies to their limits. However, this was not an issue for experts. They could do so easily. Naturally, Shi Feng had no trouble with elite players if he fought with everything he had. However, it was a vastly different story against experts who also pushed themselves to their limits. "Black Flame, I'll teach you that a first-rate guild is not easy to deal with," Galaxy Past shouted. He then dumped the deep blue potion down his throat. At the same time, he activated his berserk skill, Wargod Possession. Suddenly, not only did his body grow a size larger, but it also released a brilliant golden glow. His aura was even stronger than a Lord-ranked monster, and this sudden change sent a ripple of shock through the Star Alliance's army. Since the various guilds had learned of Zero Wing's berserk skills, they had spared no effort to collect their own. Galaxy Past had even mobilized the entire guild strength and lost several thousand elite players to obtain Wargod Possession, the berserk skill that all berserkers dreamed of having. Wargod Possession was a Tier 1 taboo skill. Its effects could even rival an ordinary Tier 2 berserk skill. Moreover, the skill was very well suited for the berserker class. Upon activation, it instantly increased the user's strength by 150%, all other attributes by 80%, and defense by 200%. Moreover, the less HP the user had, the higher the strength bonus the user received. The only shortcoming the skill had was its short duration of 20 seconds. Once those 20 seconds passed, the user would enter a weakened state for 1 hour. The skill also had a 24-hour cooldown. It was a forbidden skill that should only be used during the most crucial moments. However, to deal with Shi Feng, who possessed frightening attributes, Galaxy Past had no choice but to activate this berserk skill. As insurance, Galaxy Past drank an extreme speed potion, a rare, high-level potion that he had obtained from a quest. The potion increased movement speed by 100% and attack speed by 150% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. With the effects of Wargod Possession and the extreme speed potion, it was not entirely impossible to kill Shi Feng. Moreover, not long ago, Shi Feng had used his own berserk skill. Berserk skills generally had very long cooldowns. Only a short time had elapsed since Shi Feng had last used his. It was impossible for his berserk skill to have cooled down already. Without a berserk skill, even if Shi Feng's attributes were more powerful, he was not a match for Galaxy Past, who had activated a Tier 1 Taboo skill. Black Flame. It's time you know what it feels like to have your attributes overwhelmed. Galaxy Past activated Charge and appeared before Shi Feng like a ghost. With a malevolent smile, he swung down his dark gold-ranked greatsword, Weeping Silver, violently. Boom! When Weeping Silver descended, an explosion shook the area. The ground beneath Shi Feng's feet shattered, revealing long sword marks. A level 32 shield warrior, who had accidentally collided with the sword aura, lost his life instantly. Galaxy Past's horrific power caused everyone to shudder. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.